already a twig of a girl. What? Does he want her to look like she's at death's door?" With a glare at Rosie, Ruth put her iPad down and set her hand atop mine. "Miss Bishop. Simone. May I call you Simone?" I sighed, and when she moved her hand back to her lap, I nodded. "Mr. Black hired me a long time ago for 2 reasons: to manage his life and tell him the truth. I've been with him nearly 20 years, since he first started working for his father." 20 years? That was a long time to work for anyone. "That said, it occurs to me that I may take for granted that you know certain things when you don't. Every service I've arranged is available to you, but only because they are the same services many women in Mr. Black's social circle engage in. I know this because I've arranged them many times." Shame heated my cheeks. Oh. Who exactly were these women Ruth arranged these things for? Brendan had a sister, of course, and a stepmother. His mother had been around at some point, I assumed. But maybe Ruth did this for the women he was interested in. Maybe Brendan really did expect me to look and act in a manner that would require all of this cosmetic costumery, like I was little more than a doll being painted at a factory. That said, please listen carefully. Ruth's calm, direct voice pulled me from my spiral. She cocked her head to one side, looking a bit like a hen might when examining her brood. "Mr. Black has said only one thing about you, and it is this: he likes you exactly the way you are." The words sucked the breath out of me. Exactly as I was? "Are we clear?" Yes," I mumbled. "Yes, we are." "Good. I'll make a note that your dermatology appointment is for a skincare consult only." She went back to her iPad. "As for today, since Kate won't be back until next week, you'll still need to get a few things yourself, especially for dinner tonight with Brendan's family. Shouldn't be a late affair, given that his father just got home from the hospital a few days ago. But Brendan will want to impress him. And show me off in something that isn't hospital scrubs. Got it. Indeed. Would you like to meet with a personal shopper? There's a good one who works out of Neiman Marcus, which works in a pinch." "Ruth?" I cut her off as politely as I could. She looked up again from her iPad. "Yes?" "It's not that I don't appreciate all these appointments. I do, especially since you obviously know more about what's expected of me here than I do. But do you think I could at least shop for myself? Brendan gave me a card and some money. I'm pretty sure I can choose something appropriate for a family dinner. Just tell me some of the places associated with Blackguard, so I'm wearing company threads, and how long I have to find something, and I'll be good to go, okay?" I was a little nervous about how she'd respond, especially since this was the second time I'd blown off her carefully drawn-up plans for me. But something sparked in her eyes, something like approval. "Of course," she said, before checking the tablet again. "Today, as it happens, is wide open. Just be at the Black family home in time for dinner." After I'd braved the Titanic-sized shower in my ensuite and curled my hair just enough to hope it would hold through the evening, I found myself on Newbury Street, garbed in my favorite jeans and blue sweater, armed with a list of stores that Ruth deemed Blackguard-friendly. Newbury was the kind of area dotted with the occasionally affordable shop, but that mostly catered to the moneyed denizens of Boston. I only went there when I wanted to go to my favorite bookstore or Newbury Comics. I definitely never expected to be hanging out in the section lined with names like Armani and Chanel. Even so, as I entered Duco's, I was determined to make the most of the Black American Express and the unlimited budget, even if I wasn't much of a shopper. I'd always wanted a nice purse. Maybe I could get one of those pretty red ones in the window. Sure, I'd probably sell it in 4 months and donate the proceeds to the Mass Gen's cancer research team, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy it now, right? I could think of it as shopping with a cause. The first step, though, was to figure out how to shop in a place like this. Only one of each item hung like museum pieces from barren racks on each side of the store. The lack of price tags indicated that if you had to ask for them, you couldn't afford the piece you liked. Perhaps I should have gone to TJ Maxx instead. "I'm sorry, but we're by appointment only." I turned to find a somber-looking woman in an immaculate shift dress rounding a glass counter, with high black stilettos, a dress cinched tightly around her waist by a silver belt, and hair was slicked back from her face like wet paint. She reminded me of the egrets that went fishing in Jamaica Pond. I smiled. Brendan would appreciate the analogy. "Oh, I didn't know. Can I make an appointment today, please?" Her cheeks barely moved as she spoke. "We're all booked up." I looked around the shop. I was the only customer here. "What about now? I won't take long, really. I just wanted to look at the—" "I'm sorry," the woman interrupted. She looked down her nose at me. Literally, since in those heels she must have been a full foot taller. "You can't afford an appointment." "I can't afford an appointment," I repeated. Then a light bulb turned on. "Oh, I see. You need a deposit? I can pay, don't worry." "I'm sorry, but no." Her gaze raked down my frame, lingering on the hole in the knee of my jeans, my stained white sneakers, the mild pilling on the arms of my sweater. "We can't help you." I don't understand." My voice dropped, though the only other person in the shop was a clone of this woman, standing on the other side of the glass counter, watching us over a pair of designer glasses. "I have money." "Not much money." The woman seemed so sure, especially as she gave a more meaningful inspection of my outfit. "No, please. You'll have to go." "Are you serious? I thought this kind of thing only happened in movies." I looked toward the other woman. "Do you believe this?" "Oh, I believe it," she said before looking away, as if she were bored. Awkwardness filled the shop until the door opened, and a woman who couldn't have been more than a few years older than me entered. The differences between us, however, were vast. She was dripping with diamonds, carried at least 2 full shopping bags from Valentino and Ralph Lauren, and had a pair of massive sunglasses atop a blowout that only someone incredibly wealthy could do on a daily basis. "I'm looking for the Belvin bag," she announced, without so much as a hello. The shop girls perked up immediately. The one behind the counter went to retrieve the exact red bag I'd been admiring earlier. "Oh, I would like to see that too." "We're busy," said the one next to me, before she abandoned me in favor of the new customer, leaving me to see myself out of the store. Anger roiled in my stomach as I exited. For once, I wished my sister were here with me. Selena would probably curse out the salesgirls with all sorts of inappropriate names, or key the store windows with obscenities. But she would never take this sort of abuse lying down. I actually admired that gusto. Sometimes I wished for a bit more of it. But what else was I supposed to do? I couldn't force the women to help me, nor did I particularly want to give them a commission at this point anyway. And right now, I was running out of time for the only thing I had to accomplish today, finding a dress that would impress Brendan's family, or, at very least, convince them we belonged together. Unfortunately, going back outside didn't exactly help. The veil had been pulled back, and now I saw myself in comparison to every other woman strolling down Newbury. Up and down the block, there seemed to be different versions of the woman who had just flounced into Ducos. Some were men, dressed in expensive suits or custom shirts. Some were older women instead of young, with equally perfectly coiffed hair and manicures just so. Everyone breezed by, as if I were no different than one of the light posts. I'd never been the type to stand out, but for the first time in my life, I felt truly invisible. When I entered the next 3 stores on Ruth's list, the reactions were nearly the same as at Ducos. Where I wasn't explicitly turned out, I was outright ignored. Nowhere was I able to try on a single piece of clothing, not a cocktail dress, not even a pair of shoes. "Screw this," I muttered when I'd been rejected from the 5th and final store. Vintage it is. The Black family could deal with looking at me in second-hand clothing while I informed them of their employees' deplorable customer service. The truth was, I'd had a vision in my head when I left this morning, a fantasy of how things would go. I'd arrived to meet Brendan's family, looking like $1,000,000, like the exact kind of woman they thought the eldest son, their heir, should be with. I'd be groomed and beautiful, and just as perfect as any of those women I'd seen walking down the street beside me today. Brendan would look at me with sudden light in those ivy-dark eyes of his. He would be more than glad he'd asked me to be there this evening. He'd be proud. But with every shop I'd visited today, another seed of doubt had been planted that I couldn't ignore. Already they were blooming, taking over my thoughts like a sea of clover or the dandelions that covered the back pastures. By the time I got off in Cambridge, where my favorite vintage stores graced Central Square, the fears were fully realized and had words to go with them. What if it didn't matter? What if deep down they realized the truth, that I wasn't good enough for their world, that I wasn't good enough for their son? What if this whole venture was doomed from the start?
25. P-A-R-D-A. Brendan.
When the fuck is dinner going to be? I'm about to chew my goddamn arm off.
By the booming timbre of my father's voice, you'd have never known he'd just had a heart attack. And if he didn't mellow out soon, he'd probably have another one. Unfortunately, mellow wasn't in the old man's vocabulary. I checked my watch as I walked into the house, then shrugged out of my coat before handing it to Jenkins, the butler. "Thank you," I told him, ignoring the mild surprise on the older man's face at my gratitude. Christ, I wasn't that bad, was I? Simone had texted me about an hour before to tell me she was running late from a salon in Cambridge. I didn't ask her what the hell she was doing on that side of the city or why she couldn't have found somewhere to do her hair closer to my apartment downtown. Ruth had told me she was planning to shop today for something to wear to this dinner, and if I was being honest, I was kind of curious what she'd come up with. I liked Simone in a bartender's black t-shirt. I enjoyed her in a simple blue dress. I honestly wasn't sure how I'd feel once I saw her looking and feeling her absolute best. For that reason alone, as soon as I entered the mansion's marbled foyer, I found myself wishing I'd waited for her to join me. Maybe I could wait in the car.
Brendan, are you fucking coming?
Shit. Too late. Leaving once the old man started raging was not a wise idea. We'd all learned early to let him go on until he ran out of steam. I grimaced as I turned around. Dad? My father exited his study in the company of the nurse of the day, his new cane, and an oxygen tank. Owen and Ronan trailed after him like dogs as he made his way to the parlor, where he held court at family gatherings. Reluctantly, I joined them. We all watched awkwardly as he settled into his favorite armchair. Only then did we take our own seats near the fire that was inexplicably roaring despite the balmy spring weather. Dad liked things the way he liked them, weather be damned.
Get out, I said.
Dad batted the nurse away like she was a fly.
Do I look like I need to be mothered?
Sir, I'm supposed to take your vitals every hour, and
I don't give a fuck about my vitals. I'm up, aren't I? Breathing, talking, doing just fucking fine. If I collapse, one of my sons will fetch you. So do us all a favor, Mary. Go watch soaps in your room or whatever the fuck you do in there all day.
Sniffing back tears, the nurse fled. He's been calling all the nurses Mary, Ronan said beside me on the Chesterfield couch. I think this one's name is Ethel, or maybe Edna.
It's Elena, Owen corrected him. She just told you that 10 minutes ago. It's whatever the fuck I want it to be for what I'm paying her, Dad snapped.
Jenkins reappeared to pour everyone their favorite drinks. An old-fashioned for Ronan, vodka soda for Owen, and a Scotch neat for me, just like my old man. For the first time, the idea of being just like him didn't quite appeal to me. Shouldn't you be resting? I asked, taking my drink from Jenkins.
Why? Dad barked. I'm fine. I feel great. Better than ever. Jenkins, where's my drink?
He says with a tube up his nose, Ronan remarked. Did you want to snort it, Dad?
Sir, the doctors said no alcohol for another 2 to 3 weeks at minimum. What the fuck do they know? He barked, the vein in his forehead pulsing. How's a man supposed to get through anything, much less run his business without a bit of whiskey?
We've got the business covered, Owen put in.
Haven't you heard that Brendan's doing a bang-up job of selling off the company assets?
That's right, Ronan chimed in. Big Bro's selling everything left and right.
Blackguard's keeping afloat like a raft of Venezuelan refugees, Pop.
I glared at my brothers, a silent command to keep their mouths shut. I knew Owen wasn't happy with the plans around his real estate projects, but honestly, we didn't need to encourage another heart attack. Things would settle down, and everyone would adjust to the changes I'd made. Bringing them up now in front of our father wouldn't serve any of us well. They kept silent, and Dad, thankfully, didn't take the bait.
I'm waiting for the quarterly reports from Liza, but she's dragging the damn feet. What's going on with that?
Dad pushed up from his chair and yanked the oxygen tube from his nose so he could start his customary pacing in front of the fire. With his cane, it was more like a slow, tottering shuffle. Honestly, he was liable to fall into the flames if he wasn't careful. He didn't seem to care that he looked less like a titan of industry and more like a crazy old man. The nurse hadn't even helped him dress for dinner. He wore a comfortable sweatsuit, his knotty feet shoved into a pair of sheepskin slippers. Nice things, of course. Everything my father owned was nice, but it was the first time in my life I'd seen him in anything other than a suit and tie since we left Southie.
Jesus, Dad, sit down before you pass out, I said.
Don't patronize me, Brendan.
He paused his pacing to give a few wheezing coughs that shook his frame.
The numbers, where are they?
I sighed. I'm not sure. Bald-faced lie. Liza was delaying those numbers because I'd told her to wait myself. I would never admit that, of course, not to him. But the truth was, they weren't great. Our stock had taken a dive after the news had broken about his heart attack, and it was slow to recover. Dad would blame it on me, on the fact that I'd been appointed interim CEO. And while I knew that the numbers would certainly cast some doubt on my stewardship of the company, there was also the simple truth that they'd been trending down for the last year. Dad was a lion, but he'd made some wrong moves, trusted the wrong people, taken some bad gambles. And facing that now would throw him into another rage. Simone's introduction aside, I was only trying to protect his fragile heart. Literally.
You're not sure?
Dad growled.
I guess I have to do everything myself around here. Mary, bring my tank.
The nurse returned, then followed Dad's stumbling form with the oxygen tank, Jenkins with his drink. My brothers and I let out triplet sighs of relief. Dad had a way of sucking the air, not just out of the room, but out of our lungs, too.
He's on a fucking tear.
Owen downed half of his vodka.
Sure you want to have your immortal beloved over tonight? Ronan wondered. I walked in, and he said I needed to be ready for heads to roll since I'd be the one chopping 'em off. Not even a fucking hello.
Neither Owen nor I argued. If I was the heir and Owen the spare, Ronan was the mercenary knight as well as the jester. It was the unspoken way of things, coming down to the fact that he carried a darkness about him the rest of us didn't, something he covered with humor, but which was there nonetheless. I took another mouthful of scotch. He doesn't know how to rest or relax. I'm convinced the doctors only allowed him to leave the hospital because he was terrorizing the nurses.
Like your new fiancée?
Owen didn't bother to conceal his mocking tone.
Where is she, anyway? I thought she was coming to kiss the ring. Or is that just in bed with you?
I'll thank you to keep a civil goddamn tongue when it comes to Simone, I snapped. She'll be here any minute. Where's Shay? I wanted everyone to meet Simone tonight. She's at the Sox game with Brad, or maybe Chad. Ronan shrugged and took a drink. Who the fuck knows who Shay spreads her legs for these days? It's all to get Daddy's attention, and Dad couldn't care less as long as she marries for money.
Can you not talk about our sister's fucking legs, you ingrate? Owen said. It's bad enough we have to hear about your exploits all the fucking time.
Jealous much? Come with me to Vegas for once, brother. Prostitution's legal, so even you can have an orgasm for once and learn not to be such a fucking grouch all the time. You can even pretend her name is Ivy Ink if that'll help you finish.
Owen's knuckles turned white as he clenched his glass. You really don't know when to shut up, do you? Ronan smirked at me.
Did you hear? The Herald turned poor Owen down for $10 million this week in exchange for her real identity. He's just a sore loser.
She's a pain in my ass. Did you see what she wrote this week about Ventnor? I look like a fool.
I think you do that just fine on your own.
I scowled at the two of them.
Christ! Can the two of you at least try to be civil tonight? Dad's bad enough. What's the point? Ronan asked. Your darling betrothed might as well see the family for what it is. It's what she's getting paid for, right?
I set my glass on the coffee table hard enough that the whiskey sloshed onto the wood. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, Ronan?
Ronan cast an odd look at the glass, then at me. Well, she's not exactly worth millions, is she? Is it too much to say she's, digging for treasure here? I assume the prenup was reasonably good.
She's not a fucking gold digger, I said a little too quickly.
Across the room, Owen sniggered.
I forgot it was love at first sight. I never knew the Black Prince was such a romantic.
I forced myself to meet his eye. It took everything I had not to look away. Don't be a dick, either of you. I stared down Ronan, too, who finally shook his head and tipped back another gulp of his drink. Fine. But tell us she's great in the sack or something. Does she have a nice mouth? Ronan's lips curled around the cruel joke. All pretty and pink. I bet it's great when she goes down on her knees and... In a second, both our drinks had spilled on the floor, and I had my brother pinned to the couch by his neck.
That, I growled, is none of your fucking business.
Ronan wheezed under the hand around his throat, and then he smiled, the sick fuck. I released him and calmly picked up both our glasses off the rug. The housekeeper had her work cut out for her tomorrow. Then again, this wasn't exactly unusual in this place. When I sat back in my chair as if nothing happened, both my brothers were watching me, reading me, seeing right through me.
You haven't fucked her yet, have you?
Owen asked. Ronan's eyes popped open.
Bren, you didn't tell us you're a virgin bride.
Don't worry, it only hurts the first time. I went to the bar cart for another drink, if only to give myself something to do, other than let their bullshit get to me more than it already had. I'd anticipated the lies to the press. I just hadn't anticipated this particular lie to my brothers, especially when I really, really wanted it to be true. I was fucked. I poured myself a double scotch this time. Tonight it seemed necessary, despite cloning Dad's nightly order.
I'm not a monk, you fucking voyeurs. Of course we've slept together.
And then, somehow, with a lot less effort and a lot more enthusiasm, she's amazing. The only thing I'd said so far that was true. I bet. Those split ends and tennis shoes are amazing, too, Ronan commented with a chuckle. I whirled around. Shut up. I bet it's like a handful of straw when you're pulling her hair. Do you want to get throttled again? Ronan had the good sense not to continue talking. But Owen wasn't done.
He has a point. She's pretty fucking basic.
You mean she's not a spoiled brat like the ones you prefer?
Get your head out of your ass, Brendan. This company invests in luxury markets. How do you think she's going to fit into that when she shows up in the papers, except in your ring, looking like she just got back from Walmart?
Ronan appeared to consider. I think the kids call it normcore. Maybe she'll take that to the luxury markets, too.
Whatever. Ivy Inc. is gonna have a field day, no matter what. I wanted to punch them both. But the worst part was, they were right. It was why I'd asked Ruth to set Simone up with a schedule to get her ready for future publicity, and even just engaging with my family members, as judgmental as they were. Something in my gut twisted at the idea of anyone changing a single hair on her head. But she wasn't prepared for living under this kind of microscope. Everyone in the world was as ruthless as my brothers, maybe even worse. Meanwhile, I'd gotten ahead of myself with the kiss in my office, when she'd shown up looking like any other girl off the street, and inexplicably seemed more valuable than anything I've ever seen in my life. The whole thing was supposed to be for publicity, and from the start, I'd set us back by being impulsive. I was never impulsive, ever. You are both complete and utter pricks, was all I could come up with. Give her time. She'll fit in.
Like a knockoff spelled P-A-R-D-A,
Ronan agreed.
Who cares if the R is in the wrong place, right? No one will notice anything off about Simone either. Off how?
The three of us swiveled at the sound of Simone's high, sweet voice. She stood in the entrance wearing a knee-high dress made of black silk embroidered with green leaves and black shoes with small heels that made her legs look even longer than usual. Even I could tell that nothing she was wearing was new. The shoes were slightly creased over the toes, and the dress bore signs of minor wear on the collar and sleeves. But despite being obviously second-hand, everything fit her perfectly. She looked chic and impossibly beautiful. Her makeup, however, was threatening to smudge, if the sheen in her eyes and ashen complexion were any indication. She'd heard everything my brothers had said. I wanted to murder them both. I set down my drink, then crossed the room, and before I could think twice about it, I kissed her. She tasted like cinnamon, ice water, and tears. Luscious, slightly salty, and very sweet. Just the right balance as her lips parted to allow my tongue to touch hers. Ironically, it was only in front of other people that I could get lost in that mouth for up to 10 seconds. Fuck, I could get lost in this mouth forever if she'd let me. 10, 9, 8. As if she were counting too, she pulled away right at 1. I wanted to tug her back and start counting all over again. She traced my tie with one finger.
Hello to you, too.
Her eyes flickered nervously to the men behind me. I cupped her cheek with one hand. Ignore them. They're assholes. They give me shit about everything I do.
It's true, Cupcake, Ronan called from behind me. Everyone in this family is a grade A dick. You might want to get out now. It's okay. She shrugged and flashed a brave smile. I knew what I was signing up for. She was trying hard to keep her game face on. I had to respect her for that. Ice clinked in a glass behind me. Owen still hadn't said a word of greeting. He had just poured himself another vodka and was watching everything.
God damn it, Liza!
Dad's voice hollered across the hall. Everyone in the room winced, including the girl I'd invited here in the first place. Suddenly I was done. Done bantering with my brothers, done waiting around for my father, done dealing with my family's needless cruelty and combating it with my own. Fucking done. You know what? I took Simone's hand. We don't have to do this tonight. Her brow crinkled. What? But I thought I was here to meet... And you have. These two, anyway. Shay bailed. My stepmother's at her favorite spa, and Dad's still in his pajamas while on a rampage that will probably last the rest of the night. We showed up. We can leave. Let's go.
Her blue eyes popped open and bounced nervously from me to my brothers, both of whom were watching this interaction intently.
"He's going to chew you a new asshole tomorrow if you take off,"
Ronan remarked. "Ask me if I care," I said, still looking at Simone, waiting for her response. Her brows lifted as if to say, "Really?" It was answer enough for me. "I'll see you tomorrow." I didn't even look at my brothers as I pulled Simone out of the room and back toward the exit. "Brendan." As we put on our jackets, I turned to find Owen following us. I kept us moving to the door. Just before we made it out, however, we were interrupted by my name echoing down the corridor. Owen's face told me he was done joking. I turned to Simone. "Wait for me in the car?"
"Of course."
Her shy smile lit up this dank house as she allowed Jenkins to help her into her green coat, all so pretty and clearly second-hand, probably vintage. "Until we meet again," Owen called after her in a tone that was more insidious than friendly. I wanted to strangle him too. "What?" I bit out. "What the fuck could you possibly want other than to apologize to her?" Owen snorted, as if the very idea of remorse was amusing. "She'll get over it. But I don't care about her yet, anyway. You, however, are my brother." "When did that start mattering to you?" "Come on." He had a point. Owen and I weren't best friends, but we were brothers. Being at the top of a notoriously cutthroat industry, every member of the Black family was acutely aware that others were always trying to take what we had. The only people we could trust, even a little, were each other. At least as far as we could throw each other. "Something's not right," Owen said. "You can fake it with the others, but not with me. What are you doing with her? It doesn't make sense. Did it ever occur to you that we're just in love?" Even I couldn't help but cringe. I sounded like a fool, not to mention completely unlike myself. "Fuck off. Is she pregnant?" "You already asked me that." I pushed him away. "She's not pregnant, for fuck's sake." "Well, it's got to be something. You know her for like 5 minutes, and suddenly you, the guy who thinks being spontaneous requires a 2-week head start, is getting married? Is it blackmail?" "Nobody makes me do anything I don't want to do," I said through gritted teeth. "You showed up here." "And now I'm leaving, case in point," Owen huffed. "Whatever she has on you, we can make this go away. Everyone's got a price." He had no idea. "She doesn't have anything on me, and the prenup is airtight. But what?" Fuck. I could tell he wasn't buying a single excuse, and the problem with the second oldest black brother was he was like a dog with a bone. I'd leave, and he'd do everything he could to pry into my secrets. Hire a PI, bug my house, hack my phone. His determination knew no end. So I made a determination and prayed it was the right one. "If I tell you the truth, will you swear not to tell anyone? Not Dad, not Ronan, not Shay, fucking no one, got it?" Owen leaned closer, interest gleaming in his dark eyes. "Of course, brother. Anything you need." It was a little too easy. But he had to know. Otherwise, he'd find out a different way, and I'd be truly fucked. "It's just for a few months, the engagement. It's a professional situation to curry the board's favor. Simone is just helping me out." He searched me for a few moments. Then, to my surprise, he let out a sigh. "Thank fucking God." I frowned. "You don't have to look so relieved. She's a good girl." "It just means you're not crazy." "Why do you have to pretend to get married, though?" I rubbed my face. "I want to show the old man I can commit. He, expressed some doubt about that the board had some doubts too. So I made a business deal to address the issue, and now you'll get CEO when he retires, I see." Owen nodded slowly, pursing his lips, then mimed zipping his lips shut. to the grave, brother. I promise.
I eyed, trying to assess whether or not he was telling the truth. But in the end, I'd made the choice for myself. Owen could be an ally now if he played my cards right. And I was starting to feel like I needed one. Someone to yank me back to reality. Remind me why I was doing this in the first place.
Just be nice to her, I said finally.
Or as nice as you're capable of. She's only doing this to save her dad's farm and probably a bunch of other people I don't even know about. She's not like us, Owen. She's a good person who doesn't deserve our poison. Owen gave me another long look. I looked back, and this time, I didn't have an issue with any part of what I was saying. Explaining myself, pretending to be the good guy, acting like I was the kind of man who could actually fall in love. That was difficult. But defending Simone came easy. I had no problem with that.
Understood.
He gave a curt nod, then backed into the hall.
But Brendan?
I finished putting on my coat.
Yeah. I hope you know what you're doing. Because if you don't, I'm the next one in line to take your place. And once I'm there, I won't step aside.
26. Nobody's charity case. Simone. Brendan's driver whisked us away from Brookline, and if I was being honest, he couldn't go fast enough. My stomach gave a low rumble, but I ignored it. So much for dinner. Not that it mattered, since any appetite that had managed to survive through my nerves had vanished when I overheard Brendan's brother's vicious remarks. They echoed like a refrain in my mind as we turned onto Boylston, which would take us back to the Martin. It said something about his father's estate, that now I found the penthouse almost homey in comparison. When I'd first arrived, I'd been in awe of the colonial mansion. The enormous grounds guarded by a curling wrought iron entry, the circular drive lit by lanterns, and the brick facade of the mansion that might have played host to some of the nation's founding fathers. I was no stranger to New England's historical buildings, but even that had impressed me. But the delicate plasterwork and Doric columns were now a shadow compared to my memories of the horrible conversation I'd overheard as the family butler escorted me down the hall. I'd been so proud, too. Thought I'd succeeded, given the missteps of the day. I'd found this dress at a designer vintage consignment shop in Cambridge, one of those places that specialized more in fashion history than in good deals. I'd never been able to afford anything in there before, but today they'd welcomed me, my torn jeans and Brendan's credit card with open arms. The owner had helped me find a gorgeous shift dress in black silk with an embroidered chinoiserie pattern. It was even designed by Apollo, one of the flagship designers owned by Savage York and acquired by Blackguard Holding when it was first starting to grow, or so Wikipedia had informed me. I had a blowout and makeup done at a nearby salon while I watched YouTube videos on place settings. I was running only 15 minutes late and feeling, if not confident, then at least reasonably prepared by the time I'd arrived in Brookline. Until the voices of Brendan's brothers had chopped that expectation down to the ground. Every fear I had was confirmed in less than 30 seconds. I didn't fit into Brendan's world. I couldn't even make it more than 5 minutes in his family's house. And maybe I never would. I toyed with the ends of my hair, curled in the ponytail, then pulled them forward to examine them in the streetlights that flashed past the window. Look at that. I do need a haircut. Brendan's hand closed around mine and pulled it away from my hair, taking my gaze with him. Stop. You're perfect. I looked at our connected hands, then back up at him. I am plenty of things, but perfect is definitely not one of them. He opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then shut it before he nodded. Stunning, then. And that includes your hair. It's not about my hair, though, is it? I turned to the window as we passed the Museum of Fine Arts, then a wash of buildings near Northeastern. Tears pricked again, and I hated myself for them. Hated myself for listening. Hated myself for letting them get to me. Simone. No, I would not cry over these stupid men and their stupid comments. Simone. I sucked in a breath. 2 fingers slipped under my chin as Brendan turned me back to face him, and I couldn't help the tear that tracked down my cheek. Fuck them, he said quietly. Fuck every word out of their insolent, ungrateful mouths. They don't deserve tears from you, baby. Not a one. The fingers at my chin drifted up and traced my jaw. After a glance at Anthony, Brendan pressed a button to raise the privacy screen between us. Did he want to prevent the man from hearing his kindness, or did he want to make sure I knew none of this was fake? My heart ached for the latter. He reached down and unfastened my seatbelt, then tugged me closer. Listen to me when I tell you that it wouldn't matter if you were perfect. My poisonous family would still find a way to tear you down. It's no excuse, but just know that it's not about you. It's about them and their miserable lives. He guided my head to lie on his shoulder and started stroking my hair. It was unexpected. It felt so good, and it made me cry even more. I swiped at another tear. Maybe you should be ashamed of me. I certainly don't belong in your world. You could have picked someone who knows you, or who at least knows what they're doing. He sat me back up, dark green eyes meeting my blue. We've been over this. Then he frowned. This isn't just about a few shitty comments, is it? Something else appeared to dawn on him as he looked me over. Why didn't you buy something new? Not that you don't look incredible in this dress, but it's still used. I finished with a hiccup. You knew? He tipped his head ruefully. Luxury is what we do, Angel. Yeah, I knew. Couldn't care less, but I knew. I sighed. I had a little trouble shopping today. Ruth thought I should go to Neiman's, but I really wanted to do it alone. Prove to myself, I guess, that I could at least handle one small dinner without an army behind me. But when I went to the stores she recommended, some of the ones your company owns, no one would... I gulped back a breath as my words grew shaky. This was harder than I thought. No one would help me. I choked back a sob, full of shame. God, this was embarrassing. It was horrible when it had happened, and somehow even worse to admit out loud. That even to some random shopgirls, I wasn't up to this job. The car pulled up to Brendan's building, but neither of us got out. It took a few seconds for me to realize he was vibrating with tension, with barely concealed rage. How? He asked, after what seemed like several minutes. How could that happen? I stared at my shoes, truly mortified. It was pretty simple, actually. I walked into 5 different stores, and every single time the clerks took one look at my crappy jeans and sneakers and either snubbed me, ignored me, or insulted me outright. It didn't matter how nice I was or how much money I said I could spend. They didn't care. I don't understand. Don't understand what? I fairly snapped. The fact that your rich brother saw right through me, or the fact that your employees literally turned down my money because they thought I couldn't handle their wares. Either way, it shakes out to the same thing, that I'm a terrible fit for this arrangement. Stop saying that, he growled. Jesus, Simone. Stop. I don't know. Doubting yourself, putting yourself down. I don't want to hear it. Why? Because it makes you uncomfortable? I was starting to sob now, undoubtedly ruining all the hard work I'd put into my appearance. Because it's not fucking true! Silence yawned between us, interrupted only by the harsh breaths I took while fighting back more tears. I failed. Miserably. What was he talking about? What did he even mean by that? Brendan took several deep breaths before he spoke again. Listen to me now. Because I am not a man who enjoys repeating himself. I stuck my chin out, ready to tell him exactly what he could do with his orders, but he caught it again, harder this time, and shook his head. His gaze was hot and intense, imploring me to do as he bade me. To listen, yes, and be still. I picked you for one reason, because you're better than my world. You aren't the kind of person who lets idiots like these people define you. Instead, you do what you know is right. Whether that means donating half your time to elderly people at the hospital or saving your family's farm, this plan was never going to work with someone like me, Simone. I needed someone better, because honestly, how else could a man like me fall in love otherwise? My hand dropped. My mouth fell open. Love? No. He was talking about the act. Our little charade. He needed someone good, Because otherwise, people wouldn't believe he could fall in love. Because Brendan Black was definitely not falling in love with me any more than I was falling in love with him. Right? So please, don't cry. Brendan murmured as he went back to stroking my face and wiping away my tears. I'm not made for tears, baby. I don't know what to do with them. That only made me cry more. You don't have to do anything with them. They're just feelings, Brendan. They'll pass. I was calming more, though. Enough to fish a tissue out of my clutch and dab at my eyes. But it's painful. You're obviously in pain, and I can't explain it, but it hurts me too. He shook his head, obviously befuddled. I'm not used to this. That earned him a waterlogged chuckle. I pressed a hand to his chest and sat up to look at him. I think that means you like me a little bit, Brendan. That bashful smile, my absolute favorite smile in the world, made an appearance. You know, you might be right. We stared at each other for another long minute, oblivious to the traffic rushing by, the driver waiting outside for us to exit, or the doorman beyond. Boston shrank to this single spot, this little universe in the back of a very nice car, where I was sitting with a secretly kind man who just said he chose me, for me. This time, I was the one to kiss him, and it wasn't because someone was watching, or because I was playing a game. It was because I wanted to, because I had to. At first, he stilled as my lips brushed over his, and I froze too, thinking I'd made a colossal mistake. Then Brendan Black did what he did best. He took control. One of his hands slipped behind my head, the other around my waist, and I was pulled onto his lap like I was no bigger than a house cat. His mouth devoured mine with a ferocity that had only been hinted at before, similar to what he'd done that first day he'd shown up at my apartment, but hungrier somehow. I understood the feeling, because I was starving too. Fuck, he muttered, just before he slanted his mouth to deepen the kiss. Plunder like the pillaging prince everyone called him. Jesus, Simone. I moaned as he sucked hard on my lower lip, then wound my ponytail around one hand and pulled. My hand slid under the lapel of his jacket, seeking purchase somewhere, anywhere. A button flew off his shirt. His designer shirt. His perfect suit. Neither of us seemed to care. Brendan, I gasped, as his lips immediately traveled to my neck and sucked. Oh, that felt good. The man knew what he was doing. Yes. He hissed into the sensitive skin behind my ear. Say my name just like that, you angel, you. Fucking beg for mercy from your own personal devil. I want to hear it. Brendan. I whispered again as he bit my ear. Brendan, please. Fuck. He shifted us until I was straddling him in the wide leather seat, causing my skirt to ride up my thighs. His hand slipped under the hem, finding bare handfuls of skin and squeezing as a guttural moan erupted from deep in his chest. He swallowed my own animalistic response, his tongue twisting around mine before his teeth caught my bottom lip and tugged. Jesus, Simone. His hips moved, thrusting up enough to make me whimper. What are you doing to me, Angel? Brendan, I stuttered, as he took a long lick over my throbbing pulse. We need to stop. What? No, I don't want to. Neither do you. His hips rotated again, underneath my seat, making it very clear just how badly he didn't want to stop. Good God, it was like he had a couple of soda cans stacked together under that tailored wool. I couldn't help the way my own body rolled into it, and we both groaned from the friction. God, it had been so long. But it had also never even come close to this, and we still had our clothes on. You keep rubbing yourself on me like that? He growled against my lips, his breath rough and ragged. I won't last 2 fucking minutes. I ground down harder, shivering at his grunts, at how close to the edge I could push him, unable to think any more about what would happen, what should happen, unable to feel anything but his broad, warm body under mine, the insistent ridge, the way his hands kneaded my flesh like a sundae pastry as he helped me rock shamelessly against him. You want to ride me here, you sweet thing? He thieved another kiss. Make yourself come on my cock, just like this. My body answered for me with every rock, every grind. Outside, Boston flickered and called into the night, but all I could feel was this man, the solid reality of him. Brendan's mouth traveled up my jaw and back to my ear, where his stubble tickled my lobe. You're right, Angel. Nobody's perfect, but you just might be perfect for me. His words unlocked some strange fury as I came. Every muscle I had tensed as my release flooded my system so intensely that I shouted his name into his chest as he held me through each and every shudder. Fuck, baby. He shook under my quivering body. That's my girl. Jesus Christ. My breathing slowed. My body sagged against his chest. And then, slowly, reality crept back in. Brendan's driver was standing on the other side of the door, like some kind of sentry for his prince's escapades. We were parked in front of a 4-star hotel in the back seat of a luxury sedan with windows that were not nearly tinted enough. And I had just had the most intense orgasm of my life on the fully dressed lap of my fake fiancé. What had I just done? Oh, God, Brendan. I slid a shaky hand over my hair, which had half come out of its arrangement. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have... Stop. The word cracked like a whip, his grip iron on my thighs. If you say a word of regret right now, you can consider the contract null and void, and I'll ask for my $5 million back too. The mention of money struck harder than a slap. I scrambled off his lap, heat flooding my cheeks, shame weighing down my chest. I tugged my skirt down, refusing to meet his eyes. Suddenly, all I could feel was how messy I must look, how cheap in my used clothes and amateur styling. The contract was supposed to protect me, keep this arrangement from becoming exactly what it had just become. And now, I wasn't sure if I'd just broken the rules, or myself. It's just a business arrangement, I managed. I know that. I crossed a line and it won't happen again. My words sounded like they'd come from somewhere else because inside, all I could hear was my soul screaming for more. More kisses, more touching, more Brendan. A sly expression spread across his face, telling me he understood the tug-of-war going on inside my mind. Slowly, he leaned across the back seat to press another kiss just under my jaw. Sweet, sweet Simone. Haven't you ever heard of mixing business and pleasure? Or contract amendments? Oh, God, if he kept twirling his tongue like that, I was going to yank my skirt back up for round 2. Brendan... He adjusted his trousers and groaned. You can't know the effect it has on me when you say my name like that. You like being chided? Maybe I just like that someone cares enough to want me to do the right thing. It begged the question. If his family weren't putting pressure on him to do the right thing, what exactly were they putting pressure on him to do? He didn't wait for me to ask as he sat up. You're right, I know. This won't happen again. Not unless you kiss me first. Again. For that, he earned a smack on the shoulder, which only made him laugh, full-throated and deep from his belly. It was maybe the best sound I'd ever heard. Dinner? He wondered. Or do you want to take that dress to the opera or a show? It deserves to be seen by someone who doesn't want to rip it off you in the back of his car. It was my turn to laugh. I actually think you tore it, and my mascara has to be down to my neck. If I'm being honest, the only thing I want to do is take my puffy face upstairs, draw myself a bath, and forget this day ever happened. Fair enough. But tomorrow, we're going to take care of this problem completely. He knocked on the door, which the driver quickly opened, then got out before turning for me. I hopped out behind him after wiping my face with a tissue. My eyes were swollen, but at least my makeup wouldn't be too smeared when the doorman caught sight of me. What do you mean by that? I asked as we entered the building. Brendan waved hello to one of the doormen, keeping my hand in his on our way to the elevator. He pressed the call button before turning to me. I'm taking the day off. We need to be seen together, and you need to get some respect. I dare them to kick you out tomorrow when I'm with you. I dare them to treat you like anything other than the love of my fucking life. He bared his teeth.
First the shop girls, then my family.
He snapped his fingers one by one, like the actions snuffed out his enemies just as easily. And while I appreciated the gallantry and the help with a task I clearly needed to do, I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if I were the object of one of Brendan's snaps, and how quickly, if he wanted, could I be snuffed out. 27. Culture Shock. Simone. Shopping on Newbury with Brendan proved to be an entirely different experience than when I was alone. It probably helped that my fake fiancé was unbelievably gorgeous in his bespoke suit, and none of the sales clerks could stop staring at him, but it was the casual mention of his name that mainly did the trick. Black wasn't technically etched across the storefront windows, but they certainly knew who signed their paychecks, and probably who was on the cover of Forbes this month, too.
We're here to do some serious damage,
Brendan said every time we entered a new store. I had to stop myself from laughing at the fourth one. Meanwhile, Brendan's unforgiving gaze shattered every clerk's shallow condescension. Within seconds, they would dash off for a manager, who would inevitably jump into keen ass-kissing mode as soon as they spotted Brendan's face and credit card. Champagne, espresso, even a steak lunch. We were offered it all.
Why are you asking me?
Brendan demanded once we were settled at Prioretti, a particularly ritzy boutique full of little black dresses from Italy.
I'm not the customer. She is. My girl isn't happy, then I'm not happy. And you do not want me to be unhappy. Understood?
The clerk and Brendan both looked up as I stepped in front of a mirror to examine myself. "And how are we feeling?" the clerk asked nervously. "Would we like another glass of champagne? Maybe some caviar?" I snorted. 5 for 5. "I'm good, thank you." I was more interested in the way my Brendan was watching me through our reflections in the mirrors. He clearly liked me in black and had insisted on several pieces at the other stores we'd been to. It wasn't a color I typically wore unless I was at the bar. I gravitated more toward pastels and softer colors, but I couldn't deny the way I felt in this silk dress that fit me like a second skin, or the way I shivered when Brendan looked at me like that, like he wanted to kiss me again the way he had last night, like he wanted me to kiss him back. "What do you think?" I batted my eyelashes. That heated regard brought out a coquette I never knew was in me. Brendan cleared his throat, then discreetly adjusted his pants while the clerk wasn't looking. I wanted to drool. I felt just a hint of what the man had going on down there when he'd pulled me onto his lap, and I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it some more when I was falling asleep last night, or in the shower this morning, or right now, when he was watching me like a panther on the prowl.
"We'll take it,"
he said with a mild croak, and turned to the clerk.
"The others as well. Have them packed up and sent to this address."
He whipped out the same card that he'd handed to the managers of the other stores, along with his Amex. Apparently, when you spent money like he did, you didn't have to carry your shopping bags like a normal person. Everyone took care of everything for you.
"Of course, sir."
The clerk's eyes had practically converted to dollar signs as he dashed off to ring up the order.
"Right away."
Brendan rose and approached me as I headed back into the dressing room.
"You look dangerously good in that dress,"
he informed me as he crowded me into the little room. "Not too poured into it?" I pulled at the silk. It was a little more revealing than I would typically choose, but it was definitely coming home with me now.
"Perfectly poured in."
Brendan ran a finger up my arm, then played with the thin strap over my clavicle. His lower lip found its way between his teeth, and he chewed for a moment before leaning in and pressing a kiss to my cheek. His scent of sandalwood and dew enveloped me. For a moment, I thought he might kiss me again. I wouldn't have fought him. I was starting to feel like that was a losing battle anyway. "Brendan," I whispered. He shuddered.
"Yes?"
He was waiting for me to ask, just like he said. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. His eyes shifted their focus to a spot over my shoulder, and he stepped away. The absence seemed to expand through my whole body.
"Someone was filming us through the shop window. It'll make a good TikTok or whatever. Get dressed. I need to make a call, so I'll meet you at the front."
Of course, it wasn't about the dress. It was about what we looked like buying the dress together. How could I have forgotten?
"And do we need any intimate or foundation garments?"
the clerk asked when I approached the front desk with the last dress to add to the clothes he was hanging into a bag. Sure. I'll take a look, I guess. I looked at the other side of the store, where Brendan was on his phone, currently deep in conversation with someone. Likely work. He'd had to take several of these calls today. There wasn't really a point, I knew. It's not like my underwear was going to be photographed at galas or recorded in Page 6, and it was the one thing Brendan hadn't suggested we stop for. But part of me wanted to see what someone who bought these clothes would wear underneath them. No doubt Brendan Black was used to taking these garments off the kinds of women who could afford them. What did he see when he did? I doubted it was panties from Target.
As I'm sure you know, the house just started producing lingerie, the clerk informed me. We have some of the new pieces for select customers. Follow me.
He led me to the far end of the store, where there was a bare, Rococo-style table set up for samples. He pulled out a drawer, then set pieces of black lingerie for me to look at on the tabletop. A few bras, some panties of different shapes, even a matching garter belt with stockings, all constructed of lace so fine I could see through it. If I had learned anything today, it was that true luxury wasn't loud. It was in the details. Luxe fabrics, perfect fits, true craftsmanship. Each piece was a work of art, sewn in an atelier somewhere in Europe, designed to last a lifetime if it was cared for properly, not just a few months before it would fall apart.
She'll take all of them.
Brendan appeared behind me. His hand slipped around my waist, and he pulled me back to nuzzle my neck. Something inside me sagged with relief at the renewed contact.
Are you trying to torture me right now?
I sucked in a breath as he pressed a kiss under my ear. Were there more people filming us right now? I was too absorbed in his touch to look around and see.
Wrap them up,
Brendan ordered the clerk.
Now. Right away, sir.
The clerk was completely unfazed, as if Brendan hadn't just chosen intimate underthings for me.
I'll add them to your bill. Good. You can try those on at home, Angel. Just for me.
My skin prickled at the idea of doing just that. Maybe in the bedroom I hadn't seen, but still imagined, Brendan relaxing in every night. It was all too easy to see the fire in his eyes as I walked through the door, modeling for him, enjoying his regard, knowing he thought I was perfect, if just for him. I'd never been much of a flirt, never the sex kitten type, but even the idea of undoing Brendan Black made me want to Google how to do a striptease. It was confidence. Yesterday, I'd felt like nothing, and today, for the last several hours, he'd made me feel like the most beautiful woman in the world. It might have been an act, but it still had the same effect. He made me feel like I could do anything, and that was a dangerous thing indeed. Stop it, I told myself, as he took my hand and led me back to the front of the store so he could pay. It's a business arrangement, I chanted mentally, despite the fact that fingers toyed with mine while he signed the bill. He doesn't want you, I insisted, when he tucked me under his shoulder and rubbed my hip like I belonged to him. Okay, maybe that last one wasn't completely true. He wanted to sleep with me. He'd been quite direct about wanting to mix business with pleasure. And why shouldn't you? A voice that sounded suspiciously like my sister's demanded in the back of my mind. He's hot, you're hot, and it's been how long since you got laid? What's the problem if you're two consenting adults? The problem, I had to remind myself, was that I didn't have casual sex, and definitely never with my boss. Once my body went to those vulnerable spaces, my mind inevitably followed. The more intense the sexual attraction, the more intense my heart tended to get too. And based on my body's response to Brendan Black, there was no way I'd be able to keep things compartmentalized when it came to him. I was already struggling as it was. He was giving me $10 million to be a professional. I couldn't afford to screw this up by falling for a man who had no intention of loving me back. Brendan's phone rang, and he stepped away again while the clerk finished wrapping up my new things.
Mr. Black seems to be very fond of you, he said once Brendan was out of earshot.
I'm very fond of him as well, I replied, somewhat stiffly. Then I decided on something else. At every store, Brendan had casually name-dropped Blackguard to make sure the clerks always knew their place, but my name hadn't come up once. There was nothing in the contract that required me to be an accessory, no better than one of my new handbags. I put out my hand and introduced myself with a friendly smile. "You've been so helpful. Simone Bishop." The clerk shook my hand with a bemused grin.
"I know, honey. Everyone from here to Miami knows who you are by now."
"Oh?" There were only a handful of other customers here, but now that I was looking, I saw the quick, fleeting glances my way. People were indeed noticing me.
"You made quite an impression at Jill Blake this morning."
The clerk pulled out his phone and found a TikTok video. It seemed Brendan was right about social media. I watched a grainy video of myself accepting a thorough kiss from him at the first store we had visited. The audio was TikTok poor, but at one point, you could clearly hear him introduce me as my fiancé, while a cutout of the poster squealed. The video had maybe been taken 4 hours ago. It already had 500,000 views, and as the clerk scrolled a few others, it was clearly not the only one that had been posted of us this morning.
"Congratulations on your engagement,"
the clerk said after he put his phone away.
"I don't know how you snagged a man like that, but he is as fine as he is rich. Nice work."
I didn't know if I should be offended or not, but I was too busy trying to breathe after seeing for real what Brendan had been trying to tell me all day. From the moment I'd signed that contract and accepted that ring in his office, I'd been on a stage. But until now, I hadn't realized just how big the audience really was. These thoughts stayed with me well after we moved to Avondale, the most expensive shop we had entered thus far. Up until now, I'd been messing around, content to try on small things, like day dresses or pants or equally minor things. But the clothes here were for places I'd never dreamed I'd be going until Brendan Black had shown up at my front door. They were for a character I needed to play, and that had to start now. "My fiancé and I are celebrating our engagement in a few weeks. What do you have in terms of formal wear?" I raised my voice a little, making sure it filled the space so that others could hear. Brendan's brow lifted. I'd spoken before he'd even started to make his own little speech. To my surprise, the shop girl nodded immediately, familiarly even. "Right this way, Miss Bishop." What a difference a day and a few million views made. At the back of the store was a green velvet tufted settee, surrounded by 3 racks of floor-length dresses. "Would you like me to leave you alone to peruse our selection?" the clerk asked, "or do you need help deciding?" I glanced around the room, trying not to look intimidated. "How about both? Give me a few minutes and check on me in a bit, please." "Absolutely. Call out if you need anything. My name is Ivana." "Ivana. Got it. Thank you. It's my pleasure." She gave a little bow before walking away. The bow was overkill, but she was cute, I decided. Brendan stepped out for yet another phone call while I browsed. Like Duco's, these didn't even have price tags on them. Well, I cared. For the first time all day, I cared. "Excuse me." I beckoned to a clerk. "Can you tell me how much these dresses are?" The clerk looked almost confused by the question. Clearly, she had thought it wouldn't matter. "Oh, well, they vary, but the ones you're looking at range from 3 to 9, I believe." 100? My stomach flipped. That was a lot of money. She blinked. No, 1,000. I could only stare. Okay, I needed to play this part better. What would fake Simone do? She wouldn't have asked at all. Although, if you'd like something better, we have a few couture pieces that might fit you. Let me look in the back. I nodded. Yes, that sounds better. My stomach churned as she left, though frankly, I'd lost my enthusiasm for shopping, particularly when I considered how many other times Brendan had handed his card over without even asking for the tally. He had probably spent enough on clothing in a few hours to pay my rent for a year. I thought of the people at the hospital, of Selena trying to find a job, of the thousands of homeless people in this city. Performance or not, guilt overwhelmed me.
Find something for the party? Brendan asked as he came to find me. Ruth confirmed that it's definitely black tie, so any of these would be... Simone, what's wrong?
I turned. His face blackened.
Again? Those fuckers. I thought I made myself clear.
He turned with clenched fists, presumably to locate the clerk, It was only then that I realized he thought I was being mistreated. No, she's been lovely. I grabbed his sleeve to pull him back.
Then what happened?
I shook my head. How could I say this without sounding totally ungrateful? How do you sleep at night? Okay, probably not that way. Brendan frowned.
Come again?
I groaned. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
Then what did you mean?
I sighed. Only, don't you think it's kind of obscene, spending money like this, when there are so many people hurting and in need? The anger disappeared from his features, replaced by something else. Confusion.
Now you're feeling guilty? Simone, you just signed...
He stopped and glanced around, before continuing in much lower voice.
Angel, you just signed a contract for $10 million, and you want to lecture me about money?
I rubbed my face. No. Yes? I don't know. That's different. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm part of the problem, too. I just feel so... It's confusing. These dresses are beautiful, but they are so expensive. They don't even have price tags. And you've already spent so much money, and it seems, I don't know, a bit problematic, you know? That brow arched again. I wondered if he knew how cute he looked when he was confused.
A bit problematic?
I huffed. You don't see it?
No, I do. I just think it's funny you're having a crisis of conscience after agreeing to do this very thing with me.
I flopped onto the settee. I had nothing more to say. Brendan took a seat beside me.
I get it. It's a lot. Gotta be very different from what you're used to.
I buy my clothes at the Goodwill. Different is the understatement of the century. He chuckled, but didn't reply. I leaned my head on his shoulder. Maybe we'd never be legitimate lovers, but in moments like these, it almost felt like Brendan could be a real friend. I'm trying to be the woman you need me to be.
Oh, I know. I heard your little speech when we walked in here. Very imperious of you.
He grinned. I shoved a fist into his shoulder, and he caught it to hold in his lap, massaging my fingers as he spoke.
It's just culture shock, Angel. Happened to me too when we left Southie. Ruth still has that stylist coming, and they can round out the rest of the things you'll need. Today was more about you, helping you find your confidence and making sure the world knows who you are to me. I think we accomplished that, don't you?
5 boutiques and 500,000 views later, sure, I grumbled. Brendan shrugged.
Worth it. Listen, you want me to even things out? I can donate the same amount. Or how about double? To Mass Gen, the Wild Bird Fund? Maybe Vi needs a few more Lemon Delight orders.
I giggled. I don't think she needs that many. But, yeah, maybe something like that might calm my conscience a little.
And in the meantime, we can go home, take a break from being on display.
That sounds great, actually. I hadn't realized how badly I needed a second to myself until it had been offered. As fun as today was, it had confused me even more.
You got it, baby.
There was a tug on my hand, and I looked up to meet Brendan's clear, solid gaze.
Anything bothers you again, even if it's me, you tell me, all right?
I nodded. Will do.
Good.
That gaze dropped to my lips, and he leaned in and pressed a kiss there. It felt so real, but this time, I told myself from the start that it was for show. It wasn't until much later that I realized that we'd been alone in the back of the store, with no clerk in sight, no one to film the kiss or the conversation, and I was just as confused as ever. 28. Cinderella Me. Simone. Brendan had already left for work by the time I was up the next day, but not without leaving a note next to yet another massive breakfast buffet, suggesting I tell Rosie which foods I actually preferred in the mornings, or not, if I wanted to keep eating like this. I smiled as I took some fruit and scrambled eggs. He had a reputation as a cutthroat, but underneath it all, I had a feeling that most of the time, Brendan was just trying to make people happy. The idea that he might want that for me was more appealing than it should have been. I knew there were other things on the agenda today. Ruth would be arriving soon with a stylist to finish outfitting me for the upcoming engagement party and a number of other events, benefits, store openings, and a few other social commitments where a fiancé would be expected to appear. So I had some coffee and breakfast, then spent what little free time I had making my first batch of dough in the new kitchen to see how my starter would react to a new environment. Yeasts were sometimes like people. It took them a bit to adjust to change. I had just finished setting up the dough for its first rise when Ruth entered the kitchen, accompanied by 3 other people, all of them carrying several tote bags. "There you are," she said. Oh, dear. I looked down. I wasn't the messiest cook in the world, but there was a certain degree of chaos you had to put up with as a baker. Flour had a tendency to get everywhere, and I hadn't bothered to track down an apron. "Hi, Ruth." I wiped my flour-covered hands on a dish towel, then crossed the kitchen with an outstretched hand. I must have lost track of time. "Hi, I'm Simone. You must be the glam squad Ruth's been telling me about."
"I'm Terrence," said a man holding a large caboodle. "Hair and makeup, and you are adorable."
I grinned. It was a better greeting than my first try at the stores, that was for sure.
"And this is Ariane, your esthetician, and Kate Zola, your general stylist, in from New York." Ruth said, "Why don't you clean up so they can get started? I need to get back to the office." "Wash the hair," Terrence called as I left the room. "I want a good clean slate."
30 minutes later, I stood in the center of my suite in nothing but my underwear, while Terrence and Kate circled me like vultures. Ariane was busy setting up a massage table in the room next door, where I would be having a variety of skin and beauty treatments done before the other 2 went to work. I might have been uncomfortable if they weren't so friendly.
"My God, just look at those ankles,"
Terrence cooed while he toyed with his hair, which was tipped with orange.
"Look at those legs,"
Kate corrected, eyeing me through her oversized black-framed glasses.
"I see lots of short skirts in your future, babe."
"Not too short, please. I have a 4-year-old niece. I have to squat a lot."
"What should we do with the hair?"
Terrence stepped forward to examine a lock closer.
"Do we like the length, Katie?"
Kate, the head of this whole operation, tipped her head.
"I think so. Bring it to the shoulder blade and give it a little texture. But we're not trying to do anything avant-garde here. She needs to look classic. Think Carolyn Bessette or a young Julia Koch. Maybe Carly Kloss after she married into the Kushners." Yes. Got it.
Terrence had a tendency to speak in threes when he was excited. I pulled at my hair. "Someone mentioned the other day that I have split ends."
"Oh, you do."
Somehow, Terrence's acknowledgement didn't cut the same way Brendan's brother's comments did.
"But what's the saying? The bones are good. A little trim and a deep conditioning treatment will fix that right up. Don't worry, babe. I got you."
I couldn't help but smile. In a weird way, the frank but non-judgmental discussion about my physical strengths and weaknesses was liberating. They were there to help me assemble the armor I'd need to survive the next few months. The cue to my James Bond.
"Good style has nothing to do with brands or trends."
Kate picked up a book of color swatches and started holding them to my face one by one.
"It's about working with the body you have. Do that, and you'll never look bad a day in your life, no matter where you shop."
She nodded, then turned to Terrence.
"Tell me she's not a soft summer." "I was thinking spring, but you're right. Damn, I owe you 20 now."
"We're going to want to bring some caramel tones into her hair," Kate said.
"Some sunny little highlights, too, up top. Ariane, let's work on bringing out the natural dewy glow in her skin, okay? Just a little spray tan, but mostly we'll just moisturize. On the nails, I want a soap manicure, but use the polish with the gold shimmer, all right?"
"Botox?" Ariane was already rubbing her hands together with glee.
"No,"
I said quickly. Good Lord, I wasn't even 30 yet. Thankfully, Kate seemed to agree with me.
"She's got good skin, so I think we can hold off."
And they went to work. For several hours, I was subjected to treatment after treatment in the privacy of my own home. Well, my fake fiancé's own home. Some pleasant. I found my own personal heaven in a seaweed body wrap. Others less so. Sugaring sounds sweet, but it's unequivocally the worst. When they had done all that could be done in a day, Ariane and Terrence left with kisses to my cheeks and an assurance that they would be back next week to help me prep for the engagement party. Ruth had informed me that it was a lavish affair that would be held at the Black family's estate in Newport. Black tie on the beach. It sounded nice, I supposed, for a party where no one I actually knew would be in attendance. After that, Kate and I spent another several hours going through my newly furbished wardrobe, making notes of anything she thought I still needed. Spoiler, it was a lot. And trying on everything she brought to see exactly what was going to look best. To my surprise, she embraced a good portion of my thrift shop finds, but gave me advice on how to mix and match with modern pieces so I could avoid looking like a period costume party attendee. Looking back, I could now see the mistakes I'd made trying to style myself. I'd shown up at Niall's home looking like a 1960s hostess when I should have taken my sweet vintage dress and paired it with modern hair and accessories. By the end, I had approximately 2 full months of outfits put together for occasions as small as a sidewalk promenade for coffee that might go TikTok viral again, to ensembles for various formal events that Brendan may or may not want me to attend. Did all wives and girlfriends of such prominent men go through this? I wondered. For the first time, I had a little more respect for people who made their looks their entire lives. Being an honest-to-God trophy wife could legitimately be a full-time job. Try it again. Kate sat on the edge of my bed and watched me walk in yet another pair of sky-high shoes. Try balancing more on the balls of your feet. I crossed the room once more in a pair of butter-soft leather sandals. They were beautiful and far more comfortable than I expected for 5-inch heels, but I still looked and felt like a baby deer trying to walk in them. I'm never going to get this, I told her. 2 inches I can handle. 3 inches is what my grandmother wears to protect her swollen ankles. Kate replied, Come on, girl. You're young, and those legs are too good not to show off. Practice makes perfect, so I want you walking in these around the house for the next week. She made a note on the master list she was keeping. A style inventory, she'd called it. I had an inventory, like a warehouse. Ruth probably loved it. Better, she said when I tried again and managed not to fall. I'll take your word for it. I reached out for the wall to catch myself. How are we doing? Kate and I turned to find Ruth in the doorway. I checked my new gold watch, a delicate thing from Cartier that Brendan had insisted on packing up yesterday afternoon. It was nearly 6 o'clock, which meant that if Ruth was back, Brendan wasn't far behind. Butterflies awoke in my stomach at the idea. All right. I stepped out of my shoes. The rug felt glorious under my bare feet. We've gotten a lot done. You certainly have, Ruth agreed as she looked me over. I even had new clothes for kicking around the house. The organic cashmere blush pink lounge pants, shirt, and robe had been the most comfortable things to wear in between the more ornate items I'd tried on, and they were still more luxurious than anything I'd brought with me from home. You look great, Ruth said. Love the hair. The makeup is perfect. I glanced in the mirror. This was the no-makeup look Terrence had designed and taught me for day-to-day errands in the most casual moments. For bigger events, he would come back to do my makeup himself, but he hadn't left before I demonstrated my ability to pull off the light contouring, the delicate brush of shadow and mascara, and the nude, glossy lips on my own. That, combined with the diamond drops and pendant Brendan had given me, along with the soft-shaped waves of hair and glowing skin, Ruth was right. I looked like myself, but better. My blue eyes stood out. My cheekbones were slightly more prominent, and my lips looked plumped and curved, about to smile. I looked beautiful, alluring even. And that wasn't something I'd ever thought I would say about myself. Thank you. I decided not to deny it. The team did a great job. I'm grateful. Ruth smiled. Good. Everything else taken care of, too. We decided no on Botox, yes on teeth bleaching later this week, and Ariane used sugar instead of laser. Kate replied, as she tossed a new scarf onto a pile to be put away in my closet. I frowned until I realized they were discussing my body hair, or, to be more accurate, the lack thereof. The truth was, Ariane had ruthlessly taken everything I had, but for a small landing strip. But I wasn't expecting Ruth, of all people, to inquire about those parts of me.
Ruth nodded. Excellent. She'll be ready for anything then. I reddened. Was this something Brendan asked her to schedule regularly? Make sure his partners were properly waxed for him? Obviously, she couldn't know that Brendan wasn't going to be enjoying the fruits of this particular labor, but it still felt a little strange to think that this might be a result of his preferences, not Kate's. Or mine. After all, I had told them what I wanted to. Don't be embarrassed. His siblings are vicious, if you haven't noticed. Ruth informed me. They'll look for any imperfection, and the last thing you want is to be a joke at the pool. What pool? At their estate in Newport, where the engagement party is being held. You don't have to go in, of course, but it will be an option. Like I said, you'll be prepared. Oh, thank God. She wasn't actually managing my vagina for her boss's sexual pleasure. Ruth was just a girl's girl and had the decency to think ahead for a pool party. Bikinis! Kate slapped her forehead. I completely forgot swimwear. She made another note. I'll send some over tomorrow, but we'll need to try things on properly. And some ways, swimwear is the hardest thing to fit. What time do you think you'll be able to come next? Ruth was already whipping out her tablet. She's got etiquette lessons in the morning. Etiquette? I repeated. Table manners, mostly, but also greetings for certain people, things like that. After Mr. Black insisted she meet with a financial counselor, followed by some time with me to... Ruth looked up quickly, catching herself. Go over some personal matters. By personal, I could only guess it was something that the stylist wasn't in the know about. I still wasn't sure if Ruth was in on our scheme, but the look in her eye told me she was there to inform me about more details about Brendan himself. Details I would be expected to know as his fiancé, fake or otherwise. 8 work, Kate was saying. I have clients after 10, and then I need to get back to New York. My little sister just got engaged. The two of them conferred a bit more before Kate had to leave, so I decided to excuse myself to check on my bread in the kitchen. There I found Rosie prepping dinner. What's on the menu tonight? I asked, as I went to check the proofing boxes. She looked up from where she was mixing a pastry dough on the counter and smiled. Beef Wellington, Mr. Black's favorite. You probably already knew. I didn't, but she didn't need to know that. Just like all of these people, except maybe Ruth, didn't need to know that I had more in common with them as employees than they realized. I hear you're a baker. Care to lend a hand? Rosie nodded toward the bread loaves. Or work side by side, if you like. Could be you've a thing to teach me. I just fiddle around. I went to remove one of the large vats of dough from the proofing box. Bread, mostly. Those are for a coffee shop near my apartment. Looks like more than fiddling to me, she said as I emptied the vat across from her onto the marble worktop. Sourdough's not an easy thing to master. My mother taught me. Do you know where the... I stopped as she handed me a pastry cutter, and then I smiled. Thanks. Made a few loaves myself. Rosie rolled out the pastry onto her side of the counter. Her forearms flexed with muscle as she worked. Your baking skills will come in handy today. Ever made a beef welly? I haven't, I admitted, as I grabbed a handful of flour and shook it on the counter so I could start separating the dough for the bench rests. But I know what it is. A beef tenderloin baked in a pastry, right? That's it. Rosie nodded toward the tenderloin sitting in a bowl near one of the sinks. Bit more involved, as it takes a few hours to make the pastry, of course, and then has to be cooked just right. Too little and you've got a soggy bottom. Too much and the meat's like leather. It's important to know if you're serving your future husband. He's very particular about his beef welly. Can't have a soggy bottom, according to Prue and Paul. Rosie grinned. I'd take it you're a bake-off fan, too. I grinned right back. Wouldn't miss it. We continued to work together in the kitchen, and for the first time in days, I started to relax. Going shopping and getting primped was all fine and well, but I hadn't really felt like myself until I was right here, up to my elbows in bread dough, baking for others. An hour later, I had all 45 boules and petards set for a second overnight rise in their bannetons, and Rosie had the beef Wellington stuffed and ready for the oven. We were just starting to clean up our respective messes when my fake fiancé walked in. He had removed his suit jacket, but he still wore the matching gray trousers, along with the white button-down rolled up at the sleeves
and an unbound tie hanging around his neck. A few buttons on his shirt had been opened, and I could just see a hint of dark chest hair. In other words, he was my newest fantasy come to life. His eyes met mine, and he stopped short, staring at me, sweeping flour from the counter. I looked down at my clothes, only to find that once again I was covered in the stuff. I really needed an apron. By the time I looked back up, Brendan had already reached me, his hands around my waist. He lifted me to the countertop, and then he delivered the kiss I'd been fantasizing about all day, whether I had wanted to or not. Tongue and lips collided, our hands found each other's hair, and my legs wound themselves around his waist. Just as quickly as it started, the kiss ended, leaving me breathless. Brendan's eyes were frantic, and his breath was short, but he didn't step out of my grasp.
"Hi,"
he whispered, as his forehead met mine. Hello," I managed. "Rough day?" His eyes closed and opened.
"It's better now."
"Aren't you loves?" His hands dropped at the sound of Rosie's voice. He spun to where she was scrubbing out the pan used for the mushrooms. "Welcome home, Mr. Black," she called out, like we hadn't just been making out in front of her like lovesick teenagers. For her, I reminded myself with some distaste. Brendan opened his mouth, but not before his eyes met mine again.
"I think you can call me Brendan, Rosie. You've known me most of my life."
Rosie paused, clearly surprised, then glanced between us with something of a knowing look.
"Of course, sir. Happy to. Brendan."
She went back to cleaning, chattering on about dinner plans and how helpful I'd been, if only to keep her company. I barely heard a word, because Brendan was staring at me again. "What is it?" I looked down at my clothes, which had transferred some flour onto his now. I need to change, I know, or at least find myself an apron. All this flour, and on these nice clothes, too. It's just
"Perfect,"
he interrupted softly. His eyes had turned the darkest shade of an aurora, but were touched with something warmer.
"You're perfect just like this. Except..."
Except what? I knew I should have worn my old clothes to bake. He turned.
"Rosie, can you hand me a wet cloth, please?"
She brought him a damp rag, which he then held up to my face.
"Can I?"
I nodded, though I wasn't sure what he was offering to do. Clean off flour? Or not. To my surprise, Brendan proceeded to clean off every speck of makeup from my face. When he was finished, he set the rag aside and smiled.
"There. The makeup was pretty, Angel. But don't put that shit on your face unless we're out. When we're at home, all I want to see is you."
Oh, okay. I didn't know what else to say, but I couldn't look away either. What game was he playing? Was this for Rosie's benefit, too? These deep, dark looks of something I could only name as longing? Something I was sure was embarrassingly present in my own expression? It's a business arrangement, I reminded myself for the 1,000th time. It's all an act for anyone who might see us together, and that included his employees. The words echoed in my head as a hint of a smile played over those full lips, like he was searching for the right words to express himself. He just opened his mouth when the sound of the elevator bell broke through the apartment. "Brendan, where are you?" Immediately, Brendan's expression broke into a scowl.
"Fuck."
29. Might as well douse me in flour. Brendan. It took 14 hours of back-to-back meetings to recover from the first day off I'd taken in years. Turns out, you can't actually take a spontaneous day to yourself when you're the very tentative interim CEO of one of the largest companies in the world. Had it been worth it? Absolutely. Had I paid the price for it? All fucking day. And then, of course, there were the phone calls from my father nearly every hour, interrogating my decisions, second-guessing my instincts, and calling me an idiot with every suggestion I made. I left the office in a storm, realizing that more difficulty lay ahead of me at my apartment. Having Simone there was turning into a problem. Last night, I'd stared at the ceiling until approximately 3 a.m., forcing myself not to sneak downstairs and steal into her bedroom like a creep. This morning, I'd only just stopped myself from doing the same thing, and had instead beat off in a cold shower twice before my cock calmed down enough that I could get dressed. It was the lingerie that did it. The black lace underthings that I'd probably never get to see, but would never stop imagining on that golden skin until the day I died. I should have left them in the fucking shop. It was time to acknowledge the truth. I was drawn to the girl, and in a way that wasn't purely physical. Had been from the beginning. There was no shame in that. But for some reason that was completely beyond me, I wasn't able to control it. In another life, I would have wanted to know her better. I would have returned to that shitty lounge and ordered bad scotch and talked to her about life and love and anything else she wanted for weeks until I earned enough trust to ask her out. I would have taken her on dates, real ones, like to a movie or a baseball game, not the ornate crap people like me did to impress each other. I would have kissed her on a front porch somewhere, charmed her into sex, maybe even married her one day and pumped out a couple of kids. Done things like save for retirement, get a dog, coach Little League, and host game nights with our friends. The fantasy of a normal life right out of a sitcom played through my mind like a highlight reel all day, but only so I could come to the same conclusion again and again. That was not my life. It never would be. But bringing a woman like Simone into the world I lived in, she'd wither on the vine, and I'd be responsible. Being a black wasn't easy. Being the eldest black was even harder. Why would I subject an innocent person to that torture? Distance. We needed distance. No more needless flirting or affection, even in front of others. People saw me as the Black Prince, so they shouldn't be surprised if I acted that way with my future wife, right? Brendan Black didn't have a heart. Why was I trying to pretend I had one now? Unfortunately, said heart continued to beat faster with anticipation as I rode up in the elevator. The exhaustion of it all hit me the moment I walked through the door, passing Ruth and Kate on their way out. I'd barely managed to say hello. I needed a drink. I needed something. Then I walked into my kitchen and needed her. Simone was covered in flour again, a good amount of it on her cheeks and nose, laughing as she cleaned the kitchen, her clothes a mess, hair newly trimmed, but still deliciously free down her back. She looked different, but not much. When Ruth had mentioned a makeover was on the schedule, I'd been very clear, and maybe overly intense, when I'd ordered her to keep it to a minimum. Give her all the clothes she wanted, jewelry, shoes, shower her with it all. But I didn't want them to change her, not to the point where she wouldn't be herself. Whatever they'd done was magic. Dressed only in a thin pink shirt and matching pants, Simone shone like a brighter version of herself, a halo brought to life. Then she turned with eyes twinkling like stars in the sky, and everything else was a blur. My feet had moved of their own accord, and I was kissing her well before I even realized what I was doing. Home. The word sounded again, sweet and true as any bell thrumming through my very soul. Her taste, her touch, her mouth. For some reason, this girl felt like the only thing that grounded me, the only place I'd ever belonged. Which was why, as soon as I realized that yet again I'd broken the agreement between us, I'd let her go, shocked and disgusted with myself for potentially hurting Simone as well as losing my self-control. Rosie had said hello.
and I had never been so grateful to hear my chef's voice. Then Simone had forgiven me for my transgressions, and I was 2 seconds from asking her to tear up the contract and be mine for real. And then my fucking brother walked in to ruin it all. "Owen?" My voice was gruff like I'd been shouting. My grip on Simone's waist tightened. "What are you doing here?" My brother walked past me, not waiting for an invitation, to grab some of the appetizers Rosie had finished preparing. "Just wanted to visit my baby brother and his lovely fiancée. Is that so bad?" "Not at all," I lied. Suspicion washed over me like milk gone bad. "It smells amazing in here." He moved to where Rosie was pulling something out of an oven. "What is that, Rosita?" "It's Rosie," I snapped, "and you've met her too many times to count." "Sure, yeah. What's for dinner?" He seemed to consider whether or not to steal a bite of the dish, but decided not to. At least he was smart enough not to burn himself. "It's beef Wellington," Simone piped up from where she still sat on the counter with me, standing between her legs. Christ, I didn't want to move. "Brendan's favorite." Owen turned, a snide smile spreading across his face. "Isn't that sweet? The little wife is learning your favorite things." Simone shrank. I wanted to punch him in the face even more than usual. I settled for moving my hands to her thighs and holding her close. "Rosie made it," Simone said, a bit more quietly now. "She was just showing me how." "And Simone was baking bread for her business." I looked down. "Right, baby?" Her gaze looked a little more hopeful when it met mine. "That's right. Ruth arranged for a delivery service to come tomorrow to pick it up." "Sounds great. Save some for us, though, will you?" Brendan," said Rosie, "would you and Simone like to eat in the kitchen or in the dining room?" "It's Brendan now?" Owen asked. "Getting familiar with the staff, are we?" "Shut it," I snarled. Then, to my thankfully unflappable chef, "Kitchen's fine, Rosie, thank you." "And make sure to set a plate for me," Owen added. "I wouldn't miss Brendan's favorite for the world." We waited, somewhat awkwardly, for Rosie to set the table and lay out the dinner. Simone slid off the counter to change, but when she returned, she kept glancing at me like she was expecting me to touch her or put on the show we'd mutually agreed to in front of family. When I didn't, she eventually gave up and went to help Rosie set the table. I wanted to touch her, but there was no need, beyond my own anyway. And I was done being that selfish. For now, anyway. "There you have it." Rosie put the beef Wellington on the table alongside a salad, a bowl of buttery mashed potatoes, and a bottle of wine. "Can't you join us?" Simone gestured to the 4th plate she'd set out. Owen snorted, then made a big show of flipping out his napkin. "You're a love," Rosie told her. "No, I'll go home to my family now, but I'll take some at lunch tomorrow if there's any left. Good night." Simone rose to give Rosie a hug, surprising me, and by the looks of it, my brother. Then Rosie was gone, leaving the 3 of us plus 1 empty seat, all watching each other like owls. Dinner. With my brother. When was the last time we'd done that? 2005? "Look at us. All together. Pals," Owen said. Owen went for the wine and filled his glass to the brim. Simone and I watched as he piled 2 large slices of Wellington onto his plate with equal gusto. "Can I serve you?" I held out a hand for Simone's plate. With a curious glance at Owen, she nodded and handed it to me. "So, I was thinking I could help you guys out," my brother said through a mouthful of potatoes. "Jesus, Owen, leave your manners at home?" He swallowed and grinned. "We're all out in the open here, aren't we? No pretenses, no secrets to hide." Something prickled up the back of my neck. Simone looked at me confused. "Help us with what?" "With your little act."
Owen shoved a bite of Wellington into his mouth and swallowed before continuing.
I support what you're doing here, but you need an alibi. And I need something to do now that my workload has decreased so much.
I rolled my eyes.
Owen, you've just been promoted to the fucking COO. You have more than enough to do, so stop bitching about your little project.
My brother ignored me.
So it hit me. I need to get to know Simone better. Make it look like we've formed a friendship or something. Dad thinks I'm making nice with you and overlooks the whole mortgage failure bullshit. I make it look like your relationship is legit, so you can be head honcho. Simone here gets her cash and maybe a little bonus at the end. Everyone gets something they want, right?
By the time he was finished talking, Simone's face had turned the same color as the flour dusting her bread loaves.
I told him, I said quietly.
Then I glared at Owen.
Though I didn't think he would be such a fucking ass about it. You, brother, have always underestimated every person in this family and their ability to be an ass.
He wasn't wrong.
Not sure if your relationship with Simone is really all that important in the grand scheme of things.
He chewed a big bite of steak and swallowed.
Can't hurt, though, right?
I couldn't argue with that. Honestly, I didn't want to. While I had no intention of looping my brother in on Simone's and my charade beyond just telling him about it, I wanted to get this dinner over with as soon as possible. Simone stared at her plate and blinked furiously. My throat thickened as I realized she was warding off tears. Of what? Frustration? Anger? Sadness?
Why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Simone? Owen said. Where are you from?
You know where she's from, I snapped. I told you all last weekend.
I know where you said she's from,
Owen countered before taking a sip of wine.
I don't know where she's actually from.
I grew up in Vermont, she replied while she pushed a bit of Wellington around her plate. She still hadn't taken a single bite.
So that part was true.
Owen stuffed another forkful of potatoes in his mouth.
What do your parents do?
She finally looked up at me. I nodded. It's fine. Her chin jutted out with a bit of defiance that made me want to kiss her all over again. My mother died when I was young. My father's a dairy farmer. We have a farm in Woodstock called Dandelion Farm.
Owen paused. Dandelion Farm. You know, I think I've heard of that. I could see the wheels turning in his head. If I had recognized the name of her farm from the list of bad mortgages he was handling, I knew he would in a second.
We once distributed dairy products all over New England, so I'm not surprised.
Right, I remember now. He gave me a pointed look. Questions were coming.
Since figuring out her connection to the farm, I'd been pulling strings left and right to remove it from the sale I'd ordered. It was proving difficult, but I was doing my best. Now Owen knew why. I pressed a foot on top of his, hard. He turned back to Simone.
So, you volunteer at the hospital. What else do you do, gorgeous?
Simone bit her lip at the nickname I knew was mostly to get under my skin. I, was working at a bar in Back Bay, but I don't anymore.
Well, who can blame you for that? That sounds fucking terrible.
I actually liked it all right. I enjoy working with people, and the tips were good.
But not as good as my brother's.
Owen, you can shut the fuck up now, I snapped. Brendan! Simone reached over to rub my shoulder. My brother held up his hands, chuckling.
I'm joking, man, just a joke.
Simone stood to get herself some water, and Owen made no secret of raking his eyes over her body in her relatively clingy pajamas. I was ready to chuck him out the window.
Well, now you can do some charity work or something, he said once she'd returned to the table. I'm assuming Brendan is paying you handsomely for your services, and you won't need that job after this one.
A hushed awkwardness fell over the table as Simone looked down at her plate again.
Owen, I swear to God, actually, I think it's a brilliant move.
He rattled on like he hadn't all but called Simone a prostitute.
All the benefits of an engagement without the messy entanglements and emotions. And when it's over, you can wrap it up in a bow without a nasty divorce.
He shoveled more food into his mouth, and I continued to glare, hoping he'd get the message and leave.
Plus, it's not like the door needs to be closed for future arrangements if you find yourself lonely one night. The best escort in town is one no one else knows about, am I right?
I exploded out of my chair, charged around the table and yanked Owen out of his seat by his collar, then tossed him 10 feet across the floor. My brother slid, laughing, over the hardwoods.
Well, damn, Brendan, look at you getting all gallant on me.
He stood and fixed his tie.
But I'll warn you, do that again, and I'll break your neck. I'd like to see you try, I snarled.
Owen looked very much like he wanted to, but just as he leaned forward, Simone stood from the table too.
That's enough! Owen!
He looked at her.
Yes, gorgeous?
Stop with the nicknames. And for the record, while yes, this is an engagement of, shall we say, convenience, it is an actual engagement. I'm not a sex worker, so I'd appreciate it if you would stop making veiled comments about that.
Owen didn't look like he believed her in the slightest, but he bowed slightly.
Your wish is my command.
Brendan!
I continued to stare my brother down.
Yeah, Angel.
Owen's brows lifted at the term.
Brendan?
I turned to meet her gaze, and my fury chilled just a little.
This is between us, she said. I don't need you to fight your brother for me. It's not worth it. Not even a little.
Those sparkly blue eyes held me rapt until enough tension flowed out of my shoulders, and I released the fists I'd been clenching.
Okay. Owen, I appreciate your offer, but I think we got it. No need to pretend to be Simone's friend, or really talk to her at all. And by that I mean fucking don't.
My brother blinked for a few long seconds, then nodded with another smile.
Sure, I'll stay out of your way. And you stay out of mine. Are we clear?
His eyes met mine, and all traces of joking vanished. I knew what he meant. The mortgages, the Ventnor development, Simone's family farm.
We can talk about this tomorrow, I said through gritted teeth.
He bared his own teeth like a wolf.
Oh, we definitely will, brother. You can count on it.
30. A little healthy competition. Brendan. The whole goddamn world had been invited to my engagement party. I'd expected our extended family to be there. The board of directors, of course, including the Savage family, and some other key stakeholders. A fair number of Dad's old guard from the neighborhood. But I didn't think he'd invite every person of note in greater New England, every hand he'd ever shaken. I should have known, of course. Blackguard holding was the only thing that truly meant anything to my old man. Nearly 2 months had passed since his procedure, but he still hadn't gone back to the office, though in some ways he may as well have, considering how many calls I was fielding from him per day. This party was a way for him to announce to the world that if he wasn't back, he was close. I knew the truth, though. I still remembered how he looked the first time I saw him lying unconscious in the hospital, weak and frail, a complete contrast to the man who'd done nothing but instill fear in me and my siblings our entire lives. Now the oxygen tank was gone, but the cane was needed. At home, he still stumbled every so often, wheezed when he walked too fast, and grimaced each time he had to get out of a chair. I found myself wondering what Simone would do if she were at the house with him instead of the hospital. She was literally trained to help people like this be at ease with their weakness. What would she do for someone like my dad? Not that I was going to ask her. The fucker didn't deserve it. After the dinner with Owen, we'd both, by unspoken decree, taken a break from the charade, spending our days separately and pointedly not going out in public, or really anywhere explicit displays of affection would be required. I went to the office to put out fires and try to prove to the board that my position should be made permanent upon my father's supposed yet still unannounced retirement. Simone spent her time either baking or learning all the crap Ruth insisted she needed to know to socialize with my family and the rest of our peers. We'd have dinner together, chat a little, and retire to our bedrooms, where she probably read a book or something equally innocent, while I went upstairs and furiously jerked off so I wouldn't tear down her door like a sex-crazed Viking. I was up to 3 times per icy shower just to get some sleep. So sure, things were calmer, but definitely not easier. I only came close to kissing her one more time when she sent Rosie home so she could make me a French omelet with her family's goat cheese, served with some of her fresh bread and butter. It was probably the best fucking thing I've ever eaten. I took the rest with me for lunch the next day, and the taste made me lose focus in the middle of a meeting where I was too busy imagining her smile when I was supposed to be listening to the newest numbers coming out of our tech division. Otherwise, there were no more kisses, no more hugs, no more touches. I was a model of self-control, and it was fucking torture.
"Are you okay?"
Simone asked as we approached the portico entrance to the house, where an event planner was checking people off a list as they filed inside. It was ridiculous. My fake engagement had turned into an event that essentially required ticketed entry. A month ago, I'd have thought nothing of it, but lately, I was seeing the grandeur of my life through a different lens. It was Simone's conscience I now heard when I arrived home to my far too spacious apartment or walked up the steps of a house bigger than a monarch's castle. What was it all for? And couldn't it be used for something more? "I'm fine," I said, maybe a little more sharply than I intended. And maybe I was a little too intent when I grabbed her hand. I'd been waiting almost a month for that small privilege. Pathetic. I tried for a smile. "There are a lot more people here than I thought." Simone's face softened.
"Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a lot."
Fuck, she looked great. Her stylist had done excellent work with a sleeveless slate dress that slipped over her curves like a stream, and a matching translucent shawl draped over her shoulders. With my name, she had the ability to borrow from the best jewelers in the city, but Simone had opted again for the simple pendant and earring set I'd given her on our first date, along with the ring on her finger. With her hair swept around one shoulder, she was the definition of simple elegance. Da Vinci would be proud, and then he'd probably want to paint her. I'd been trying not to stare the entire drive here. "The staff will get our bags and put them in our room," I told her as we walked inside.
"Our room?"
She stared all around the foyer with its winding double staircase, marble floors, and coiling woodwork, a crystal chandelier winking above us. "It's just for tonight." Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes.
"Of course. People will expect us to sleep together, obviously. I just didn't think about it until now."
Neither had I, actually. Christ. Now I was imagining being alone with her behind closed doors, taking off her dress, lying on our bed. Our bed. My tuxedo pants grew tighter. I was going to have to go for 4 tonight. God damn it.
"There they are."
I didn't know who had said it, but we'd been spotted by several partygoers. I squeezed Simone's hand and led her under the stairs to the back doors of the house, where the party was being held on the lawn that stretched all the way down to the beach. A band was set up past the pool, along with a dance floor and a tent where people were eating.
This isn't an engagement party, it's a circus, I muttered. Now it was Simone squeezing my hand.
Welcome to the greatest show on earth?
I tried to smile back. Yes, exactly. Break a leg, baby. I waved at an eager guest, then took the opportunity to lean down and press a kiss to Simone's cheek. 2 seconds, just for show. I was really starting to hate that fucking contract. She reddened but leaned into the kiss, so I lingered, taking a few deep inhales of her lilac scent. Somehow I managed to stand back up. All right, let's go find my horror show of a family and show you off. It was the definition of a rock and a hard place. I wanted her alone. Wanted to carry her up to our room like a caveman, toss her onto the bed, and do unspeakable things to that body before falling asleep with her in my arms. But since that was impossible, I had to content myself with dealing with the mob, just to have a reason to hold her hand. It proved difficult to make our way through the crowd, as we were stopped every few steps by well-wishers, that is, people looking to kiss my ass. By the time I found my father holding court with my siblings, Liam, Liza, and a few other hangers-on at the edge of the dance floor, 90 minutes had passed. Simone looked dizzy from the effects of too many champagne toasts and introductions. "Brendan!" my father barked when he saw me approaching. Having traded his tracksuits for a tux that matched every other man's at the party, something closer to vitality colored his features. But for my father, vitality wasn't much different than the need to dominate anyone and everyone in his path. Like any predator, he was ruled by the urge to kill. Gripping Simone's hand, I led her over to him. "Well, well, well, this must be your Simone. We meet at last." His dark green gaze skimmed over my girl, and I fought the urge to shield her with my body. Instead, I rolled my eyes and affected nonchalance. "Jesus, Dad, you've met. She was there with you in the hospital." A nasty half-smile hooked the left side of his mouth. "Of course. How could I forget such a pretty face?" It was classic Niall Black, an insult hidden in a compliment, designed to let people know who was in charge.
"Well, he wasn't in the best place to be receiving company," Simone put in. Everyone turned to her, like they hadn't even realized she could speak. She blinked. "I just mean I wouldn't blame you for not remembering me, Mr. Black, given your condition. It's nice to see you again. I'm so glad you're feeling better."
She couldn't have known what she'd done. How with her brief acknowledgement of his weakness, she'd kindly but effectively put my father in his fucking place. How what most people would take that as consideration, but Niall Black would take as an insult. Oh, you beautiful thing, you. Once again, I fought the urge to get her the hell out of this den of lions. Instead, I stepped aside, though still holding her hand, while she accepted a kiss from my father that lingered just a moment too long on her cheek. Dad might have been in his 80s, but he'd never hidden his appreciation for an attractive woman. There was no shortage of models looking for his approval, given that so many of his companies literally owned their careers, and Dad's affairs were one of those things that everyone in the family, including his wife, overlooked. This was his way of letting her and me know that he could have her if he wanted. I wanted to pluck his fucking eyes out just for looking at her. "Beautiful," he said, as he lifted her hand to his lips. "Just beautiful." Simone kept a careful smile plastered across her face, but I could read the discomfort behind the expression. I couldn't take it any longer. "Dad," I said a little too sharply, wedging my body between her and Simone, "thanks for all this."
"It's too much," Simone added. "You really didn't have to do all this just for me." "Goodness gracious, really? Ronan wondered loudly to Liam. "Maybe we should have done a barbecue with mason jars and sunflowers. Throwed us a real Pinterest party."
Liam snorted, though he had the good sense not to reply in kind. But beside him, Shay kept going.
"Oh, my God," she snickered. "Could you imagine us hosting a sweet country wedding with gingham tablecloths and hay bales to cut costs? We could use her cows as bridesmaids."
By that point, they were falling all over themselves laughing. Simone wouldn't know the first rule of being a black was not talking about money that went into being a black, but my siblings were ready to pounce on any sign of her incompatibility with our world. Really any weakness at all. Bullies, all of them, raised by the biggest bully of all. Meanwhile, Simone had shrunk into a shadow of herself with the same expression she had worn after being rejected by idiot shopgirls. Well, fuck that. Don't be assholes. I shot all three a glare that silenced them. Just because you were spoiled fucking brats doesn't mean everyone else in the world acts that way. Have some goddamn respect. Ronan looked like he wanted to argue back, and Shay bit her lip, looking appropriately chastised. But neither of them said anything. It was only when they both looked away that I slid my arm around Simone's shoulders and pulled her to my side. Besides, baby, you're worth the biggest party we could throw. Those blue eyes sparkled back up at me with something that looked oddly like hope. Fuck, she was a good actor. You're worth 1,000,000 of them. A slow clap broke out on the other side of the group. Owen, drawing attention away with a knowing smirk. "She is worth it," he said, "although it's unfortunate that none of her family or friends could come to celebrate with her." I narrowed my eyes. I didn't think he planned to screw me over, but certainly wouldn't risk embarrassing our father. I'd been dodging him all month, unwilling to discuss the farm and the mortgage situation, or even take meetings without others present, mostly because I was continuing to extract Simone's farm from the deal without my brother knowing. This was his way of pressing me. "Simone's father has a lot on his plate managing the dairy," I said. We'd actually prepared for this question at home.
"And my sister wasn't able to come because she's looking for work right now," Simone completed. "Before I met Brendan, I didn't have much of a social life because of my jobs, so it's just me here today."
"Pity," said Owen through bared teeth. "At least one of my children finally has the balls to get married," Dad remarked, like he was observing the goddamn weather, not lecturing his children. "You only had a legacy to secure. Instead, Owen's flailing around with real estate and my other son's giving away his fortune every weekend in Vegas." With every word, Owen and Ronan both seemed to shrink another inch. Dad might have been weak, but his ability to cut his children down to size hadn't suffered at all.
"What about me, Daddy?"
Shay piped up.
"I finished school. That's got to count for something, huh?"
A few other onlookers were starting to gather around us now, as eager as ever for another round of the black family drama. "All right," Dad said, a little louder now. "An Ivy League education only to tell me. What was it you wanted to do, sweetheart? That's right. She wants to be a fucking disc jockey." Shay couldn't quite meet his eyes as the rest of the crowd joined in with my father's cruel laughter.
"It's a music social media platform," she mumbled. "TikTok shouldn't be the only one doing it."
I felt bad for my sister. The rest of us had been done with school for at least a decade. I was almost 2 out. As the youngest, Shay was only just emerging from her cocoon of boarding schools and college. She hadn't enjoyed our father's habit of baiting and switching for years. Not on a regular basis. And even then, she was the baby of the family, the princess, the brat. But the looks on my brothers' faces told me they were thinking the same thing. Welcome back, kid. Taking Dad's shit was just part of being a black. "Brendan's the only one getting it done." My father's hand landed on my shoulder. heavy despite his frailty.
I'm proud of you, son.
A collective sigh traveled through our audience. The words were so simple. They sounded so natural. And while no one else outside this small circle would notice the way it turned every one of his children into stone, I knew my siblings were just as affected by the mild praise as I was. I shouldn't have cared so much. Not about such a meager carrot from a man who had enjoyed pitting us against each other since we were kids. I'd made millions for this family, billions, sacrificed my life, my dreams, any childish ideas of independence. I shouldn't have been clamoring for my daddy's approval like a child. And yet, I couldn't deny that some small part of me glowed under the praise. Pathetic. So, what made you want to marry my son, Twinkie? Dad wondered loudly. How did he charm you into such a whirlwind romance?
You mean other than with his net worth?
Ronan muttered just loud enough to be heard. Don't, I ordered as Simone stiffened beside me. Dad's question sounded like an invitation for a sweet story, but I recognized it as the trap it was. He was opening up Simone to more ridicule that she didn't deserve.
It's okay, Brendan,
she said with a pat to my chest.
Actually, it was with his sweet disposition.
She might as well have suggested that I had blue hair and a part-time job on Sesame Street. Every mouth in our audience fell open with disbelief. Liza and Leon looked like they'd been hit in the head.
Brendan? Sweet?
Owen didn't even bother to mask his snort.
As a Sour Patch Kid,
Shay chimed in.
Maybe she has him confused with the doorman at his building,
Ronan added.
Now that's a nice guy. Johnny always says hello when I arrive drunk. He even helps me to the elevator.
Shut up, I ordered all of them.
Maybe the reason he doesn't show this side to you is because you treat him so poorly.
Simone's voice was as even as ever. To my surprise, my family actually shrank under her clear-eyed gaze. I'd never seen anything like it. These weren't people who backed down to anything besides brute strength. They perceived kindness as weakness, considered compassion a character flaw, and yet, as Simone looked at them with an expression lacking anything but honesty, they struggled to meet her eye. One by one, their bravados toppled like dominoes under the sheer power of what I could only call her humanity. Then she turned to me with nothing but adoration, and my heart felt like a puddle.
The man I know is kind, dedicated, and unfailingly generous,
she said loud enough for everyone to hear.
He does everything he can for the success of this family, and not much less to help total strangers. It didn't take long for me to fall in love with him because there's no one like him.
It was witchcraft. Had to be. Nothing else could explain the way I couldn't stop looking. The way that in that moment, I'd have set every penny I had at her feet as long as she promised never to stop looking at me like that. She rose up on her toes, tipping her face toward mine, and as if led by a string, I bent down to meet her, our lips fitting together like two puzzle pieces. Cheers rose from the party. I barely heard any of them.
To Brendan and Simone,
someone shouted from the crowd. The toast was repeated again and again, but I kept kissing my girl. 10, 9, 8. I lost count of the seconds. Didn't stop until she pulled away, though only a whisper remained between us. No one like me, is it? I murmured, nuzzling her face. Simone's mouth curved against mine.
I couldn't lie about that, and they needed to hear it.
We continued to gaze at each other like fools who were really in love until Owen appeared beside us. "Nicely done," he said, low enough that only we could hear him. "Only one problem that I can see." As the crowd faded back into their own conversations, I turned. "Careful. It's all very sweet, but you've forgotten one thing. Everyone in this room does know you, brother, and knows everything that girl just said is a pack of lies. It won't take long for them to figure out that this—" He glanced at my arm around her shoulders, and the way her hand rested comfortably on my chest. "Can't possibly be real." He took a sip of his champagne and cast a bored look around the party. Simone couldn't quite hide her horror. I didn't bother to mask a scowl. "It would be more convincing if Brendan ignored you completely, or at least sold you out for a business venture, just like he does with everyone else in the family." He turned back to Simone and winked. "Don't forget, gorgeous, there's a reason they call him the Black Prince. He doesn't have a heart, so you should stop looking for one." Before either of us could reply, we were interrupted by 3 distinct taps on a microphone echoing through the speakers. "I think this calls for a toast," Dad said, as he slowly made his way across the stage in front of the band, which had stopped playing. I pulled Simone to stand in front of me, keeping my arms wrapped around her shoulders. She grasped my forearms like she was intent on keeping me there as a kind of armor. "Don't listen to him," I whispered into her ear. "He's just jealous." She turned to speak back into mine.
"I think that's what makes him dangerous."
She was learning our world faster than I thought.
"Thank you so much for joining us today,"
Dad began, almost like he was having a conversation with the crowd.
"Here to celebrate my eldest son's engagement to this beautiful woman he's found, to Brendan and Simone."
There was an art to his theater that I'd learned to recognize over the years but had never mastered myself. The crowd repeated after him like a congregation at Mass as they raised their glasses and took a sip. It was so odd to be cheered, and yet barely anyone looked our way. I may have been the heir, but he was the king. I wondered if I'd ever actually be able to fill those shoes. For the first time, I wondered if I actually wanted to.
"And while you're all here," he continued, "I have another announcement."
My gut twisted, and a glance at my siblings told me they were feeling the same way. Owen's face tightened. Ronan affected insouciance, though his eyes sharpened, and Shay straightened her heels like she was standing on her tiptoes.
"I spent my life building Blackguard from the bottom up."
Dad paced slowly with the microphone with the natural cadence of a born public orator, even with his cane.
"Over the last 60 years, we've turned a one-room betting box into the largest investment company in the world. It's taken blood, sweat, and a whole lot of guts, but we did it. And it's with the dedication of many people here tonight."
He offered pointed looks at Liza, me, my siblings, and finally Violetta, who now stood at the edge of the stage. She offered him a too-wide smile and blew a kiss. The rest of us barely managed to nod.
"As most of you know, recently I've had a little mishap with the old ticker."
His audience chuckled with him, like his heart attack was the joke he was making it into.
"Bullshit! You're a lying, Dad!"
Ronan shouted, prompting even more laughter. Out of all of us, he was the only one who seemed to have inherited the gene for showmanship.
"Agreed, it is bullshit."
Dad agreed to even more laughter.
"Unfortunately, it's also the sad reality of getting to this time of life."
He beckoned Violetta to stand next to him. She floated in chartreuse couture up to the stage, happy to be in the spotlight, if only as his accessory. There would be no speeches from her or announcements of her admiration. She knew exactly what was expected of her in situations like these.
What was expected of me and Simone, I realized. Silence. Acquiescence. And my sweet fake fiancé had already broken that silent accord.
My darling wife and I have had a lot of intense discussions, and we've decided the time is right for a transition.
My eyes widened right along with my siblings. He was really going to do it. He was going to announce his retirement and someone as his successor. Finally, it had to be me. It fucking had to. Simone's small, unintentional rebellion couldn't have ruined that so quickly, right?
After my rehabilitation, I was set to return to Blackguard at full capacity. However, we have decided that next month I will instead be returning with the intent to retire as CEO by the end of the fiscal year.
A hum rose through the crowd. They'd come here for theater, and they were getting it in spades. "Say it, you bastard," I found myself whispering. "Say it out loud for everyone to hear." I could feel Simone's concern as she shifted to look up at me. Just like I could feel every other gaze in the room flicker my way. I didn't move a muscle.
"It's not easy, handing over the reins to an empire," Dad went on. "But I'm confident that I will be leaving it in the best possible hands, which will no doubt belong to—"
I closed my eyes, imagining the moment he said my name. How I'd have to smile, then straighten my back and look like the competent CEO I was, go up on stage, shake my father's hand, and accept the crown I'd been born to wear, ignoring the unfamiliar dread in my stomach that mounted at the idea.
"One of my 4 children."
The announcement fell like a hammer, and the mirror of my goals, or at least my expectations, shattered. I couldn't think, couldn't see. I couldn't fucking breathe.
"Brandon?"
Simone's sweet voice forced me to return to the present and assume the mask that had protected me my entire life. I ignored the amusement dimpling Ronan's face, the shock and eagerness coloring Shay's, the satisfied grin splitting Owen's. Somehow I forced a smile myself. I released Simone and clapped my hands along with everyone else, raised my champagne glass in a too loud toast to my father's health, and joined everyone in a nauseating chorus of, "For he's a jolly good fellow." Simone sang with me, but I could feel her nerves shaking when I wrapped my arms back around her shoulders, if only because I needed something solid. As Dad left the stage, she turned in my arms and tapped my chest.
"Brendan, what does it mean?"
My father was now accepting handshakes and congratulations from his executives, board members, and other countless people looking to squeeze the last bit of profit from riding Niall Black's coattails while they could. At one point, that razor-sharp gaze found me, and a white brow arched wryly, as if to say, "Your move, son." "It means our work isn't done yet," I told her. "It means we still have 3 months to go."
31. Dogfight. Simone. So I have to know, how on earth did you snag the Black Prince? To the pair of chestnut-haired women with painted faces that barely seemed to move when they talked, I offered a sheepish smile around a mouthful of shrimp. Using food to keep myself from speaking had been my tactic all evening, to bypass variations of the same question. What the heck did a girl like you do to catch the biggest fish in the pond? From the sound of it, some of these girls had been fishing for over a decade. And they were just as interested in how to kick me out of the boat, too. As soon as Mr. Black finished his speech, Brendan and I had been invited to dance with the crowd to what they said was our song, That we had connected over Stevie Wonder's Isn't She Lovely was news to me. And then we had listened to approximately 140 more toasts in our honor. Then, as if the Gilded Age mansion and its opulent grounds weren't intimidating enough, I wasn't sure just how many car-sized chandeliers one house needed, but in the walk through the grand foyer, I'd spotted at least 4. Brendan was spirited away by investors, board members, and plenty of scary-looking business people. That was when my pseudo-engagement party turned into an interview with every socialite on the eastern seaboard. And let me tell you, these girls were brutal. "Patrice!" squealed the woman to her friend. "How can you even ask her that? Do you want to know the size of his parts, too?" "Pretty sure we got that information from Danica Edwards in Miami. 2014, remember?" The two of them burst into giggles, and I took the opportunity to grab another shrimp from a passing waiter to avoid answering the question. They'd been getting increasingly more personal as the night progressed, along with the amount of champagne that had been imbibed. "Oh, please, Camille," Patrice said. "Like you don't want to know. You chased him for the better half of last year." Camille rolled her eyes. "Much good it did me. The man is a monk, except with present company, apparently." They both turned to me with more giggles, clearly awaiting my response. This time, unfortunately, I was caught without a shrimp in sight. "We just connected," I said with a shrug. "There's really not much more to it than that." "Connected, right." Patrice winked with her spidery lashes. "So is it true? Is he as much of a devil in the bedroom as out? Or maybe it's you who's the real temptress, since you got him to put a ring on it, huh?" I fumbled, then nabbed a cheese puff off a passing tray and popped it into my mouth with another awkward smile. Patrice and Camille both tittered, as if on command. God, what time was it? Kate had insisted watches were not appropriate with evening gowns, so I was left feeling as if I'd been sucked into a time warp. Several hours must have passed. At what point was my duty served? How many of these people, most of whom were completely smashed, would even notice if I'd disappeared for the night? The other truth was that I was finding it harder to lie, not just about being in a fake relationship, but also about the fact that part of me wanted to know the answers to these sorts of questions as badly as the other women. Brendan's kisses still tingled on my lips, and the imprint of his hands on my waist burned, and every so often I would catch his glance from the other side of the pool, looking like a ship lost at sea, searching for a safe port in a storm. Looking at me like I was the lighthouse sent to guide him home. I constantly had to remind myself that the yearning looks, the lingering touches, the gentle kisses were all in service of our charade. And so I made a decision. "I'm going to find the ladies' room," I told Patrice and Camille, then slipped around the catering table so I could duck out at the party without being stopped for the 200th time and find a quiet corner to myself inside the house. House, of course, was a vast understatement, I thought as I wove through a wave of caterers emerging from the kitchens. Plural. The Blacks' Newport residence included enough art and land and buildings to fill a small country. It was the size of a hotel and could have fit an airplane under the 50-foot ceilings of the Great Hall entrance. Being here, among their peers, made me realize this kind of wealth bred not just confidence, but a sort of nasty entitlement. You could see that most of them simply thought they deserved their wealth, that they deserved to have this much excess while so much of the world struggled. It was why I hadn't been able to stop myself before Mr. Black's speech. I knew it was a mistake correcting Brendan's family on their perceptions of him, but the mere suggestion that no one would want Brendan for anything other than his money made my blood boil. I couldn't have done anything else but defend him, even though the look in his eyes after had confused me even more than before. The longing I'd seen, the desire, the knowledge that it was undoubtedly reflected in my own expression when I popped up to kiss him for everyone to see. The fact that in that moment, I hadn't been faking anything I'd said or done at all. I crossed through one of the living rooms that held 2 more chandeliers, along with 3 living rooms worth of furniture, and went searching for the southern grand staircase. Yes, there were multiple in this house that would lead to the residence wing of the mansion. Brendan had told me that his suite was the third door from the top. I turned out of the main foyer down a corridor I thought would take me in the right direction, only to find Brendan in deep discussion with Shay and Ronan at the far end, and by the looks on all of their faces, I doubted they wanted to be disturbed. Instinct guided me into a doorframe behind a large ficus, where I wouldn't be seen.
I mean, she's fine, definitely. You polished your penny up real nice, man,
Ronan was saying.
but she's just a piece of ass. No reason to marry her.
I scowled. None of Brendan's siblings would win any courtesy awards, but Ronan was a real piece of work. I had lost count of how many creative ways he had managed to insult my background. Others were clearly charmed by his floppy curls and dashing smile, but I thought he was a jerk. "Did you really think Daddy was going to hand you the company because you got engaged?" asked Brendan's sister, Shay, whom I'd still barely interacted with. "He didn't say that to me when I got proposals from Ryan Vanderbilt and 2 Kushner cousins last year."
That's because no one wants their grandchild to look like a Kushner, Ronan told her. They all look like thumbs.
"Thumbs who marry supermodels."
It's not like that, Brendan said. You make it sound like some kind of dirty scheme, and it's not. We're engaged. It had nothing to do with Dad's speech.
There was a long pause, one long enough to let me know that Brendan was as disappointed as I thought about his father's announcement, but also that his siblings didn't believe him. I didn't know Mr. Black, but it had been obvious from the beginning of that speech that he was toying with his children. Brendan undoubtedly knew it too, but clearly he still hadn't managed to keep his expectations low. I hated that he still had hope in such a loathsome person. At the same time, I understood it.
So, then what's the problem? Ronan asked. You're doing what he wants, aren't you? You heard him before the speech. He's fucking over the moon for you in Bedpan Barbie. Ronan, I swear to God, I'm going to knock out your goddamn teeth if you make one more crack about her.
Ask Owen. He already got a shiner once.
I'm just saying that speech was a test. For you. For all of us. But you're already the top of the class. You walk down the aisle with your little bride and start pumping out babies. I'm sure the crown will be yours in no time. The rest of us don't stand a chance.
Ronan couldn't quite keep the bitterness out of his jokes this time. Still, Brendan didn't seem consoled.
You don't understand. I can't. I don't want to put Simone through this. Dad's games, the parties, the speeches, being paraded around like a fucking trophy. It's beneath her.
Behind the ficus, I frowned. Wasn't that exactly what he'd hired me to do? Why doubt our purpose now when it was achieving his goals? "Yeah, but you know what happens if you two don't play Daddy's games," Shay said. "You saw what happened to me when I stopped." I listened curiously. What exactly did she mean by that?
You mean the way you went to a different school from the rest of us? Ronan asked. Big rebel, this one.
"Shut up, Ronan. You don't know what I've done. You're too busy getting STIs in Vegas to notice."
I'll have you know I keep that shit double-bagged when I'm whoring around, sis.
The two of them continued to bicker, while Brendan stayed quiet. I could easily imagine the expression on his face, the one where he was mentally searching for an exit, but hadn't come up with one yet. I almost stepped out from behind the ficus to provide that exit when he spoke again.
Maybe I don't want to play his games anymore either.
Immediately, Ronan and Shay stopped their squabble.
What does that even mean?
For the first time I'd heard, Ronan didn't sound like he was joking.
You want out? Right when you're about to get the crown?
Another long silence. I found myself touching the pendant hovering over my heart, the one shaped like a teardrop. Brendan's voice was so quiet, I barely heard him.
I don't know anymore.
I didn't have to look to know that his brother and sister were trading glances. When I did sneak a peek around the plant, I saw Brendan leaning against the wall, his hands rubbing his face, while Ronan and Shay mouthed a silent conversation to each other. My heart cracked at the despair in his posture. Oh, my secretly sweet prince.
He dropped his hands. You think I'm crazy. Why? Do you want it now, Ronan? Like, actually want it? After years of screwing around Vegas and being Dad's henchman, you want the top seat at the table?
Ronan bristled. It's not like I haven't earned it. You have no idea what that fucker has put me through. You think it's been hard up in your glass office, managing his paperwork and the board? I've been doing his dirty work for years. Takes a toll you can't even imagine. I never said it didn't. Brendan cut back. And you, Shay? You want to give up all the parties and the networking, whatever nonsense you've been getting up to in California and God knows where? The music industry is not nonsense, you dick. Shay snapped back with a toss of her hair. And I have the numbers to back it up. If any of you would forget I'm just a girl long enough to give me a chance to prove I'm as much a black as any of you. I frowned. I didn't know Shay, but there was a serious note under that flippant personality, just like the same one I heard beneath Ronan's defensive stance. One I had a feeling I'd hear if Owen were in the conversation, too. Niall had purposefully left the question of his successor wide open, and now all his kids were chomping at the possibility, just like he wanted. That's what I thought. Brendan sounded almost relieved. Huh. Then he straightened with an air of decision. All the black siblings were tall, but he stood at least an inch above his brothers. Neither Shay nor Ronan cowered before him, but I recognized it as the move for dominance it was. If that's how it's going to be, then both of you'll have to work a hell of a lot harder than you have, he said. I've carried this company on my back for the last 20 years. I'm not going anywhere without a fight. There was a silence. Then it looked as though Ronan slapped him on the shoulder, as if in congratulations. Good. Dad loves a good dogfight. At least we'll give him something that he wants in the end. Yeah, Brendan said. I guess we will. Shay and Ronan walked away, giving Brendan a moment to collect himself. I wedged myself behind the ficus as they passed, but neither of them was interested enough in houseplants to notice me. It was only after they'd turned the corner toward the main part of the house that I stepped out of my hiding place. That was when I found Brendan sliding to the ground, elbows balanced on his knees, with his head in his hands, apparently struggling to breathe. Oh, God, he wheezed. Oh, God, I can't fucking breathe. It took me a few seconds to realize what was happening. Big, intense, always in control Brendan Black was having a panic attack on the floor of his father's house, just outside his own engagement party, and I was the only person who knew. I raced toward him, kicking off my stilettos and uncaring of the fine silk of my dress as I joined him on the cold marble. Brendan. He jerked when I touched him. Simone? I slipped one hand around his back and placed the other on his knee, urging him to lean into me. It's all right. I'm here. Fuck. He sounded like he was in pain, still gasping. I rubbed his back, guiding him to put his head lower, more toward his knees. Breathe, sweetie. In 3 counts, out for 4. And again. Fuck. This family. This life. Don't talk. Just breathe. He tried to follow my orders as I rubbed his back with one hand, helping him through the rhythms of box breaths, just like I'd seen the nurses do with patients panicking when they came out of surgery. Then, all at once, he lugged me into his lap so I was straddling him, just like I had in the back of his car. My dress ripped up one side, and the rest of it bunched around my thighs, but Brendan didn't seem to notice, and honestly, neither did I. His arms locked around my waist as he buried his face in my neck and hair and sucked in deep, long breaths. Fuck, he kept saying over and over again, even as his breath started to regulate. Fuck. My fingers slipped into his hair, and I combed through it over and over, humming some nameless song my mother once sang to me when I was upset. Brendan wasn't crying, but somehow this was more vulnerable. His arms were vices, his whole body a quivering mass of tension. It's okay, I told him. It's going to be okay. Several moments later, he exhaled one final breath, then managed to pull his head up and look at me. I brushed his hair off his forehead, and with closed eyes, he pressed his face into my palm and sighed. It's a contest. His voice was quiet but trembling with emotion that I wouldn't have recognized if not for the remnants of South Boston peeking through his normally polished cadence. He's throwing us all into an arena to fight it out. I nodded. I heard.
How long were you listening?
Long enough. His eyes opened, pools of mournful green. Still brooding, but oh so sad. My heart broke for him.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. I've been working so hard, so fucking hard for so long.
I pushed my hand through his hair again. I know.
And my brothers, maybe even Shay, they used to know what was going to happen. It was better for them that way. Everyone knew the pecking order. We all knew our places. Now we're pit bulls in a ring. He wants us to tear each other apart.
My heart ached along with him.
I don't want to fight them anymore,
he admitted.
I don't want to fight my family, Simone. I don't want to be the Black Prince. I don't want to be like my dad.
You're not like him.
How could you possibly know that?
I continued to finger comb his hair. He seemed to like it when I did that. This relationship might be an act, but I meant what I said in front of your family. You're a good person, Brendan. You deserve to be happy, whatever that means. He blinked at me.
Do you know, you might be the first person who has ever said that to me.
I stroked the side of his face, enjoying the roughness of his stubble under my fingertips. His eyes closed again with obvious pleasure.
Simone,
he whispered.
What are you doing to me?
I traced the line of his jaw from his chin to his ear. I don't know. What am I doing to you? Brendan took another deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Then he took my face between his hands like he wanted to look at me close enough to figure me out, solve the answer to his own question.
I don't know, he repeated, but I do know that I want to kiss you right now. That would make me happy.
My mouth fell open, and I was rewarded by a slight dilation in his eyes as they tracked to my bottom lip.
Please, not for my father or for an audience or to convince anyone of anything. Let me kiss you because I want to. Let me do it, just for me.
I should have told him to stop. Should have said the lines were already so blurry between us, and a kiss like that threatened to destroy them completely. But those fathomless eyes pulled me into their depths, and all I could do was stare. Stare and acknowledge my own need, the desire that had been clawing inside me since our first meeting. Okay, kiss me. 32. It's never just a kiss. Simone. At first, it was tentative, searching, matching the uncertainty that had literally dragged this man to the ground in his anxiety. His lips found mine like a question, but as soon as my tongue touched his hesitation turned into blazing demand. Our hands were everywhere, grabbing for collars, straps, his hair, my waist, searching for purchase that would keep us anchored in this sudden firestorm. We couldn't get close enough. Within seconds, I went from comforting him to mauling him right there on the floor, like there wasn't any possibility of the several hundred partygoers might wander around the corner at any moment. I couldn't help myself. All right, no, all month, he had been a buffet I'd had to stare at, but not touch, despite the fact that I was starving. Now he'd practically begged me to dive in, and I couldn't stop myself from gorging.
Fuck,
he hissed when my teeth found his bottom lip. I paused, but before I could pull away, he took a handful of my hair and yanked me closer so he could devour me right back. Then he was all motion, grabbing my thighs and lifting us both to standing, then flipping me against the wall so that his big body trapped mine against the wainscoting, urging my legs to wind around his back like vines around a tree trunk.
Fuck.
His teeth dragged down my neck.
Baby, I'm not... Christ, this isn't... I don't want you to think...
I took his jaw, forcing him to look at me. Brendan, I don't. His eyes flickered from my mouth back to my eyes, like he was fighting some animal instinct to consume me the way I desperately wanted to consume him.
Don't what?
Think this is part of the contract. And there it was, the suggestion that was always present when we were together, that had lingered whenever we crossed the imaginary line between fake and real. Something in his expression softened.
Christ.
His voice was feather soft.
You're an angel. Do you know that? My angel.
Brendan,
Do you think,
he interrupted, before I could voice my argument,
that we could take a break from the contract? Just for the night?
Such a sweet request, following a kiss that was anything but. Almost gentle, though I could feel the ferocity of his desire against my stomach. Camille and Patrice would be very, very jealous. Still, despite the fervor written all over his face, despite his tendency to take charge in every situation, including my jobs, Brendan Black was asking for permission when it mattered most, and it only made me want him more. I drew a line over his cheekbone, down to his jaw, then to his mouth. Obliging my curiosity, he opened it and bit my finger, just slightly before he sucked on the tip. I shivered from head to toe.
Consider us on hiatus for the evening.
He closed his eyes.
Thank fucking God.
When he opened them again, there was nothing but intent there.
We're going to our room. As far as I'm concerned, the party is fucking over.
He carried me back up a back stairwell, likely designed for servants when the house was originally built. Brendan clearly knew the place like the back of his hand, as he darted down a few more corridors, stopping only to kiss me thoroughly against another wall or two, until we reached what he said was the east wing of the house. There, he finally allowed my feet to drop to the ground so he could unlock a pair of double doors. What do you think people will say when they find my shoes abandoned in the hall? I joked. Will they go looking for Cinderella, do you think?
If they do, they'll be shit out of luck. She already has a prince, even if he is a villain, too.
Room wasn't an adequate word to describe Brendan's suite. I followed him into a space that consisted of a sitting room, a walk-in closet in which our clothes had already been unpacked, a bathroom bigger than half my apartment in JP, and a bed the size of a small ship. Windows looking out to the full moon hovering over the peacefully lapping Atlantic. Wow, look at that trim. I pointed to the ornate plasterwork framing the ceiling and the spiraling medallion above yet another chandelier, albeit not as large as the ones hanging from 20-foot ceilings downstairs.
Simone.
I turned to where Brendan still stood by the door, hands behind his back where they were still holding the doorknob. Yes?
Do you really want to talk about interior design, baby? Or would you rather I strip your clothes and split you like Peach until you scream my name?
All thoughts of the room and its decor fled my mind. Brendan tipped his head to one side. A different kind of darkness had returned to his expression, one that should have sent me running. The second one. I managed. I want that. My black prince grinned. It was blinding.
Good.
He crossed the suite, shucking his tuxedo jacket in harsh, efficient movements without taking his eyes off me. I backed into the bedroom until my knees hit the edge of the mattress, piled with snowy linens. I barely noticed, because he was there, towering over me, hunger clouding his face. His hands found my waist as he pulled me forward and brushed his lips over mine. Once, twice, but it was just a tease before he released me to sit on the bed and stepped back. I could barely conceal my mewl in response. That mouth curved into a wicked smile.
Stay there, Angel.
And then I watched as Brendan Black, billionaire and CEO, performed a striptease. First came the bow tie, then the tuxedo shirt, revealing taut skin stretched tight across a broad chest and a washboard stomach. I hiccuped. Brendan paused.
What?
How do you look like that? I demanded. Don't you work in an office all day long? Brendan looked down at his body, then back at me with a cheeky grin that made my stomach flip over.
Stress relief, sweetheart.
The endearment came out with a flattened R in his natural accent, the only sign that he was struggling with restraint as much as I was.
Boxing helps. So does a trainer.
You must be really stressed out. I couldn't stop staring. He looked like AI made him. Did you work out today? His shirt fell to the floor.
No, but I'm about to.
He toed off his shoes and socks before undoing his black tuxedo pants and letting them crumple next to his shirt. And then it was just him, all long legs and lean muscle, chest dusted with dark hair that narrowed down his stomach and disappeared into the waistband of his black boxers. He was beautiful. There was no other word to describe him. Somewhere between a classical god and a warrior, nobility mixed with the bloodlust of his past, the remnants of some ancient Spanish raider who had invaded his ancestors' homelands in Ireland and planted the seed of the dark-haired prince, now invading my space, pushing me back on the bed and trapping me in the billowing linens as his lips found mine again.
Fuck, Angel. I've been dying for this for weeks. You know that?
No. I could barely get the words out. I needed that mouth, that tongue, that taste. His hand slid down, then back up with my skirt, pulling me up to remove it so that there was nothing but a few bits of thin fabric between us. The scrap of lace that I wore as underwear and his simple black boxers. I moaned as my legs wrapped around his waist again. It wasn't nearly close enough. I wanted to sink into him, to melt into his skin, to know the exact size and shape of him inside me. But it had been so long. Did I even remember how to do this anymore? Brendan, please. I whimpered, tugging at his waistband.
Please what, Angel?
The sweet words were still a growl as he nibbled down my neck. I need more of you.
Fuck more. I need all of you.
His groan echoed around the room as he reached down and yanked his boxers down his legs so he could kick them aside. How could one man's kiss ruin every other thought, every sense of reality I had? His mouth was so thorough that I barely noticed as his hands found their way down my body, as if to memorize its curves, cupping my breasts, my hips, taking 2 handfuls of my ass so he could slide his considerable length between my thighs, guarded only by the scrap of lace that would be so easily torn. Rip them, I murmured into that hot, searching mouth. Please.
Since you're asking so pretty.
His fingers hooked the lace, and the rip of lace cut through the room like a knife. He sat up on his knees, eyes dilated even more as he took in the sight of me and nothing but my skin.
Christ, Simone.
His words were labored, like he could barely manage to find them.
You are the most beautiful thing I have ever fucking seen.
I sucked in a harsh breath. I wanted to look good. For you.
Baby, you looked perfect to me the first time I saw you in that hospital room. You look good in a paper bag. It's you I want, Angel. Not the clothes or the jewelry or anything else. Just you.
His mouth quirked with a bit of humor as his gaze darted over my bare breasts and the pendant lying between them.
Although I do like you in diamonds, and nothing else.
He touched one finger to the pendant, then drew it slowly over my skin, down to one nipple, then dragging the back of his hand with a sweet pull of his nails over the other. I sucked in a tight breath. More, Brendan. Brendan leaned down and pressed another kiss to my lips, then to my cheeks, my jaw, and down my neck until he hovered over one of my nipples. With unnervingly slow licks, he twirled his tongue around the pebbled nub, then sucked it to the back of his mouth with sudden intensity that had me arching off the bed. Oh! I cried as he continued that delicious torture. Just as quickly, he released me with a pop and sat up again, though his eyes glowed with need.
Patience, Angel.
His fingers traveled down, alternately stroking and scraping over my skin, until his thumb lingered over my clit, while the other, much larger part of him nudged my entrance. Yeah, less Coke cans, more rolling pin, good Lord. Brendan Black, I murmured. He gazed at me with an expression that was half drunk.
Yes, Angel?
You, sir, are a tease. A sly half-smile emerged, bringing out his left dimple.
I'm just enjoying this while it lasts, sweetheart. A man gets a chance to explore. He needs to do it properly and learn the terrain.
He drew his cock through my slickness, and I arched as his thumb started slow, gentle circles over that sensitive spot. Oh! I gasped as he pinched lightly. He bent down and sucked the spot on his neck where not long ago he'd left a mark.
Like that, do you?
He continued to tease, rubbing harder now. My hips arched into that touch brazenly. More.
More what, Angel?
He bit lightly just below my ear.
You want my fingers? You want my mouth? My cock? You gotta tell me what you like, baby, or I can't give it to you.
I gasped as he found one particularly sensitive spot and shifted so his fingers teased in multiple places, never entering, just coaxing. Oh, God, I like that. His thumb applied more pressure, and I moaned, uncaring for who might hear outside the suite. The whole party could be there with their ears pressed to the door, and it wouldn't have mattered.
What else?
I was finding it hard to speak, given what he was doing with his hand. The man wasn't a prince. He was a magician.
Tell me, Simone. Otherwise, I won't know how to give you what you want.
I gasped when the head of his cock slid again through my wetness, but not quite into it. I don't know exactly. At that, Brendan sat up.
What do you mean you don't know?
Horror flashed across his face.
Christ, Angel, you aren't a virgin, are you?
I propped myself up on my elbows so I could look at him properly, but I couldn't help the flush that heated my body. No, I am not, but I haven't had many partners either. His eyes might as well have pinned me back to the bed.
How many?
For the first time all night, I felt truly uncomfortable. Brendan, I don't think that really matters.
Simone.
I swallowed thickly and looked away. What?
Look at me.
His voice was now slightly hoarse as he took my chin and forced me to follow his order.
Just so we're clear, you could be a virgin, or you could tell me you've been with half of Boston. Either way, I wouldn't give a fuck, because no one is ever going to make you scream tonight like I will.
I gulped. Oh. One dark brow lifted.
I'm not asking because I'm jealous, baby. I'm asking because tonight, I need to know every single thing about you.
He leaned down to kiss me again, while his right hand slipped between my legs again, returning to its work.
So tell me again, how many?
My head fell back onto the pillow as his thumb found my clit. 2? Charlie Palmer in high school, and this guy named Van when I first moved to Boston.
That was years ago, Angel.
I was gifted another kiss. His thumb found my clit and started to move in circles again.
Are you really telling me you've been celibate that whole time? A beautiful, tempting thing like you?
One finger slipped back inside me, while his thumb continued to work. My eyes squeezed shut, and Brendan bent down to take my other nipple into his mouth. I decided the question was rhetorical, which was convenient, since I couldn't talk anyway.
And are there any choice moves that those two fools...
They weren't fools. I mumbled, though I arched again as he added a second finger to the first. They were nice.
They were fucking idiots.
Came the growl against my breast.
If they couldn't figure out how to keep you. Now, we're either good at something that I need to learn.
I gasped as a third finger slid inside me, stretching me, preparing me. No, it's mostly just been up to me. And it's never been like this.
Not even one?
All 3 fingers curved. When I arched into the slight discomfort, he paused, though his thumb kept circling. Harder now.
You can take it, baby. You'll need to for me.
Oh. Then his lips found mine again, and with the combination of his kiss and the solid pressure of his body hovering over mine, I was finally able to relax. Then, and only then, did the fingers inside me start to move in concert with his thumb. Brendan, I gasped, as my hips started to rock into the pressure, as if of their own accord.
That's it, Angel. Fuck my hand and show me how you come.
My orgasm was quick and electric, shooting through my body like an arrow that left my thighs shaking.
Yes.
Brendan's mouth was hot against my ear.
You're so beautiful when you fall apart. I've been wanting to see it again since that night in my car. It haunts my fucking dreams, that sound you make.
I couldn't speak, I could barely breathe. Then he was gone, a sweep of cool air replacing his warm body as he stepped away. Vaguely, I registered the crinkle of a condom wrapper before he returned to kneel between my legs. There, he surveyed my body like a pirate taking stock of his booty.
Can I?
The broad head of him pressed against me, but once again, he waited for my consent. Yes, I panted. I want it.
Good.
The gossips at the party would love to know that Brendan was very well endowed. He knew it too, at least enough to give me extra time to adjust to his size, sinking in slowly, 1 inch at a time. At last, he seated himself completely, with a deep, satisfied sigh.
Fuck, you feel good.
He bent over, balancing his forearms braced on either side of my head, so he could capture my lips and kiss me until my body resumed its jello-like state from before.
All right?
His tongue traced the outline of my mouth. I nodded. I can take it. He shuddered.
Good girl.
And then he started to move. It was slow at first, still allowing my body to acclimate to both the size and force of him. Then he found a rhythm that had me reaching for his back, the sheets, anything to anchor me through the impossible mix of pleasure and pain. Brendan! My gasps turned to cries.
That's it, Angel. I said I'd make you scream my name, didn't I?
The party downstairs ceased to exist. This house, with its overwhelming opulence, his family, the money, the fake engagement, it all faded away, blotted out by ecstasy that was 100% real. When he finally crashed over the edge, I was right there with him, our bodies combusting together like a thunderclap releasing over the sea outside. Brendan, I murmured as he collapsed over me, then rolled to the side to gather me into his chest. His name was my safe haven, I realized, as the world gradually came back into focus. Here, in his arms, I could finally rest. With his name on my lips, I found a bit of peace. I wondered if he felt the same way. If he sensed the feeling that we had both found ports in a storm of our own making. He stroked my hair and ran one of those large, capable hands up and down my back until my eyelids fluttered closed, and I drifted into nameless dreams and wondered no more. 33. Everything just changed, didn't it? Simone. The world was dipped in gold. The blinds were still drawn, but golden rays of early morning snuck through as I awoke in the wide expanse of Brendan's bed, a promise of a beautiful day, though the night we'd shared together, dreams mixed with more of Brendan's particular talents, seemed just as gorgeous. I was sore, and not just with the obvious parts that hadn't seen that much action in years, or, ever. Last night I'd used muscles I didn't know I had, while the moon stood guard, the only witness to Brendan's insatiable drive. Well, not only Brendan's. It was a bit alarming to have that kind of pent-up hunger after only a few weeks of knowing each other. One more, Brendan had demanded from me again and again, as he made my body respond to his hands, his mouth, his cock. One more, I'd answer, with every lift of my hips, every arch of my back. I rolled over to reach for the man himself, ready to initiate round, 4, 5? But there was nothing but a rumpled pillow. Brendan? I sat up and looked around the suite. I was alone. What do you expect? Breakfast in bed and a declaration of love? Of course not. It was supposed to be a break in the contract, not a permanent relationship. We had allowed each other one night, and now the sun was out. There was no reason to be disappointed. None. I needed to stop it, right now. And yet, my imagination kept right on rolling, like bloopers after a film had finished. In another world, I'd take out a tray of sourdough cinnamon rolls from the freezer, or make him French toast with this week's spread. We'd sip coffee and offer each other bites from our own forks. I'd kiss a stray drop of syrup from the corner of his mouth before we washed up together, and then he would chase me back to bed for a second round of last night's reverie. I really needed to stop watching Nancy Meyers movies. Silly girl, stop. that dream is not for you. Especially when the Black Prince had told me himself that those dreams weren't possible. Not with him. I flopped back onto my pillow and scrubbed my hands over my face. At some point, he was going to come back in here, and I was going to have to face him. And say, what exactly? So, Brendan, about that mind-blowing sex last night. Oh, we're supposed to pretend it never happened? Cool, yeah, I can do that. Totally. Except that I'm half in love with you already, or at the very least, with your hips doing that thing that makes it feel like your penis is curved in exactly the right way to... Ugh! I flopped over and screamed into my pillow. Lord, this was already a disaster. It wasn't like I could even turn this into a proper walk of shame. There was no quietly sneaking out of this giant mansion without one of his nosy brothers or some random staff member seeing, and the estate was miles from the nearest town. My only way out of here was literally a helicopter. Shower, I ordered myself. You're going to wash that man right out of your hair and go back to being the girl he ordered, like a mail-in bride, to pretend for a few months. That's it. The end. I just swung my feet to the ground when the door to the suite opened. I jumped, yanking the sheet up and around my naked body, as Brendan stepped in, fully dressed in tailored wool pants and a knit polo that hugged the chest and arms I now knew came from hours of boxing out his frustrations. He looked annoyingly good for someone who hadn't slept more than a few hours. Still refined, but more casual, to the point where his hair was even messier than normal, like he wanted the whole world to know I'd spent the night with my fingers raking through it. Damn. Now I was right back where I started. His eyes met mine, and he bit back that shy smile I loved so much. You're awake. Good morning. He held up a tray bearing coffee and pastries. Hungry? And now the bed and breakfast fantasies were back with a vengeance. I wrapped the sheet tighter around my body and joined him at a small table next to the living room window, which Brendan opened to let in the salty morning breeze and the sounds of seagulls coasting above the waves. Brendan watched as I selected a flaky roll off the tray and nibbled. Good? I took a sip of coffee and tried not to stare. Even the stubble on his jaw looked runway ready. I wanted to lick it. For the last 15 minutes, I'd been mentally preparing myself for distance, neglect, maybe even a bit of cruelty. Not this kindness. But apparently, I wasn't the only one struggling with a bit of uneasiness. I couldn't sleep, he said. After the, last time I went for a run on the beach and showered in the gym. I balked. When I'd caught the numbers on the bedside clock just before falling asleep, it had been nearly 4 a.m. Brendan had been up all night. When did you wake up? He asked. Not long ago. What do you mean you went for a run right after we... Good Lord, I couldn't actually bring myself to say it out loud. Brendan apparently didn't blush, but he did offer that bashful smile again. Stress relief, remember? You were stressed? I had been a noodle. He stretched his long legs out under the table and stared at his shoes. You weren't? I was asleep. I didn't mention my spiral after waking. I know. There was a pause, then, you're very beautiful when you sleep, in case you were wondering. Something like hope fluttered in my stomach, a very dangerous thing. So why did you leave? His gaze found mine, suddenly as green as the lawn surrounding the house, and quite direct. I woke up with the taste of you still on my tongue, and it was everything I could do not to go back for seconds. Or in our case, fifths. I couldn't help squeezing my thighs together. Good Lord. He turned toward the window, like we were discussing the weather. I tried to think about something else. The stock market, my macroeconomics thesis, the black-bellied whistling duck, but it didn't work. I needed... You thought about a duck? I grinned. It's a very rare bird in Rhode Island. I've been trying to spot one for years. He bit his lip. Anyway, none of it worked. All I could think about was the fact that you taste like clover honey, and your pussy feels like a welcome, and it seemed pretty rude to wake you up and you've been working so, hard all night. So I left you in peace. By the time he was finished, my cheeks felt like they were on fire, and the rest of me, well, frankly, I wanted to lay myself on the table and tell him that he was welcome to have me for breakfast if his cravings were that bad. Instead, I took a really big bite of my croissant. Brendan stood quickly so that the plates clattered on the table and started pacing around the room like he couldn't bear to sit still anymore. Or maybe he just couldn't sit next to me. Fuck. He muttered to himself. Fucking fuck. That was when I realized things were well and truly ruined. Because while I'd been worried about falling in love with the Black Prince, he'd been freaking out about the mistake we'd made and how in God's name he was going to deal with it when he returned. I put the croissant down as my appetite vanished. He strode to the bureau, then whirled around. Simone, I can't fake this relationship with you anymore. And there it was. I stared at my shaking hands. I couldn't actually look at him because I knew I'd cry, and that certainly wouldn't help things with a man who said from the start he had little to no emotional depth. I understand. Do you? Numbly, I nodded. Of course. We took it too far. Breached the contract or whatever. I get it. There was a long silence. Long enough that eventually it became louder than anything that had already been said, stretching across the room and carving out a nasty void between us. I kept my eyes pinned on the soft Egyptian cotton, worried between my fingers. I would not look at him. I would not beg him to reconsider. I absolutely would not cry in front of Brendan Black. A hand covered mine. Simone, please. Finally, I did look up to find that he had returned to his seat at the table. I blinked furiously, though tears already pricked. Please what? Please listen. He squeezed my hand. Angel, I said I can't fake this relationship because, God damn it, I want it to be real. At first, I wasn't sure if I'd heard him correctly. My stomach did at least 5 somersaults as I waited for him to go on. I wake up wanting you, he said. I go to sleep wanting you. Do you know what time I used to come home from work most nights before you moved in? I shook my head. 9 if I was lucky. Usually closer to 10 or 11. Now I'm out the door by 6, because I know you're waiting for me. His hand lifted from mine, but only to reach over the pastries to cut my face. I want you. Maybe more than I've ever wanted anything. And that is really saying something. I flexed my hand, and we both glanced down at where the enormous diamond on my ring finger caught the morning sun again. Brendan's hand dropped, and he cleared his throat. To be clear, I'm not talking about being engaged for real. My stomach flipped again. Okay. It's too soon, right? Of course it's too soon. We've only known each other a few months, like people are saying. And even if I don't give a fuck about their gossip, it would fucking be ridiculous to commit the rest of our lives to each other when we still barely know each other, right? The more he spoke, the more the South Boston emerged in his voice like a rising tide. Was he trying to convince himself that, or convince me? I didn't point out that my parents had done just that, and by all accounts, had been sinfully happy until my mom's death. Then again, I wasn't sure I wanted a love like that. The kind of love that would ruin you if something ever happened. Just look at my dad. Of course, I agreed, ignoring the crack that seemed to have formed through the center of my chest. But after last night... Brendan shoved a hand through his hair, demonstrating how it had stayed so messy through the morning. It took me 10 miles to figure out exactly what I should say to you. I'm not good at this sort of thing, Angel. Feelings or whatever the fuck this is. I just want you to know that I feel something. And I'd like to pursue this. I'd like to see where it goes. I nodded, even more confused. He was simply ruling out forever, right? Making it clear that all he wanted was a chance at a half-normal relationship, despite the fact that it was still anything but, and what we had done together last night had also been so far from normal. It was in a separate galaxy. He was being pragmatic, reasonable. So why did I feel so disappointed? Well, can we do that? Do what? I blinked. I'm sorry, I'm a little thrown. He swore softly. I'm not being clear, am I? I'm just not sure. You don't have to decide now.
I know I'm springing all this on you, and it's not what you signed up for. But don't worry, I'm not trying to back out of our deal. You'll still get all the money, regardless of what happens between us privately.
His mention of payment was just another blow. If we were going to be, dating? Sleeping together? Wouldn't that make me some version of the prostitute I was trying not to be? I sat there, half numbed by the question, until Brendan swore again, then stood and pulled me up with him. Angel. He took my hands and shook them lightly, like he was trying to shake away my doubts. Simone, look at me. Like a fool, I did, and saw in those green eyes all the hope and want and confusion that I knew must have been swirling right back at him. Can't we just be whatever we want in private, while continuing our arrangement where to the rest of the world we're engaged? He asked. He gathered my hands and held them against his chest, his thumb playing over the ridges of the diamond on my ring finger. The feel of his broad, warm fingers closed over mine soothed my nerves and my thoughts, as though his body could calm me in a way his words hadn't quite figured out yet. And his expression was so earnest, so hopeful, so different from his typically stern demeanor that I couldn't help but smile. Maybe these words weren't the ones my overactive brain wanted now, but that didn't mean they might not come one day. Brendan was only asking me to live in the moment. I could do that. Okay. My voice was small. One dark brow arched. Okay. He was being perfectly reasonable. Brendan Black, a gorgeous billionaire, wanted to date me. For real. I should have been jumping for joy. Instead, I settled for giving him a quick peck. Yes, okay. We can try. Brendan frowned. I think we can do better than that. Huh? His lips found mine again, full of the kind of unbridled enthusiasm I'd just been hoping for from his words. What Brendan Black couldn't put into words, he apparently put into action. Brendan! I shouted, as he bent low and tossed me over his shoulder, just long enough to carry me back into the bedroom, our breakfast forgotten. All doubts fled, replaced instead with that fire he'd set alight last night. It had never been extinguished, I realized, just left to embers until we wanted to blow its flames alive again. As I found myself pressed back into the bed again, with more kisses that made me forget my name, I had a feeling it would always be like that with him, which meant there was no world in which I'd ever walk away from Brendan Black, even if the ending he offered couldn't be happy in the end.
34. The Thing About Sisters. Brendan. I couldn't stop touching her now that I'd started. Now that I was allowed to do it whenever I wanted for as long as I wanted. Simone's hand was wrapped firmly in mine when we returned to Boston 2 days after the engagement party. Had been all through the rest of the weekend in Newport. During the interminable lunches and dinners, while I endured unending ribbing from my siblings about our disappearance from the party. And even as my father continued to do his level best to goad all his children into fighting each other for 48 hours straight, it made no difference to me. All I had to do was hold out my hand, and hers would find it, providing me the grounding I might have been searching for most of my life. My family had yelled at me twice for making up the weakest excuses possible to be alone with my fake fiancé. It was the first time a trip to Newport had ever felt like a real vacation. It was fucking fantastic. I liked the way it felt. Her small hand nestled in my palm, delicate but strong, especially now that I was aware of exactly what she could do with it. Simone was a grabber, a fact that shouldn't have surprised me after watching her shape bread dough. But the way her fingers yanked my hair when I was pushing her to her limits, or the way she hung onto my shoulder for dear life when I had my face buried between her thighs. Let's just say my girl gave as good as she got. And judging by the tired yet satisfied expression she'd been wearing all weekend, I'd say she was getting it pretty good. Even so, by the time we pulled to a stop in front of the Martin, I was ready to welcome her home all over again, beginning with the elevator, glass or not. That is, until I saw Simone's reflection arguing with my doorman, tears streaking black eye makeup down her cheeks. No, not her reflection. Her twin.
Oh my God, that's my sister.
Jesus, Simone, watch out, I shouted as she jumped out into traffic and rounded the car before I could help her. Anthony, park the car and bring up our bags. My driver nodded in the rearview mirror before I exited to where Simone was trying to console her sister.
There he is,
Selena shouted as I stepped onto the curb.
Yo, rich boy, tell this asshole you know me.
Mr. Black, I'm so sorry. Gordon, the morning doorman, called out. I'm calling in a disturbance right now.
It's not trespassing if she's my sister, or are you fucking blind?
Selena scowled at Gordon.
See? I told you my twin lived here, you uptight twat.
Without waiting for a response, she threw herself into Simone's arms, over her sister's shoulder. Simone's eyes widened with obvious surprise. I, however, was more suspicious than surprised. If there was one thing being born the son of Niall Black had taught me, it was how to smell a rat. Selena Bishop stank like a nest of them. It's fine, Gordon, I told my doorman. She can come in. Gordon looked doubtful but stepped aside to let us into the building.
It's going to be okay.
Already Simone was comforting her sister, soothing her. It seemed to be second nature to this woman.
What's wrong? What's going on? I need to talk to you,
Selena said with a glance my way.
And you too, I guess.
You must be Selena, I replied.
I know who you are, Brendan Black. Nice of you to ask before you decided to marry my sister, by the way.
I glanced between her and Simone, who shrugged. Right. I swallowed back a scowl. As a CEO paying a woman to pretend to be his fiancée, I would have requested she escort her sister elsewhere out of a basic sense of professionalism. As a self-anointed boyfriend, however, my obligations were somewhat different. God damn it. My hand flexed. For the first time in 2 days, Simone didn't take it. She was too busy with Selena. Fuck. Why don't we all go upstairs? I suggested between my teeth as the elevator door opened. Simone looked obviously relieved.
Thanks, yeah. Where's Kylie?
There was no answer. Selena stared at me for the entire ride up, like she wasn't totally sure she wanted to speak in front of me. Well, too fucking bad. I wasn't about to leave her alone with Simone either. Not like this. Her silence at least allowed me to observe their differences. Though Simone had told me they were identical twins, I wouldn't necessarily have thought so. The foundation was there, of course. Same height, same approximate size and weight, same facial features. But while Simone was the picture of health with clean, makeup-free skin and her lush hair pulled back into a thick bun at the base of her neck, her sister was the kind of mess that takes years to make with alcohol, sun damage, and hard living. She had tried to mask it all with things like fake eyelashes, cheap hair extensions, and the heavy makeup smeared from crying. But next to Simone, she looked like a bad photocopy of an original piece of art. She was just plain ugly. Not physically. She looked too much like her sister for me to ever think that. But I wasn't even a little bit attracted to the woman because of how evident her soul had damaged her looks. I had spent all of 2 minutes with Selena Bishop, and I already knew she was a poison I wanted as far away from the woman I, well, if not loved, certainly cared about. And yet, I'd just invited this toxin into our home. The elevator opened, and Selena dragged Simone inside like the place belonged to her, not me.
Holy shit,
she said as she took in the staircase, the living room, and the views of Boston.
So this is how the 1%ers live.
The office, I said. It would be a good place to talk. Simone nodded and directed her sister down the hall to the spare office that was more for guests than for me. I had my own upstairs. I closed the door behind us.
"All right, Sel,"
Simone said.
"let's hear it."
I quirked a brow, a bit surprised. I'd never heard that tone from her before, one where she was taking charge and even standing up for herself a little bit. I liked it. A lot. Selina flopped into one of the chairs opposite my desk like a disgruntled teenager.
"I tried, Simmy. I really did."
"Tried what?" I wondered under my breath. "Basic manners?" Simone shook her head at me, then turned to her sister.
"What exactly happened? Where's Kylie?" "It's Ezra. I gave him the money, but—"
Selina's bottom lip quivered as she looked over at me.
"He saw the news. He saw you."
I frowned. "Who saw me?"
"The man my sister owed money to,"
Simone said quietly. I leaned back against the door and crossed my arms. Why would it matter if he saw me? Lots of people know who I am.
"Well, he saw you with me, or he thought it was me, even though it was Simone."
Selina bit out the words like they tasted bad. I tipped my head. I didn't particularly like her tone, or the idea that anyone could confuse the two of them. Would you confuse a Hyundai for an Aston? Powdered milk for the real thing? Simone touched her sister's arm.
"Did you tell him it was me and not you? He figured it out. Obviously someone like me wouldn't be shacked up with this guy."
Again, that bitterness. My impression of Selina Bishop was quickly shifting from irritation to significant dislike. "How much?" I asked. Better get to the point.
"Brendan, I don't think that's what she's here for,"
Simone said lightly. I shook my head. "It's why she's here, Angel. Isn't it, Selina?" The woman narrowed her eyes at me, but she didn't argue. "So, how much does this fucker want to leave Simone and her family the fuck alone?" "With an NDA and a restraining order, too." Simone opened her mouth again, but I shook my head. "No, baby. I don't want this blackmailing asshole within 100 yards of you or yours. If I'm paying him off, I'm doing it right." Playing nice with blackmail artists wasn't my general modus operandi, but I was willing to do anything to wipe the fear and dread off Simone's beautiful face, and to get her moldy sponge of a sister the fuck out of my house. "So," I turned to Selina, "how much?" I could see dollar signs rising in the girl's black-rimmed eyes. But before she could open her mouth, Simone spoke up.
"No. Selina, I told you to figure this out yourself, didn't I? I gave you the money for the loan repayment. Why is he asking for more? Why does he think you'll give it to him?"
Selina stared at her hands and said something. "What was that?" I snapped. "I don't understand mumble."
"Brendan!"
Simone gave me a look, but I wasn't paying attention. Her sister was the one whose answer I wanted.
"I said I didn't give all the money,"
Selina spat out. Disappointment and anger colored Simone's sweet face.
"What? Why? Why do you think? Because I needed it, you idiot!"
Selina exploded. I immediately inserted myself between them. "Yeah, that's going to stop right now. You talk to her with respect, or you only talk to me. And I'll tell you right now, I'm nowhere near as nice as your sister." Selina glared at me for several long moments before falling back into her seat.
"Fine. Sorry. Whatever."
Reluctantly, I stepped back.
"Sel, why didn't you give him the money?"
Simone tried again.
"Because I have a 4-year-old, Selina said. "Because I have shit to do. Because there are no jobs out there, and I don't want to work at Dunkin'. Pick one." She shrugged. "I gave him some, and then I gave him some more after I sold off some of Mom's jewelry." "What?" Simone looked horrified. "Where did you find that?"
Selina rolled her eyes.
"On your nightstand before that pushy broad came to get your things. I figured I could have some too. After all, Mom would have wanted me to use them, and it's not fair you just took them all."
Simone blinked quickly as a sheen darkened her blue eyes. I made a mental note to figure out exactly where the jewelry went and get it back as soon as possible.
"But it doesn't matter now," Selina went on. Yes, it does. It matters to me.
Simone looked like she wanted to cry.
God, Sel, what more could I have done?
Baby, it's fine. I reached out, but she wouldn't let me hold her. It fucking broke me. I'll fix it, I swear. I'll get back your mother's things and pay off your sister's debt. It'll be fine, I promise.
It won't be fine,
Selina shouted in a voice roughened with hard life and too many cigarettes.
You were too fucking stubborn to share more of this amazing life you're living, so I ended up screwed over. And now it doesn't matter because they took Kylie.
What? Silence bogged the room. Simone sank into the chair next to Selina, like her knees had been cut out from under her. The color drained from her face. She looked like she was about to pass out. Quickly I crossed to her side and crouched next to her, rubbing a hand up her shaking arm. Baby, Angel, Simone, look at me. The fear etched across those beautiful features made something tighten deep in my chest.
Brendan?
One of her hands flattened over her sternum, like her heart needed to be kept in place. I continued to rub her arm, pulling her closer on the rolling chair. It's going to be okay, Angel. I'm going to fix this, I promise.
Oh? You're going to go out and find my daughter?
I turned to Selina, keeping a hand on Simone's knee. I was ready to shove the woman back into the elevator, missing kid or not. Unfortunately for her, I'd grown up with 3 siblings whose shitty personalities would kick her smarmy ass in a heartbeat. I'll do what I need to do, I told her evenly, which means you need to tell me exactly who the fuck is blackmailing you. Don't bullshit me and don't leave anything out. My words hung heavy in the air between us. Simone grabbed my hand and squeezed. In stress or gratitude, I wasn't sure, but I squeezed back. Glad I could give her at least that.
They want your company.
I was sure I'd misheard her. Come the fuck again?
You heard me.
Selina threw her hands into the air.
I know it sounds insane, but I swear to God, that's what Ezra said.
Ezra who? I demanded, though an eerie awareness already tingled on the back of my neck.
Ezra Huntington.
This time it was Simone who spoke, the words soft and monotone, almost like she was numbed. I sat back on my heels, head spinning. Ezra Huntington is the loan shark who took your sister for a ride? Simone looked confused.
You know Ezra Huntington?
I huffed. Yes, I do. His family has been real estate developers in the Northeast for years. But Junior fucked up one too many times a while back, and his dad kicked him to the curb. He's been trying to get back into his good graces ever since. I stopped there, because if these were the same people, Selina was in a lot more trouble than I realized. Yes, I knew the Huntingtons well. They'd been in competition with my family for years over real estate deals, but also over some darker sides of doing business that were usually Ronan's territory. Some of Bass Huntington's associates spent as much time in Vegas as my brother did, and probably because they were greasing the same mafia-minded wheels that Ronan did his level best to keep spinning on our behalf. The real question was how a girl from a Vermont farm had gotten mixed up with their kind.
We went to high school with Ezra,
Simone said.
In Woodstock.
That's right, I said more to myself than the girls. Bass has a big house in Vermont where he stowed his wife and kids.
Who's Bass?
Simone asked. Ezra's father. He's done business with mine. I turned to Selina. So you and Ezra are, what, friends? I very much doubted that if he'd taken her kid.
It wasn't a big deal, Selina said. We ran into each other at a bar back home and got to talking. I floated him a business plan and he offered to invest.
And so it fell out. An idiotic scheme for a psychedelic mushroom business of all things. The predictable failure of said business. The loan Huntington wanted repaid with interest as soon as possible, or else he promised to fuck up her life. Which he would, of course. The Huntingtons were dirty business people. Rumors of illegal activities to buttress their real estate developments had abounded for years. I had no problem imagining the profits Ezra Huntington saw when he looked at a beautiful woman like Selina Bishop. There were all sorts of markets for someone who looked like her, or a daughter who would grow into a spitting image of her mother, or her aunt. It was a neat little package of fucked up. A few minutes later, Simone looked like she wanted to sink into the floor from embarrassment, and I was ready to stop hearing this woman's irritating voice. So when exactly did this cross over to taking my company? I cut into a long tangent about how she left her kid alone for 10 minutes to take a smoke break because she just had to get some peace and quiet from her 4-year-old.
Just fucking listen, okay?
Selina snapped. I glared, and she had the decency to shudder and continue in a slightly more subdued voice.
I went to Ezra's office in Rhode Island to make the payment with the jewelry. Oh, God, Sel, you were going to give him Mom's jewelry?
Simone cut in.
No, Miss Perfect, I pawned them first. Happy?
My muscles coiled, ready to tell Selina to get the fuck out for talking to Simone like that again. But Simone's hand on my wrist kept me in place. We needed to hear the rest.
Anyway,
Selina went on,
I had Kylie with me because I didn't have anywhere else to take her.
What about Jenny? I asked through my teeth. I sent her to help.
Who? Oh, you mean Mary Poppins? I told her to scram when she started suggesting I get rid of my gummies. Excuse me for using perfectly legal modes of chilling the fuck out.
Simone sucked in a breath, and I joined her, though I was pretty sure the grip I had on Simone's thigh was going to leave a bruise if her sister went on like this.
Anyway, the maid took Kylie to do some coloring or some shit while Ezra and I talked. I didn't think anything of it.
Keep going, I prompted her, my heart sinking into my stomach. It was like listening to the part of a horror story where a couple enters a deserted cabin in the woods.
He told me he knew about you two, and then he said that if my twin sister was getting married to someone who had fucked with him for the last time, then he needed a piece of the pie you'd already taken. I asked what he meant by that, and he said he wants part of Blackguard Holding.
That fucking bastard, I said. I've never done business with Ezra Huntington, ever.
That's what I said, Selina cried. But then he pointed out the window, and I saw this gorilla-sized dude taking Kylie from the maid and leading her to a van. I tried to leave, but they'd locked me in. Selina, my God.
Simone pressed a hand to her mouth as a tear slid down her face.
All I could do was listen. He took all the money and then told me not to go to the cops or he'd kill me and Kylie. And then he said I had to come straight to you with his demands or I'd never see Kylie again.
By the time she was done, her tears were streaming freely again, along with the rest of her makeup. Well, I couldn't judge her crying. She'd just lost her own kid, after all.
Can they do that?
Simone questioned me more than her sister. The Huntingtons play by their own rules, I acknowledged grimly. Tell me exactly what they want. Selina reached into the pocket of her too tight jeans and handed me a piece of folded-up paper.
He wrote them down. He wants a private meeting with you.
Simone and I read the note together. Ezra Huntington had some fucking stones. To begin with, he was demanding things that would require more than just me to acquire. A board seat, for one. Billions in company shares. Plus a whole lot more money than even I didn't have liquid. Simone's face broke. Something in my chest broke with it. I'll take care of all this. I stood and shoved the paper into my pocket. I promise you, I will get your niece back, all right? They won't hurt her. She's collateral. In the meantime, Simone, show Selina one of the guest rooms, all right? I hated to keep this viper in my house 1 second longer. But the truth was, she was more of a liability outside.
Really?
even through those so-called tears. Selena's eyes lit up as she looked around my office. What did the luxury of my penthouse matter at a time like this? She could not have been more different from Simone if she tried.
"Thank you,"
Simone murmured as she stood beside me. I slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. It was the least I could do, but not just because I wanted her to stop looking so sad. The reality was, this was a lot more complicated than she or Selena knew. Because what they didn't know was that after a week of trying, I'd finally been able to get through to the LLC buying the bad mortgages and had managed to repurchase the farm's mortgage back for a stupidly high price from none other than the Huntington Group, owned by Bass Huntington and his good-for-nothing son, Ezra. 35. You, Me, and a Ransom. Brendan. There were days I wondered if I was missing something, an essential piece that made others human. People are as territorial as any wild animal. It's why, when we're wronged, so many can't use logic. They act on their instincts to protect what's theirs at all costs. We think it's a virtue, but it's not. It's just desperation. I'd always had the ability to step outside that basest of natures. My brothers, and even my father, had all tended to be creatures of passion in one way or another. Owen was fueled by competition with me, Ronan by guilt, Shay by pleasure. My father, his pride. Their emotions were their weaknesses, and I'd never wanted to be exploited like that by anyone. And so what made people call me the Black Prince, my black, unfeeling heart, was the most evolved thing about me. While my family ran on emotion, I functioned on one thing: cold, pure logic. Until now. As I stood on the 16th floor of the Huntington Group's latest development, a high-rise at the northwest corner of Southie, violence filled my soul, the sort I hadn't known since I had lived in this very neighborhood. I looked over the place that had birthed me in the days before Blackguard Holding was little more than a betting room in the back of an Irish pub. The shitty row house that had once housed Dad's original bookie operation now held a cafe that sold $7 lattes. Closer to the harbor was the building that had replaced the even shittier house where I'd been born, where Ronan, Owen, and I had all grown up for the early years of our lives. Even when Blackguard was turning into something more than a gambling hall, even when we had the money to leave the old neighborhood, Niall, the cheap bastard, kept his family in the neighborhood he knew. Every spare cent he had went back into growing Blackguard. There wasn't a lot for us until later, when the old man realized he needed to train up the next generation to take his place one day. Or maybe that was the point. The others didn't remember it so well, but I did. The peeling paint, the brown water, the gunshots around the corner. I was 4 the first time Dad let me hold a gun, 5 when he taught me how to throw a punch, 6 when he started pitting me against Owen in the backyard. We did that even when we were home from boarding school, until Niall realized he couldn't nab a supermodel for a third wife while still living in a Southie dump. That was when he started buying up the rest of the neighborhood instead of living in it. But we still came back. All of us still came back. Maybe that was why, even standing in the half-finished high-rise erected by the Huntington Group, right here on the edge of my family's territory, I was filled with rage. Boston was the place, but this area had always been my birthright, more than the rest of it. Or maybe it was because these fuckers had just taken something, really, someone, that I also considered mine. I didn't know this little girl, but Simone did, and loved her. That made her someone I needed to protect. Footsteps sounded on the concrete subfloors, echoing through the skeletons of the apartments to be.
I hear congratulations are in order.
I remained where I was, content for the moment to examine Ezra Huntington's reflection in the windows. He didn't look like a criminal, but in my experience, most criminals rarely did. Neither did he look like the son of another massive investor on the East Coast. Instead of a suit, he wore the stale uniform of countless students, baristas, struggling artists in Boston. Carhartt pants, a shearling-lined denim jacket, not quite distressed enough construction boots, and a beanie atop a face with 2 inches of patchy beard coming in. He looked like he should be working on his laptop at one of those coffee houses, not conducting a ransom up here with me. I could hear Ronan cracking at least 5 jokes within the first 30 seconds of seeing him.
"How's that latte art coming, asshole?" he'd ask. Or maybe, "Careful, don't want to trip and get dust on those brand new booties."
"You're late," I said.
"I'm right on time."
I glanced at my watch as I turned from the window. "It's 7:04. You're fucking late. Or are you going to lie about that too, Huntington?" To his credit, he didn't cower, despite the fact that I was at least 6 inches taller than him, or by the fact that in my barely concealed rage, the South Boston was starting to come out in my speech too. Instead, he just smirked. He was baiting me, of course. That was his goal. Well, that was his first mistake. Letting me see any item on his agenda.
"Let me guess." I crossed my arms. "The move into mortgage shorts was supposed to be a pleasant surprise for Daddy, but it didn't quite go as planned. So now you've got to make up for the losses by blackmailing me. Have I got that right?"
He said nothing, but the coloring in his cheeks told me I was right on the money. Typical. I started to walk in a slow circle around him. It was almost too easy, throwing him off this way. Better men knew it for the power play it was, a move to center them as prey. And they almost immediately disrupt the circle, whether they knew it or not. Idiots, like the one in front of me, tended to freeze like a deer in headlights, wait like fools for the invisible trap to be set. Ezra turned with me, but didn't move out of the invisible circle, like he'd trapped himself.
"You don't know anything."
"I know enough." I let him sit with that for a bit while I walked. It was only after I'd completed the circle that I turned to him directly.
"Where's the kid?"
That smirk reemerged.
"Oh, I think we have some other things to discuss before—" "Where?"
I snapped just hard enough that he recoiled, hands up.
"Easy, Black. What do you take me for?"
"I don't know.
Police might like the name kidnapper."
He just snorted.
"I'll tell you when I get what I asked for." "You're not going to get shit. You think this entire building isn't already crawling with security? You think I didn't have a fucking manhunt out for this child and a tail on you the second I knew you were responsible?"
It was a bluff, sure. I tried to tail him last night, but Mac wasn't able to find him with so little information. Huntington rolled his eyes.
"Big bad Brendan Black threatening the world. You forget you're not speaking to one of your lackeys. My family has just as many resources as yours. Maybe more, since we don't act like big Boy Scouts to get shit done."
I snorted. This fucker had no idea what my family had done to get where we were today. All that I'd take to the grave.
"Ultimately, it's our story versus your pathetic future sister-in-law," he said. "Do you know anything about the family you're marrying into, Black? I went to high school in that bumfuck town. My father's last attempt at turning me into something respectable. He didn't realize that the only thing to do in Woodstock, Vermont is getting high and fucking milkmaids."
It took me 4 seconds to lug him against a steel pole, running from ceiling to the floor, and land a punch to his gut before dropping him again.
"God damn it," he choked out. "Keep talking like that, and you'll get worse than a half-assed undercut."
I straightened my collar.
"Where's the girl?"
To my surprise, he leered.
"Oh, she's here." "Then make the call."
He spat. A bit of blood hit the floor.
"Not without my due. You know the terms." I shook my head. You fucking moron. Did you really think I was going to hand over whole parts of my company? You don't think you're going to get nailed for trafficking and extortion and a whole bunch of other shit? Based on what? This little girl found us. My assistant found her wandering around outside some dump in Rhode Island, alone and unsupervised. We tried to take her home, but it was not a place fit for a child. Her criminal of a mother missing, drugs present, open containers of alcohol, not to mention the place was covered in filth. We were only holding on to her until CPS called us back. The pieces of his story hit me like bricks, hard, then sliding into place. Ezra was stupid, but not enough to make such a claim without evidence. And one night with Selena Bishop in my house had told me the woman wasn't worth the gum on Simone's shoe, conveying the message verbally through Selena, wherever they had found her, was yet another way to maintain plausible deniability. I could easily see how they'd set it up. That shithole where Simone had lived could be broken into with a toothpick, even if Selena didn't actually do the things he was suggesting. What little Simone had told me meant that most judges wouldn't be predisposed to side with her in a trial. The unfortunate reality was that Ezra was right. I wasn't the only person in town with money to buy people off, even if that was the laziest way of doing things. But he was wrong about one thing. I did have the bigger wallet, and I knew a negotiation when I saw one. Proof of life, I demanded. Ezra smirked, then pulled out his phone. Call Aaron. One ring, then an immediate answer. Boss, put the girl on. No! Shouted the voice of what was undoubtedly a small female child. I don't want to talk on your stupid phone. Ezra ended the call. You got what you wanted, now I want mine. I crouched down so we were eye to eye. You're not quite as stupid as I thought, Ezra. You know you'll never get a piece of Blackguard. What's it really going to take? You think this is a negotiation, Black? What kind of idiot do you think I am? Before I could reply, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I stood to read the incoming message. Ruth. You were right. His father has no idea. I have to give Ruth another raise. What that woman could discover within her network of spies across the city was worth my entire company in gold. I think you're a dumb fuck clown who doesn't know shit about real estate. I tucked the phone back into my pocket and stood. I also think you couldn't pull off a ransom to save your fucking life. And if your father finds out about this, you're cooked. Ezra blanched. Bingo. You don't know what you're talking about. I crouched down again, enjoying the way he cowered this time as I leaned closer. Don't I? Tell me, how do you think Bass is going to react finding out his son lost nearly $2.5 billion in bad real estate? Fuck you. Fuck you and the piece of trash you're taking to the altar. This time, pinning into the ground by his throat only took me a second. The fuck, Black Prince, he gasped. There he is. I only tightened my grip. To hell with control. Listen to me, you cocksucking douchebag fuckwad, I growled. You think I like wasting my valuable time with fuckers like you? You think I'm interested in your feeble insults or limp dick attempts at negotiation? He hacked under my hand, but couldn't get any real words out. I'm here for one reason only. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to give you double the money Selena Bishop owes you, plus a little bit of interest to make you go the fuck away. And in return, Ezra, you are going to go away. Because if you don't, you know very well that Blackguard has its fair share of monsters. But the worst will be your father when he finds out what you've done with his money. At that, I released him and stood. He thumped against the floor, gasping, though that expression quickly morphed into fury. You'll pay for that? With what? You want to tell your dad on me too? He seemed to think about it for a moment. Then he tipped his head. I want the farm back. I glared. What fucking farm? Did I not make myself clear? This isn't a negotiation, you slimy fuck. You're gonna take what I give you and you're gonna fucking like it. What fucking farm? He mimicked my accent poorly and almost earned himself another lost tooth. What farm do you think? The Bishop Farm, Dandelion Farm. You removed it from the contracts, and it's right in the center of the plans. I frowned. The fuck are you talking about? He laughed. You didn't know? It was the key to the whole thing. We weren't shorting the market, you asshole. I'm developing the whole valley. Just the way your brother wanted to, but with way more shit. Fuck luxury getaways. We're turning Vermont into the suburbs, and that dairy is the perfect site for a regional airport. You want the girl? Give me the farm. Otherwise, I don't fucking care what you do. I'll be dead anyway without it. I stared at him for a long time. Long enough to know he wasn't lying. That's the thing about logic. If you do it right, you come to the same conclusion that any bit of rhetoric would have brought you to in the first place. I was always going to have to give him the one thing he wanted, if I wanted the one thing I wanted. I swallowed painfully and tried to imagine what Simone would want me to do. It was an impossible choice. Her family's farm or her niece's life. I prayed I made the right one. Done. I took out my phone and punched out a message to Liam. You have 3 minutes. Ezra spat at me as he pushed up from the floor, though it didn't even reach my shoes. I shook my head. 2 then. The contracts are being drawn up now. With a hiss like a caged cat, he yanked his phone out again and called the same person as before. Bring up the girl now. A few minutes later, the elevator doors at the far end of the floor opened, and a tiny blonde girl leaped out, followed by a hulking bodyguard. She raced into the middle of the empty construction zone before coming to a stop as she saw me standing over Ezra's prostrate form. I strode over to meet her, then crouched onto my heels so that we were eye to eye. Hey, you sweetheart, I said quietly, like I was talking to a caged animal. She had blue eyes, just like her mother's, like Simone's. Like my kid might if we ever had a baby. What the fuck? Why was I even thinking about that now? I know you, she said. Mommy and I saw you on TV with Aunt Simone. That's right, honey. And you're Kylie, right? She nodded, causing her matted blonde curls to bounce. She needed a brush and a bath. Yeah, Ezra Huntington was going to pay for this. Your aunt and your mom sent me here to get you, I told her. Will you come with me? They're at my house waiting for you. She examined me with the kind of doubt I could only be proud of. I'm not supposed to go anywhere with strangers, but I don't want to stay with that guy either. She cast a very dirty look toward Ezra, now sitting up behind me, who only held his hands up and rolled his eyes. Hey, she came to me, man. No kidnapping involved, right, kiddo? She glared a bit more, then turned back to me. Can we go now? I nodded, then stood, and took her hand and walked her back to the elevator. Before we stepped inside, I turned back to Ezra. My assistant will message the contracts over today, but if I see you again, it's off. He nodded, looking more than satisfied. Pleasure doing business with you, Black. I let the doors close without responding, then pulled out my phone for another call. Ronan. What's up, fuckstick? You want to tell me why you're waking me up at the ass crack of dawn? I just got to sleep an hour ago. My brother's voice was tired but alert. He always managed that, even if he was 3 sheets to the wind. I got the girl. Huntington's on the move. He does anything other than go home, do what I asked. There was a long sigh. More fatigue, though when was my brother not tired? Ronan acted the fool, but he had, in some ways, had it harder than the rest of us. But that was also why Dad had always known he could be trusted with the worst parts of the business. Why I could trust him now. Got it, he said. The line went dead, and I turned back to the little girl watching me on the other side of the elevator car.
Are you a bad man?
Kylie asked. I blinked. I don't know. Do I look like a bad man?
No, but neither did that other guy, and he was, right?
She had a cute voice, the kind that pronounced R's like W's. And she was surprisingly shrewd for someone who came to just past my knee. Do all kids have the ability to see through the bullshit? Would mine? Fuck, I needed to stop thinking like that. He is a bad man, I agreed. I don't know if I'm bad or not, but I'm trying to be good right now. Does that count? She examined me for a little more and clutched her doll to her chest.
Does Auntie Simone think you're a bad man?
I swallowed. I don't think so. Even if maybe she should. Or maybe she shouldn't. Wasn't I trying? For her?
If you're good enough for her, you're good enough for me.
The kid brightened as another idea seemed to pop into her head.
Hey, we should get some ice cream and bring it home. Mommy and Auntie Simone love ice cream. Then they'll know you're a good man.
Easy crowd. I'd take whatever I could get. I still wasn't sure I'd done the right thing with Huntington. But what other choice did I have? Ice cream it is.
36. Better than ice cream. Simone. Thwack. The kitchen was filled with bread, muffins, 3 kinds of cookies, and 2 pans of coffee cake. Now I was working on a batch of sourdough croissants, and the puff pastry was taking the brunt of my frustrations via the wooden rolling pin used to beat the butter into the dough. It wasn't working. I'd been stress baking since Brendan had left the apartment just past 6. My nerves were as wired as ever. No one had slept last night. Well, no one except my sister, and I didn't want to think about what that meant. Brendan had been up all night making phone calls, issuing threats, and basically doing everything he could to coordinate the exchange set up for this morning. I'd sat with Selena while she drank enough vodka to fell a horse, then spent the remainder of the night calling friends in Woodstock, acquaintances from high school, basically anyone I could think of who might be in touch with the Huntingtons. I'd had no luck, but Brendan had a bit more, enough to arrange a meeting this morning. But that was hours ago, and I hadn't heard anything since. And so, I'd baked. This is bullshit, Selena muttered as she tore apart one of the lemon zucchini muffins. How long does a meeting take? How do we know he's even doing anything? I took a deep breath and shoved the rolling pin harder into the dough, covering the frozen slab of butter. Because he said he would. Brendan had been tight-lipped about his plans when he left me with a kiss and 2 words. Plausible deniability. In other words, the less I knew, the better. I wasn't sure what to think about that, but my conscience wanted Kylie back more than it cared about right from wrong. And you believe him? Just like that? Selena scoffed. You barely know him, Simmy. I know him well enough to marry him. I focused on pounding frozen butter into a pat, rather than meeting my sister's accusatory gaze, or be called out in my lie. I know him well enough to trust him. That, at least, was the truth. For the first time in my life, I was starting to understand what people meant by found family. Since my mother died, I just assumed my family was over. Dad fell apart. Selena went off the deep end. I'd been functionally alone in this world for years, forced to clean up others' messes, despite never having the freedom to make my own mistakes. Until I'd met him. In a few short months, Brendan had turned out to be more reliable, even in a crisis, than the people who shared my blood. He wasn't my fiancé. He was barely even my boyfriend. But my heart wanted to call him family just the same. Do you really think he'll get her back? Selena asked, her voice unexpectedly small as she continued to make a mess of her muffin. I do. I started folding the dough around the now fattened butter. Brendan keeps his promises. How can you be so sure? I paused, considering. How could I explain something I felt so deeply but had no logical reason to believe? I just know him. I trust him. Selena studied me. You really are in love with him, aren't you? I thought you might be when you wore Mom's dress, but then I saw the pictures and figured it was for the money. Now, though. I frowned as I studied the dough. My instinct was to say yes. She was expecting me to say yes. But just days ago, Brendan had all but said that wasn't what we were. So I didn't know where I stood, other than the fact that I believed he would bring back my niece. Selena, however, had already moved on to another thought. You know, if you'd never gotten involved with the guy in the first place, none of this would have happened. She started flicking crumbs across the counter. My hands stopped mid-roll. You're kidding, right? You came to me in debt up to your neck, and he is the only reason you were going to get out of it. I could have gone to Dad. You wouldn't let me. She shrugged. Or maybe you should have asked your man to be a little more generous. 50 grand was never going to cut it with the Huntingtons. That's pocket change to people like them. There were times when, if I didn't see my own face on my twin, I wouldn't have believed we were related at all. I went back to rolling out the dough a little more roughly than necessary. The lamination probably wouldn't flake correctly, but at least I wouldn't throw the pin at my sister. Right now, Brendan is out there literally saving your daughter's life, and you have the gall to blame him for your mistakes? You borrowed money from a crook to be a crook yourself. What did you think was going to happen? What were you even thinking? I was thinking I needed to do something with my life. Selena shot back. Not all of us can get by on tips and volunteer work. I have a child to support. And how's that going? The words came out harsher than I intended, but I couldn't stop. You depleted Dad's savings, abandoned your daughter with me for days at a time. You even pawned Mom's jewelry. Is that your version of doing something with your life? Of ensuring your kid's safety? Selena had the decency to look ashamed for a moment, but it quickly morphed back into defensiveness. I was desperate, and it's not like you don't have other ways to make money now. She gestured around Brendan's luxurious penthouse. Look at where you are, who you're with. You hit the jackpot, and you're not even willing to share. Not willing to share? I just gave you $50,000, and you still stole from me. I screeched. I'm paying for Kylie's new nanny, preschool, private school if she needs. Which is basically like giving pennies to a homeless dude when you have hundreds in your back pocket. She yelled right back. What? Am I supposed to be grateful for the bare minimum of your charity when I know you could do so much more for us? All you had to do was ask him. It's not like that. I don't care how much money Brendan has. It was never going to be like that with him, and I'm certainly not with him so you can use him as a personal piggy bank. Oh, please. Selena rolled her eyes. The man would cut off his own foot if it made you happy. You have no idea what kind of prize you've stumbled onto, Simmy, and you're too stupid and naive to know what's going to happen next. Eventually, he's going to lose interest. Brendan isn't like that. Suddenly, I couldn't smack the dough as forcefully as I wanted. If I had, I would have broken the rolling pin. If you say so. She leaned against the counter. But when this is all over, just remember who's been there for you your whole life. I couldn't help it. I laughed, with curt bitterness that surprised me. Been there for me? You've got to be kidding. I have spent my entire adult life cleaning up after you and Dad. That's not fair, isn't it? My voice rose again despite my efforts to stay calm. I've given you money whenever you asked. I let you stay at my apartment for weeks, sometimes months at a time, taking Kylie when you've disappeared. And now I'm asking my fiancé to risk his safety dealing with criminals because you couldn't make responsible choices. I see how it is. Selena's face flushed with anger. Poor, irresponsible Selena, who can't get her life together. At least I've lived, Simmy. When was the last time you did anything that wasn't safe and predictable before meeting him? She jabbed a finger toward the door, as if Brendan were standing just outside. You think running away from responsibility is living? I countered. I stayed because someone had to make sure your kid eats every now and then, or make sure Dad pays at least some of his bills. Someone had to be the freaking adult. This is why no one likes you. Do you know that? No one wants to be around a saint all the time. This is why you've been alone for years. Why you're going to be alone after this so-called relationship crashes and burns. Because it will, you know. Maybe after you get married. Maybe before. Stop, I said, though I couldn't keep my voice from shaking. You don't know what you're talking about. But Selena didn't listen. She never listened. One day, the jackpot you somehow got lucky enough to nab will meet a hot secretary or a pageant winner or whatever, and he's going to stop banging you and start banging her. Men like him have 3 or 4 wives in their lifetime, not just one. So wake up and make the most of it while you can. Not just for yourself, for all of us. Stop doling out breadcrumbs when you could just give us the whole bakery for life, especially since you clearly want to be rid of us anyway. We stared at each other as reality sank in. Selena didn't think of me as her sister. She thought of me as her golden ticket, especially now that she saw a new flush of dollar signs. She had no idea how much of the new money I was getting would be going into saving our family's farm. She had no clue how I'd already set up a trust for Kylie that would pay for college, activities, or anything else she would need as she grew up. She didn't see it because she didn't ask, because she only saw the potential to relieve her of responsibility. Abandoning my half-finished dough, I turned to the sink to wash my hands, if only so she wouldn't see how deeply her words cut. Because as hard as it was to accept that my sister was a terrible person, it was even harder to acknowledge the kernel of truth in what she said. That Brendan probably would give me up one day. That men like him didn't end up with poor farmers' daughters. If they married at all, it was for convenience or wealth. But that didn't mean I should take advantage of him either. And so, by the time I turned back around, I knew exactly what I wanted to say. "You're right." Selena looked up. "I am?" I nodded. "You are. I could give more, but I purposefully chose not to share it with you because you're a narcissist. Your daughter, though, isn't." My sister looked like she'd been slapped upside the head. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means I'm using the money for something else. One of the first things I did when Brendan and I got engaged was look up custody lawyers. I put it on hold over the last few months, since you seem to be doing better. But now, I'm going to do what I should have ages ago. As soon as Kylie is back, I'll be seeking guardianship immediately, along with a restraining order. She deserves more than you. She deserves real safety." By the time I was finished speaking, my voice had dropped to a deadly quiet level I didn't even know I was capable of. I didn't sound like myself. Actually, I sounded like Brendan. "You bitch." Selena spat. "You'll take my daughter over my dead body." But I was done fighting as I turned back to the sink. "Considering how many times you've left her with me, I'm surprised you even care." Before she could answer, the distinct chime of the elevator echoed through the penthouse. We both froze, then rushed toward the entryway, our argument momentarily forgotten. The door slid open to reveal Brendan, his usually perfect appearance disheveled, tie loosened, a few strands of hair falling across his forehead, and a dark spot that looked suspiciously like blood darkening the cuff of his shirt. But it was the small figure beside him that caused my heart to leap. "Mommy!" Kylie cried, breaking free from Brendan's hand and racing toward us. "Aunt Simone, I'm back!" "Kylie, baby!" Selena dropped to her knees and gathered her daughter into her arms, although my niece looked a little surprised by the sudden affection. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" "I'm okay," Kylie assured her, trying and failing to push Selena away. "Brendan got me ice cream! Look!" She held up a sticky hand that still bore traces of chocolate. At that, Selena did release her, clearly wanting to get away from the stickiness. Ice cream at 8 a.m.? I looked at Brendan in disbelief, but filled with gratitude. He'd done it. He'd actually gotten her back safely. "This is for you," he said, handing me a green pint container with Van Leeuwen printed on the side. "We got them to open early." "How did you—" I started to ask, but he shook his head slightly, indicating we'd talk about it later. The tightness around his eyes and corded tension around his jaw told me the story wasn't as simple as it appeared. "Mommy, can I watch some cartoons? The bad men wouldn't let me watch anything but baseball." Kylie's lips stuck out. "Yeah, sure." Selena was already looking bored by the idea. "Maybe a bath first?" I suggested. "We don't know where she's been." Granted, it looked like she'd been treated well, but still. Selena glared. "I know that. Come on, Kylie, you're taking a shower.
But, Mommy, I want a bath time.
Fine, Selena snapped. Come on. After that, you can watch TV as long as you don't whine, all right? It took everything I had not to tell her not to snap at Kylie, but Brendan's hand pulled my attention back to him. She's safe, he reminded me. She'll be all right. Suddenly, I couldn't do anything but throw myself into Brendan's arms. He smelled like the city, like salty dew from the harbor, concrete, and his indelible musk. Thank you, I whispered against his chest. Thank you for bringing her back. One hand cradled the back of my head, the other wrapped firmly around my waist. There wasn't an alternative. I leaned back to look at him, to ask him why it was so urgent, how he managed it, what he had to do exactly to make these people cooperate in such a short time. But all my questions melted away as I saw the raw vulnerability in those onyx eyes. Simone. That deep voice shook with need that echoed in my soul. This time, it wasn't just him who bent down, and I wasn't the only one looking for a kiss. Our joint desire was thick enough to slice with a knife. There was only one thing to do. We lunged. 37. All talk. Simone. I don't remember how we got up the stairs. It was possible that he carried me, and also possible that I dragged him there myself. All I knew was that one moment I was climbing Brendan Black like a tree in the middle of his foyer, and the next I was being tossed onto his football field-sized bed on the second floor of the apartment. Strip. He yanked off his clothes like he was shucking an ear of corn. I need you naked. Now. He didn't have to ask me twice. And as soon as all our clothes were on the floor, he was there, caging me to the bed, body to body, and kissing me like he was stealing my soul. And God, if I didn't want to give it to him. Brendan. My voice broke as his lips found my neck with a hard, unforgiving suck that made my back arch clear off the bed. We should talk? No. Another suck, this time with teeth. This is how I talk right now. Before I could respond, he ducked down to take one of my breasts deep into that sinful mouth. He was an animal, biting just hard enough to make me gasp before he soothed the sting with another long, hungry pull. Brendan, oh God. The words slipped out, half moan, half prayer, as he drifted further down my body, tongue dragging over my skin, nipping as he went. Say my name like that again. I looked down at where he was kneeling between my legs, like they were his own personal altar. Like what? Like you need me to. My whisper was somewhere between a prayer and a plea, as he suckled my inner thigh hard enough to leave a bruise. Brendan. Fuck, yes. Just like that. He wrenched my thighs wide, looking at me like he didn't know whether to worship or devour me, studying me, learning me. His dark hair was wildly mussed, his eyes even wilder. He really did look like the devil everyone said he was. I couldn't have wanted him more. Look at you, trembling for me, he murmured, almost meditatively, as he dragged a finger through my aching flesh. You want me to kiss you here, baby? Like that sweet nectar? Devour you whole? I squirmed, but his other hand kept me pinned to the bed. Please. He paused. When you stutter, is it because you're excited or scared? I flushed, and I couldn't quite hold his gaze. A little of both. Scared of what? His head cocked to one side in an uncanny imitation of the birds he loved so much. Of everything that's going on with your family? I told you I took care of it. I shook my head. How could I tell him that when he looked at me like that, I wanted to open the darkest places inside me and give them all to him so badly it made me shake. But it also made me so terrified he would hurt me that I wanted to cower away. I want you. I managed. The left dimple appeared, the one I always wanted to lick. You have me. He picked up my foot and pressed a kiss to my ankle, then to my knee, and back to the spot on my thigh he'd been so deliciously torturing just moments ago. Brendan, please. You beg so, sweet angel. He draped my thighs over his shoulders.
Well, you're mine to ruin now.
As Brendan's tongue stroked, teased, then slipped inside, I didn't have space to doubt. So consuming was his touch, his taste. I could only feel him. The press of his hands, the heat of his tongue, the strength of those shoulders spreading my legs even wider so he could feast properly. "Brendan!" I clawed at the sheets, head thrashing from side to side. "Oh my God!" His groan was utterly depraved.
That's it, Angel. Let me feel you fall apart on my face.
I tried to twist away, overwhelmed, but the grip on my thighs was iron. "Brendan, I can't."
Yes, you can.
His mouth sealed tighter, tongue flicking faster.
Because I told you to. Because I want it. Now.
Oh my God! Oh, Brendan! His commands broke me in blinding waves as he drank me down like I was water in the middle of a desert. When he finally pulled away, his mouth was wet, his eyes darker than night. Black Prince indeed. And tonight, he was mine. Still shaking, I watched as he crawled up my body, continuing to worship with his mouth until his erection teased that spot where his mouth had just been, sliding through my desire. There. "Brendan." I clutched his shoulders, even though it felt good. So good. "Brendan, you're not... There's no... And I'm not taking..."
I know, Angel.
He rolled his hips again, allowing my slick heat to welcome him without breaching it fully. It was all I could do not to tilt my hips too, just a bit, so he could slide in.
I won't put it in.
His voice was strained, like he was talking to himself as much as to me.
Not yet, anyway. God knows I want you. But that would be sacrificing the control I can't afford to lose.
He kissed me then, sucking on my lower lip, like candy, while his cock continued its delicious, slow torture against my clit. I writhed beneath him, chasing more, but he was as steady as the tide, pushing, teasing, but never losing his balance. "Brendan," I begged, "please." It was all I could manage, all I could say. For a moment, the hunger in his eyes burned so hot, it looked close to pain.
I don't like to lose control.
His tongue twisted around mine again in a delicate tangle.
I don't like it when people fuck with things that are important to me. And you, Angel, have become very important to me.
Something inside me shifted, deeper than the ache blooming between my legs. I was so tired of trying to control things I couldn't. Things like my sister, my family, the chaos of our lives since my mother died. The things I couldn't fix no matter how hard I tried. But here, in this bed, in Brendan's arms, I could let it all go. I could give it to him. And so I did. Twin waves of freedom and ecstasy washed through me for a second time as I arched into his arms.
"That's it,"
he crooned as he paced me through them, timing every spasm, every heartbeat with the steady movement of his body.
"Let it go, baby. Let it all go for me."
Vaguely, I registered the crackle of foil, then the touch of his big hands as they turned me over and eased a pillow under my cheek.
"Can you take one more?"
he asked, as the weight of him pressed me into the mattress, along with his cock sliding into the pulsing slick he'd so thoroughly readied.
"For me?"
I could only moan into the pillow as he eased in, inch by inch. Words had deserted me.
"Such a good girl. You really are my angel."
But I wasn't interested in good. I wasn't interested in being his angel right now. With a sudden movement, I used my hands and knees to shove back against him, taking him fully. He choked.
"Fuck, Simone."
I turned to look at him over my shoulder. To my surprise, fear had carved apart his careful mask, like the hesitation was costing him everything, as he stared down at the place where our bodies joined. There was a war inside him, between the desperate need to maintain control versus the abject hunger to lose it. "Brendan," I called softly. His eyes dragged to meet mine, wild, like the caged animal he so often resembled. "You can let go, too," I told him. "Please, I want it." A sound tore from his throat. Half howl, half groan. With a roar, he pummeled forward, rattling the bed frame, maybe even the building itself. His fingers dug into my hips, dragging me back to meet every ruthless thrust. "Simone," he gasped with every deep drive, the South Boston in his voice erupting fully. "That's it, baby. Fucking take it. Take it because you want it, baby. Take it because you're mine. You belong to me. Say it!" "I am..." I could only keen into the pillow as he plunged further, harder. "I'm yours, Brendan. I promise, all yours." "Yes." His hand slipped beneath me, finding my clit, as if he had been doing it for years, not days. "One last time, Angel." His fingers circled in time with his savage rhythm. "Come for me again, and remind me why I'll never let you go." His name was a cry for salvation. His touch brought me back to earth. "Fuck, Angel. Yes, that's it. Simone!" He toppled into his own oblivion, body shaking as he called my name again and again. "Simone! Oh, God, Simone!" That timbre would echo through my soul for the rest of my years. Slowly, the world came back to us, and for a while, there was only the soft hush of breaths and slowing heartbeats to fill the room. Brendan pressed a final kiss to my shoulder, before he shifted onto one side and wrapped me in those strong arms. If peace existed in this complicated world for either of us, it was right here, in this moment. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. "Brendan?" A deep sigh was emitted behind me. "Yeah, Angel?" "What happened with the Huntingtons?" I had to ask. Another sigh warmed my shoulder, and Brendan rolled away onto his back. I turned over to watch him drag a hand through his hair. Tension returned to his solemn features. "I handled it. That's all that matters." I frowned. "But..." He cut me off with a kiss, gentle but firm. "I don't want to talk about it right now." It wasn't exactly a request, but at least he was communicating. And we had just talked, in a completely different way, according to him. So I nodded, and enjoyed a brand new smile. It was quiet, barely evident but for a shadow of that left dimple nearly masked by his stubble. But I saw it for what it was. Bliss. "Brendan?" I asked, just after his eyelids had fluttered shut. Yeah." I toyed with an edge of the comforter, but when I pulled it up to cover my breasts, he pushed it back down despite the fact that his eyes were still shut. "No covering up with me. Not anymore. Now, I'm about to catch up on the sleep I didn't get last night. So whatever it is needs to be solvable in the next 2 minutes." I searched myself for the words I couldn't quite figure out. Was it silly that I'd hoped he would look at me and just see the uncertainty I couldn't quite name? "Know me," I wanted to tell him. "Figure me out. Share yourself with me so I can know you. Love me like I'm starting to love you." Instead, I blurted out the only thing that ran through my head. "I'd like you to meet my father." His eyes opened. "Really?" I shrugged. Asking for the answers to questions I couldn't quite articulate wasn't going to work, but coming home with me might accomplish more. He studied me for a moment, as if looking for flaws in the request. "Yeah, okay. I could do that. Tomorrow?" Well, that was unexpected. "Don't you have meetings or something?" In the month I'd been staying here, I had never seen Brendan take a full day off, except for the day he took me shopping. He lay back on his pillow and closed his eyes again. "Fuck 'em. I'd rather spend the day with you." I gawked. Who was this man, and what had he done with the Black Prince? Then something else occurred. How should I refer to you? As my friend? Boyfriend? Partner? I hadn't even told my father the news. He barely read the papers, and honestly, I'd been hoping to avoid lying to him until this whole thing was over. Except now, would it end?
"Fiancé,"
Brandon answered, before he gave a great yawn.
"That's still what you are to everyone but me."
38. Dandelion Farm. Brendan. I'd been to Vermont plenty of times, learned to ski near the Canadian border, gone to business retreats in the Green Mountains, even passed through Woodstock, Simone's hometown, a time or two without a thought for the people who lived there. Bought a business or two in Burlington. But as I drove the Range Rover down the winding main street of the tiny colonial town, I felt like I was seeing the place anew. I still didn't understand why I'd agreed to do this. I'd walked into my apartment yesterday morning after the meeting with Huntington with a heavy heart, knowing that despite retrieving Simone's niece, I was going to have to tell her that the trade would cost her family everything else. And then I'd taken one look at Simone and the truth had hit me in the face like a knockout punch. I loved her. Not in the immature way of a teenage boy or with the fleeting infatuation that typically matched an acquaintance of just a few weeks. I loved this woman with every cell of energy, every drop of madness, every obsessive instinct I'd ever had. So it followed that after I was wrung out from laying my soul at her feet in all the ways my words couldn't manage, I would have given Simone Bishop the fucking moon if she'd asked for it. A trip to meet her dad seemed like a minor ask in comparison. Maybe I thought that coming here would help me find a way to tell her what I'd done. Or maybe it would give me an idea on how to undo it. Woodstock was exactly the kind of town that would nurture someone like Simone. White-trimmed colonial brick buildings lined the town's main street with restaurants and artisan shops that catered to the weekend tourists. But the rest of the town spilled into the farmland and verdant mountains, a tight-knit community that was gradually giving way to wealthy vacationers. I knew at least 5 people with second homes out here. It never occurred to me that I could, or maybe should, be one of them. Until now.
Turn left at the end of the street.
Simone sat in the passenger seat, drumming her fingers against her thigh as I followed her direction onto a narrow road, dividing a wood of maples and oaks. Her nervous energy matched mine, though I wasn't sure why.
Another mile down, and then right at the fork.
I reached over the gear shift and stilled her fingers. All right? Maybe we shouldn't have left Boston so quickly after her niece's return. I couldn't lie. I'd been more than happy to leave Simone's good-for-nothing sister in the care of Ruth, but Simone had been jittery since we'd left the city limits. Even her smile, normally so warm and easy, was tight.
It's been a while since I was home.
I thought you helped to take care of the place.
I do. With money, mostly. It's hard to come back here the way it is.
The hand I hadn't captured started drumming on her thigh.
I paid the back taxes with the money you gave me, but the mortgage company says I can't finish paying the rest of the debt without my dad. I'm not sure why.
Guilt churned in my stomach. I knew exactly why that was, actually. The NDAs that had gone along with the contracts with Huntington precluded communication with the owners for 2 weeks. I had to tell her what was happening. I just didn't know how to start. A weathered wooden sign appeared around a copse of fir trees. Dandelion Farm, established 1847. The paint was faded, the wood gray with age, but something about it felt permanent in a way that most things in my life never had. Simone directed me down a gravel drive that wound between split-rail fences and pastures dotted with grazing brown cows.
Jerseys,
Simone said as one of them gave a great moo.
They produce the most milk fat. It's really good for making cheese.
The drive wound in front of a farmhouse that looked right out of a Winslow Homer painting, with white clapboard siding, black shutters, and a wide porch that wrapped around the front and side. Signs of neglect blemished the place, but all of it seemed more recent, as opposed to a home that had been left to rot for decades. According to the sign, the Bishops had cared for this property for nearly 200 years. It was only recently that the roof had been left to moss, the shutters allowed to peel, and the vegetable garden abandoned to weeds. The result of grief, according to Simone. And yet, there was a sense of peace here, too, evident in the way Simone's hand stilled at last.
"Home,"
she said softly. It was like someone had strummed a chord deep inside me, the same reverberation I'd felt every time I'd seen her in the kitchen or when she walked into a room. And now, here. I parked next to a battered pickup and followed Simone toward the house. The front door opened before we reached the porch, and a slight man emerged with wispy salt and pepper hair and shoulders stooped from years of labor. While the remnants of his once dark hair were a contrast to Simone's bright halo, their eyes were the same vibrant blue, though his were lined by grief and age. Even so, they brightened the moment he saw his daughter.
"There's my buttercup,"
he called as he held out his arms. Simone ran straight up the steps and into them. Something in my chest constricted, as if I could feel her happiness too. Fuck. Was this what love did? Made all the feelings catching? I barely had time for these new ones I was just starting to acknowledge.
"Who's this?"
the man asked once he let her go.
"Dad, this is Brendan. He's my fiancé, the one I told you about on the phone. Brendan, this is my dad, Ryland Bishop."
It didn't escape me how she stumbled over the word. I hated that she was so uncertain. I hated that she had to lie at all.
"Brendan, pleasure."
Ryland's handshake was firm and calloused from years of farm labor. Simone made her father out to be a pushover, but I had a feeling that once upon a time, the guy was anything but.
"Good to meet you as well," I said. "And you. Simone's told me a lot about you, son."
I wondered what exactly she'd said. Probably not that I was the bastard who took advantage of his farm's misfortune for profit. He turned to Simone.
"Well, you want to see the girls? Delilah just gave birth last week."
Simone's face lit up like a Christmas tree.
"Oh, yes."
The girls turned out to be the dairy cows, and visiting them required borrowing a pair of heavy rubber boots kept in the great barn next to the farmhouse. We walked around the pastures where most of the herd was currently grazing, then made our way back to the barn, where the new mother and her calf were resting in a stall. I could see what Simone had meant about her father's depression. There was a listlessness to Ryland Bishop, a man going through the motions. The only time he perked up was when his daughter spoke, but even then, another shadow entered his expression, a yearning that made me suspect Simone and her sister looked a lot like their mother.
"What did you name him?"
Simone tenderly stroked the new calf's ears.
5. He's the 5th this year."
Ryland shrugged.
"Names felt kind of pointless, you know. He'll just go to the slaughterhouse or be sold to a breeder."
Disappointment crumpled Simone's face, but she quickly masked it with a smile for the calf.
"How about Ferdinand?"
she asked as he leaned into her touch.
"You seem like a lover, not a fighter. Maybe we'll keep you around."
"No point," Ryland said. "There are only 2 dairies left in Woodstock. No one left to lease a bull."
"Dad, you have to go outside Windsor County," Simone countered. "There are plenty of farms closer to Burlington or even in New Hampshire and Maine who would be interested. You just have to do a little bit of marketing. Let the vets know about this little guy. No one is going to lease a bull if they don't know you have him."
Ryland grunted. Simone rolled her eyes before she left to greet the other cows in the barn. "How long since your wife passed?" I asked, once Simone stepped out of earshot. Ryland turned, like he'd just remembered I was there.
20 years this fall.
18 years. Jesus. That meant Simone had been her family's emotional support system since she was 8. Christ. Who put that kind of pressure on a child? But also, who mourned like this for close to 2 decades?
Wouldn't you? My own conscience spoke as I watched Simone offering a treat to the calf's mother. The light in the barn was dim, but she seemed to glow here with belonging. Just the idea of losing that light made my chest constrict again. Why in the fuck had I been so cavalier when asking for a change in our relationship? I didn't want to see how this goes. Date casually while maintaining a farce to the outside world. I wanted her for life, not just for dinner. Wanted the ring on her finger to be for real. I was head over fucking heels in love with the woman, and right now I was finding it difficult to breathe. Because just as quickly another realization hit me. I loved her, but I was also going to destroy her. Or when she realized what I'd done to her beloved home, I was going to break her heart. We spent a bit more time with the cows before Simone wanted to show me around the house. Just like the rest of the farm, it was obvious that once upon a time, this place had been loved with generations-spanning plank floors, kitchen cabinets that might have been just as old, and tall ceilings and leaded windows that let in the light of spring. Ryland settled into a faded floral couch in front of a TV to watch the Sox game. Simone looked confused.
Dad, don't you have work to do? One of the barn doors needs welding, and I noticed the north fence needs to be patched.
Ryland waved over the back of the sofa. It'll wait. I want to check the score. She frowned, then turned to me.
Come on, I'll show you my room, and then we should probably go look at some of that stuff for him.
Once again, taking care of everyone else's problems for them. She toured me around the rest of the modest farmhouse, through a room with robin's egg-blue walls that she once shared with her sister, past a bathroom and study that seemed to have been untouched for the last 18 years, and then through an abandoned garage and into an adjoining building that was half brick, half the same clapboard siding. The windows, however, were larger than the houses, and the walls were lined with metal shelves and commercial-grade kitchen equipment.
Mom's kitchen,
Simone explained as she closed the door behind us.
Over there is where we baked, and on the other side we made cheese. There's an industrial fridge beyond that door, although it hasn't been used in years.
It was as if someone had frozen the building 18 years ago and never returned. The industrial ovens were cold and silent. The stainless steel surfaces were muted by the cobwebs stretching between them. There were still recipes pinned to a corkboard near the entry, and even a bit of flour decorated the corners of the workspace. Simone wiped a finger through a surprisingly light layer of dust on the counter before picking up a rag and a spray bottle in the corner.
He never cleans in here, so I try to do it when I come home,
she said as she started wiping down the great wood table in the center of the room.
He can't bear to come in. I think he still expects her to walk in through the door and start a batch of sourdough.
Considering how I felt the first time I'd seen Simone bake, I understood how Ryland might have felt. I was pretty sure that once she left my apartment, I'd never walk into that kitchen again. I'd probably have to move. A picture next to a white cast-iron sink caught my eye. You do look like your mom. I crossed the room to pick up the framed photo of a beautiful blonde woman and two identical twin girls, all of them laughing while they tossed a sheet into the air. The girls had blue eyes, but the woman's were brown. Even so, it was obvious she was their mother. Simone finished cleaning the table and came to stand next to me.
That was taken before she got diagnosed. We were outside helping her hang the laundry. Well, I was. Selena usually preferred to run through the sheets and pretend she was a ghost.
You were happy here, I observed. After she died, too? Simone shrugged as she took a seat on a stool.
Less so, but yeah. I didn't want to leave.
Why didn't you come back after Selena left Boston, then?
I thought about it, but by that point I'd been in Boston for over a year, And when I did come home, it was like living with a ghost. My dad had fallen deeper into—"
She waved one hand through the air.
"whatever he's in. And I was so obviously not enough to pull him out of it. Maybe I even make it worse, since, as you noticed, I do resemble the woman he can't stop mourning."
I studied the picture again, trying to imagine the qualities that made Mary Ann Bishop so extraordinary that her husband fundamentally couldn't live after she was gone. All I saw in the photo was joy, but I was willing to bet that if she were here today, she'd be disappointed in her husband for not doing whatever he could to live well without her, or make sure his daughters did too. "Would you come back now?" I found myself asking. "If your dad got the help he needs, if you could make the house your own." She smiled again.
"Oh, without a doubt."
I didn't know why I was asking. Not when I knew there was no way it would ever happen. Even so, I could picture it so vividly. Simone in this space, her hands covered in flour, pulling golden loaves from the ovens, as a pair of small children darted around her legs, smiling with the joy I'd only seen glimpses of when she baked for the cafe and others she loved. She belonged here in a way that was so fundamental it hurt. This was her element, her future. The future I'd been forced to steal, then sell. Once again I found it hard to breathe. Guilt clawed at my ribs, yowling to be let out. How could I tell her? How could I look at this woman and admit that just over 24 hours ago I'd destroyed everything she loved with a signature?
"Brandon?"
Simone's voice seemed to come from very far away.
"Everything all right?"
I was about to respond when a movement outside the window over the sink caught my eye. A flash of color through the dirty glass. Holy shit. Quickly but quietly, I leaned toward it, trying not to disturb our visitor.
"What is it?"
Right there. I pointed to where the bird was perched on the windowsill, its rainbow plumes catching the light. That's a painted bunting. Simone peered closer, her cheek next to mine, the scent of flower and lilac blanketing my senses.
"It looks like a rainbow. Is it rare?"
Extremely. I've never seen one north of the Carolinas. I watched the bird flit from the feeder to a nearby branch, while cataloging its field marks. Damn, I wished I had a better camera than my phone. It's probably looking for a place to live. The U.S. has lost about a third of its bird population since 1970. Did you know that? Mostly due to habitat loss. God, I was really laying the guilt on for myself, wasn't I? Who was I to pretend the very habitat this bird was seeking here wasn't about to be destroyed to build a fucking airport for the rich? "They're monogamous, you know," I told her. "Well, most of the time."
"For life?"
I shook my head. "No, just during the breeding season. Most birds don't. Swans do. A few raptors and species of geese. Emperor penguins." I glanced at her, and I could see the question in her eyes that had to be brewing on my face, too. If given the chance, would we mate for life, or last just a season? The bunting stayed for another minute before disappearing into the canopy of an old maple tree.
"I should make some lunch for my dad, and then I want to check on some of his chores before we leave."
Simone squeezed my hand, breaking the spell.
"Are you hungry? Do you need anything?"
When I turned from the window, the afternoon light was behind her, making the halo effect of her blonde hair that much more ethereal. She was all but drenched in gold. "You, baby." My voice was suddenly choked with all the emotions I didn't know how to handle. "I need you."
39. A better man. Simone. I need you. The words hung between us, like the dust motes glowing through rays of sunshine. Brendan stood silhouetted against the bakery window, the afternoon light casting shadows across his face that made his expression impossible to read. He looked good on my farm, maybe too good, which was why I'd been trying not to observe the way his long legs looked better wrapped in denim and flannel than his typical suits, why I'd paid more attention to a broken door hinge than to my boyfriend. He asked if I would ever come back here, and the answer came easily, but I kept one part back, the fact that my dream wouldn't be complete without him in it. Not anymore. Until he'd spoken in that deep voice turned inexplicably tender. I need you. Had he really said it? He hadn't said anything else. Now he seemed quite frozen. Brendan? I asked. What's wrong?
Everything.
He shook his head.
Nothing.
I took a step forward, reaching out for his hand. It's okay. The farm, my dad, I know it's sad, but the money I'm earning with you is all going to this place, so it's going to be okay, really. He'd been so quiet for the last several hours, I'd known something was churning behind that stoic facade. Of course, he was still shaken up after what had happened yesterday with Kylie. Maybe being confronted with all my family's problems was too much to take.
Simone.
He toyed with my fingers, running his thumb between the grooves made by the bones on the top of my hand.
I need to tell you something.
Automatically, I braced myself. He was going to tell me it was too much, that the differences in our lives were too vast, that someone like him couldn't be involved with the gargantuan task of rehabilitating a family that included a depressed old man and a narcissistic sister. It's okay. I pulled my hand from his grasp. I understand. You don't have to explain. I popped up onto my toes and gave him a kiss. It was meant to be a comfort, quick and soft. Instead, one of those broad hands grabbed my waist, while the other captured the back of my head, and Brendan angled his mouth over mine with raw intent.
Simone, God damn it, Simone.
What? I asked through labored breaths, in between kisses I never wanted to stop. Tell me what's wrong. Let me fix it. Another groan escaped as his hands fell lower, just enough to sweep me up and onto the old wood table, like I was little more than a 10-pound bag of flour.
The problem is that I love you,
Brendan pronounced, between kiss after savage kiss.
The problem is the more time I spend with you, the more I'll never be able to let you go. And I will have to let you go, Angel. I know it.
Wait, what? The confession was as bright as a bolt of lightning. Brendan Black loved me. The Black Prince. No, he was so much more than that. He was my Brendan, my lover, the quietly sweet, ruthlessly protective, deeply loyal man whose mask fooled everyone else but came down for me. He loved me. This man loved me. So what was he so afraid of? You love me? It was like he couldn't get close enough. The way his hands trapped my waist, the way he buried himself in my neck, the way he couldn't tolerate the buttons of my shirt for more than a few seconds.
Of course I love you. How could I not? You make me better. You make me want to be better. But God damn it, I don't know if I can.
You make me better. Was that all I was to him? A tool for his improvement? A way to polish the tarnish from his reputation? Or maybe his soul? I pushed on his chest. Stop! Look at me! To my surprise, he obeyed. I didn't think Brendan Black could obey anyone. I took his chin and stroked his face. Listen to me now. A muscle in his jaw ticked, but he remained silent. You don't need me to make you better. You don't need me to do anything but love you. And I do. I love you just like you love me. Exactly as you are. The fear in his eyes ebbed, but didn't totally disappear.
Even with my black heart?
I pulled him down so that his forehead touched mine. Your heart has never been anything but full of color to me. Several breaths passed as he seemed to digest my words. Then he kissed me again. Soon we were pawing at each other's clothes, stripping them away until we were both shirtless and breathless in each other's arms.
Never done this before.
He looked down my chest, then buried his face between my breasts with a satisfied sigh.
Not with anyone. But Christ, Angel, it feels like...
He stood up again, then took one of my hands and guided it down to the steely length, evident through his pants.
Sometimes it feels like you own me.
Heat flooded my cheeks. But I didn't pull away. Instead, I squeezed and stroked, enjoying the tortured expression as his eyes fluttered closed.
Please,
he whispered.
I'm yours. Do you understand?
I wondered later if it was the first time Brendan had ever begged. He'd never felt this way before. Well, neither had I. This wasn't just lust between us, though God knew we had plenty of that. This was something deeper. Brendan said he was mine, and I wanted to melt into him like butter into bread. My legs parted as I tugged at his belt, then undid his trousers. His breath grew ragged, his jaw clenched, but he didn't stop me when I pulled down the zipper, slipped my hand around his erection and pulled him free. He caught my wrist.
Wait, Angel.
It sounded like it took everything for him to say it.
I need to protect you.
I shivered. Who but him had ever needed to guard my safety, my happiness, like it was his own? He fished a square of foil from his pocket and pressed it into my hand, then waited as I rolled it over him with shaking hands. Come here, I said. I want you.
You have me, Angel. Every fucking inch.
His eyes held mine as he pushed inside. The stretch seared, then melted into fullness that just about broke me.
How do you feel this good?
He mumbled as he seated himself fully.
How do you always feel this fucking good?
I couldn't reply. I clung to him, barely able to remember my own name, let alone answer questions like that. He began to move, full of the praise I needed, telling me I was so good for taking him like I did, how tight I was, how perfect. He was measured but uncertain, like an apple balanced on a knife's edge.
You need it, baby. You need it like this.
Yes, harder. But he wouldn't let himself break. Not yet. I took a handful of his thick, dark hair and tugged. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need to let go. He froze then, to my surprise. Laughed. A harsh bark of a thing.
What do I need? What do I want, Angel?
His thrust turned slightly frantic, like just the question threatened his composure.
I want the impossible. I want everything.
Sweat dripped from his brow as he took another frenzied kiss, and the salty essence of him lingered on my tongue. He was delicious.
I want to stay here, on this farm, wherever you are, in a home I never had.
Whatever I'd been expecting him to say, it wasn't that. Certainly not with his accent as thick as it had ever been, caught up with his emotions.
I want to come home to you covered in flour, smelling like sugar, with food on the stove and my ring on your finger. Fuck.
With another punishing thrust, he was deeper than ever.
I want to fuck you in every meadow on this place, and then I want to strip you down on this counter and lick every inch of your body for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just because I can. Because you'd be mine to feast on whenever I fucking want.
He yanked me closer, slowing his movements but practically tunneling inside me.
I want to rip this condom off and fill you so good you'll be pregnant in seconds. I want to fuck a baby into you every hour of every day, just so I know you'll always belong to me.
His eyes turned black, daring me to look away. Instead, I came. Brendan! My body seized, and he followed me over the edge on a howl, both of us clinging to each other, like we might float away with the dust motes. When the world came back to us, it was with a distant whistle of wind through the maples, and the sweet song of a bird, far from home, but somehow happy just where it was. But just when I was about to kiss this beautiful man and present him my own confession, that he could have all those things, if only he had the guts to ask me for real, Brendan spoke again.
I want the impossible.
He whispered against my temple.
And maybe I want it that much more, because I know I can never have it for real.
I didn't move for a long time. Didn't dare turn my face, lest he see the tears threatening to spill. I was too afraid of what he'd read there. Too afraid to ask him why, exactly. He thought he could never have the dreams that maybe we both shared, or else too afraid to ask why I wasn't enough.
40. Burnt cinnamon rolls. Brendan. The numbers on my laptop screen blurred together as I stared at the acquisition documents that had been sent over from Ezra Huntington's office, complete with my electronic signature. Whereas Blackguard Holding is the seller of the note and mortgage made by Dandelion Farm and Ezra Huntington is the purchaser. There it was in writing. Proof of my betrayal. The document went on, every line a stab to my gut. Each signature a nail in the coffin of the first good relationship, the first real love I'd ever had. If I hadn't known before I was a bastard, I would have then. Only the Black Prince would save his company by destroying the woman he loved. My cell phone buzzed on the desk of my home office, pulling me away from my brooding. I answered immediately. "Tell me you found something." Liam's heavy sigh blew through the speaker.
Dude, I've been over the contract a dozen times. All I can say is that I really wish you had come to me with this before signing. Why the fuck would you do this without consulting legal?
I don't know. Probably because getting Simone's niece out of danger was more important than me checking the fine print. Instead, I grunted. We can't claim extortion or something like that. The threat of litigation might get him to rip it up, don't you think?
Thought of that already. But you don't want that either. Not before the board votes you in. Meanwhile, the sale is ironclad. Rescission clauses are minimal, and none of them apply here.
Fuck. Then I swore some more, resurrecting some of the filthiest curses I'd learned in the gambling dens of Southie. There's gotta be something, a loophole, a technicality, anything. That farm is all she cares about in the world.
Unless you can prove fraud or misrepresentation on their part, which you can't because you initiated the deal, there's no legal avenue to undo this. I'm sorry, Bren.
I closed my eyes, the weight of my decisions crushing down on me. 3 days had passed since I'd told Simone I loved her, and by some miracle she'd said it back. 3 days since she'd looked at me like I wasn't the Black Prince, but a real one, up on his steed and everything. I'd spent nearly all that time trying to find some way, any way, to undo the horrible deal I'd made to free her niece. Set PIs on Huntington's trail, set Liam to dismantle the contract, called Huntington every hour on the hour, threw as much money at the situation without giving him what he asked for to begin with, a piece of my company. Nothing worked. Find other ways to leverage the fucker, I commanded, as I toyed with the paperweight sparrow Simone had bought for me at the curio shop. Buy up Huntington stock. Look for vulnerabilities in their other projects. Do whatever you can to make that fucker's life hell so he's either forced to run to his daddy or sell the farm back to me.
Brendan, I really don't think...
Just do it. I hung up, shoved my chair back from the desk, and paced to the windows that offered a view down to Fenway. The Sox were playing the Orioles today, and for a moment, I imagined what it might be like to spend a lazy afternoon at the ballpark with Simone, instead of being shut up in an office. Maybe with a kid or two munching on hot dogs while we hooted with the crowd, sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and heckled the pitcher. Far too quickly, this imaginary family and I were doing other things around town, too. Riding those stupid swan boats in the common. Watching one of the kids play soccer. I'd probably tell a 16-year-old ref to go fuck himself if he ever made a bad call on my offspring, but everyone would know it was out of love. These fantasies were getting out of hand, but I could not seem to make them stop. Not since admitting one of them out loud while I was literally inside the woman I wanted them with.
Were those the kinds of things that people who didn't constantly work did on the weekends and wear suits on a fucking Saturday? Was that how they spent their free days when they weren't tied up with guilt and deals and all the other shit in my life that seemed more meaningless with every passing day? The sound of laughter drifted from the kitchen down the hall, and I followed it like a dog hunting its bone. Simone stood at the marble island, flour dusting her forearms as she worked dough with practiced efficiency. She was preparing for this weekend's pop-up while she chatted with Kylie on her iPad. Selena had opted to take her daughter back to Simone's apartment in JP, and while I couldn't say I was particularly sad to see her leave my apartment, I could tell Simone was worried about them. She called in constantly, mainly to check on Kylie, and make sure Selena was doing the basic things a parent should do to take care for her daughter, like making her breakfast or giving her a bath. The little girl squealed when Simone blew a strawberry into the camera and pretended her arm was an elephant's trunk.
"And that's why elephants never forget,"
she trumpeted before falling apart with laughter herself. She was wearing one of my dress shirts over leggings, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, her hair up in a messy bun, and a spatula in her hand. She'd never looked more beautiful, or more trusting. Fuck. Simone caught sight of me walking in and offered a grin that seemed to light up the room by 100 extra watts.
"Kai, I gotta go, babe, but I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Maybe we can do a sleepover soon, too." "Okay, Auntie Simone, love you." "Love you too, Peanut."
She ended the call and looked back at me with another smile. "Kid sounds all right?" I peered at the mess of dough and other spices on the counter. "What are you making?"
"Cinnamon rolls. And she does, doesn't she? I got Selena my old job at Fez, and she's letting me enroll Kylie in preschool and bring back Jenny at night."
With a contented sigh, she went back to rolling out her dough.
"I guess I feel, I don't know, hopeful, maybe. Enough that I called off the custody lawyer."
"You think Selena has her shit together after just a few days?"
"Well, no,"
Simone admitted, as she started sprinkling a mixture of cinnamon sugar into the dough.
"But she's smart enough to let me get it together for her. And Kylie, well, Kylie loves her mom. I feel I have to give Sel one more chance, if just for that reason."
She turned her face toward me, beckoning for a kiss.
"Let's not be pessimistic right now. I'm in too good a mood, and these cinnamon rolls are going to be amazing."
I took my time with the kiss, enjoying the flavors of cinnamon, sugar, and a little bit of lemon on her tongue, before releasing her to work while I watched from a stool at the counter. The image of her splayed out on the kitchen counter flashed through my mind, my head between her legs. Part of me wanted to indulge right now, enjoy this beautiful fantasy with her one last time before the truth arrived and ruined it for good. But the problem with falling in love with an angel was that you grew a conscience, and mine was done waiting. Just get it over with.
"You okay?"
Simone asked as she hand-rolled her dough into a long tube.
"You look like someone just died."
I opened my mouth. "Actually, I need to tell you." The sound of the elevator chime interrupted me. We both turned toward the bell.
"Are you expecting someone?"
Simone asked.
"I thought Rosie only comes in the evenings."
"She does, yeah." A knot tightened in my stomach. I didn't know how I knew it was bad news, but I did. Brendan, where the fuck are you?" "Shit," I cursed softly.
"Is that Owen?"
It was. Several angry footsteps later, my brother appeared in the kitchen with a face full of thunder. "You son of a bitch!" Immediately I stood, positioning myself between him and Simone. "Good morning to you, too. To what do we owe the pleasure?" "The pleasure," he laughed, a strange sound devoid of humor. "I just found out you sold the whole project out from under me. Not just the bad properties, the whole fucking thing. 2 years of my life, and you handed it over to those Huntington pricks like it was nothing." Shit.
I'd been so worried about what Simone was going to think of selling her farm that I'd completely forgotten to plan for when Owen found out I torched his entire venture. Oh, and I can explain. Explain what? How you and Liza decided my entire goddamn division was expendable? How you gutted everything I have added to this company to prove yourself to the board? It's all fucking gone because of you.
What's happening?
Simone had stepped away from the island, flour still coating her hands. Owen shoved a finger into my chest. I'll tell you what's happening, Goldilocks. Your so-called boyfriend here dismantled everything I care about, sold a bunch of our assets to the goddamn Huntingtons, and shut down my entire department just to make himself look good. It's just business. I was surprised how wooden my voice sounded now that I'd relocated it. You know how this goes. Dad will throw you another bone to play with, another venture to prove yourself, and if he doesn't, I will. You've already been promoted to interim COO. I have to make the hard decisions, and this was one of them. What else do you want from me? I want what I was good at, asshole. I want to know that my life's work isn't going down the toilet for a nice piece of ass. Simone's eyes grew wide.
Me? What do I have to do with this?
Owen, don't, I warned through my teeth. Don't what? Tell her the truth about your little deal with Huntington? Owen swung his gaze to Simone. He looked crazed, halfway between shouting and laughing. You want to know what's really happening, honey? Your boyfriend here is a lying piece of shit who sold your family's farm to the highest bidder. Simone went perfectly still, her face draining of color.
What?
Owen, don't do this, I warned, but it was too late. Dandelion Farm. Owen's voice was cold and precise. Brendan brokered the sale to the Huntington Group weeks ago. While you were falling in love with him, he was busy destroying everything you care about. It's not totally like that, I tried to tell her. It's a lot more complicated. Originally, I was able to exclude them from the sale, but then Kylie...
Brendan?
That sky-blue optimism had disappeared, and something fundamental tore inside my chest. Simone, I tried again. Listen.
Is it true?
Her voice creaked with pain. I could have lied. Could have blamed Owen. Called him crazy. Bought myself time to explain. Instead, I looked at the woman I loved more than my own life and watched her world crumble. It was for Kylie, I said finally. It was the condition of her release. But yes, I had to sell the mortgage to Huntington. She shook her head.
I don't understand. The farm, it's still there. No one has said anything to us about it.
They won't for another 2 weeks. Part of an embargo from the bank. But your dad is going to get a letter from his new mortgage owner, the Huntington Group, informing him that due to a poor payment history, the farm will be foreclosed on. It felt like I was choking her inner light with each piece of information. I wanted to stop myself, but I couldn't. Instead, I had to watch as she staggered backward, her hand reaching for her throat. Looks like this fake marriage won't save your little farm after all. Owen continued to cut through the wounds I'd already caused. But I'm sure if you use your wiles a little more, Big Brother will come up with a different payment, don't you think? How many more millions do you think that pussy's worth, if it can't save your family home? Before I could stop to think, my knuckles crashed into Owen's jaw with enough force to send him to the ground. Talk about her like that one more time, and every one of those teeth is going to dance across my floors like a fucking hailstorm. Owen looked up with a bloody grin, laced with murder. There he is, my brother, the Black Prince. Should we find a backyard to finish this, just like old times? South Boston was coming out in his speech for once, a true sign I'd really shaken him up.
Always wanting what someone else has. Nah, I'm good right here, you covetous little shit. You want to fight, come and get it.
One moment he was on the floor, the next on his feet, rushing at me like a linebacker. We crashed down together in a mess of fists, limbs, blows, and splintering furniture. Pain burst through my temple when his fist made contact. Owen grunted when I landed a solid blow to his kidney. I barely felt any of it, until I heard her footsteps instead. With a final hit that sent my brother skidding across the hardwood floor, I rounded just as Simone sprinted for the elevator.
Simone, wait,
I called, scrambling up to follow. Owen grabbed my arm.
Let it go. You've done enough damage already.
I could have hit him, could have swung around and finished the job, finally showing the ruthlessness my father always said I lacked. But my fight with Owen was over, and the only thing left fighting for in my sorry life was halfway gone already. Like I always knew she would be. Like she should have done long ago. As the elevator door shut with a quiet ding, my heart followed suit. If this was even a little of what Ryland Bishop had been feeling all these years, I decided that I couldn't blame the man for letting his life pass him by.
Christ, your left hook has gotten better since you were 10. I think you cracked my cheekbone.
Owen stood next to me, testing his jaw.
She deserved to know the truth.
She deserved better than this.
For once we agree on something. She definitely deserved better than you.
He was looking for another fight, too locked into the patterns of our past life to notice the way I fell so naturally into them. But I didn't bother answering. Not because he was right, he was, but because I had no fight left in me without her. Not anymore.
41. Coffee, milk, and cigarette smoke. Simone. The differences between Ezra Huntington's little offshoot of the Huntington Group and Blackguard Holding were evident from the moment I approached the decrepit brick building at the edge of town in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. The crumbling factory was bracketed by a river on one side, train tracks on the other, completed by the stench of sewage that seemed to perfume the entire city. Every instinct I had told me I should run back to the train station to avoid getting mugged, or worse. But this was the only way. The 40-minute train ride from Boston had given me time to think about what I was going to say, who I was going to talk to, how exactly I was going to get back my family's farm. It's different than his dad's organization. Selena had told me when I called her on my way to South Station. Ezra is trying to get out on his own, so you won't find him at the headquarters in Providence. I guarantee if you go to his dad, you won't get what you want at all. Trust me, I tried that once, and it did not go well. You could have gone back to Brendan. I pushed that thought away as his brother's words echoed louder. Your boyfriend here is a lying piece of shit who sold your family's farm to the highest bidder. How could I possibly trust Brendan to make things right when he was responsible for this in the first place? Even if he had needed to give up the farm to save Kylie, how could he have kept something like that from me? He had known the whole time, while he had shaken my father's hand and listened to stories about my mother, while he made love to me in her bakery and whispered fantasies of our future there. When he told me he loved me and wanted me right there, forever. No, I couldn't go to Brendan for help now. I couldn't trust him at all. The heavy, if dented steel door opened with a creak as I entered the building. Inside, I was greeted by a fairly standard lobby, even if it bore signs of neglect in the stained ceiling tiles and walls and the odor of stale cigarette smoke. A tired-looking receptionist looked up from a desk where she was smacking on gum while doing her nails. Her expression was half irritable, half surprised, like I was the last thing she expected to encounter at her job, receiving people. "Who are you?" Her thick Rhode Island accent existed, just like the state, somewhere between New York and Boston. Cautiously, I approached the desk. My name is Simone Bishop. I was told I could find Ezra Huntington here. He expecting you? I shook my head. No, but it's very important. No appointment, no meeting. The woman went back to filing her nails. I frowned. She didn't look up again. I put my hand on the desk, which immediately made her sit up with a spark of challenge. Look, I'm not leaving until I see him. I could practically feel Brendan in the back of my mind, that sly dimple making an appearance as he looked on.
That's right, Angel. Show her some of the devil I put in you.
I shook the thought away and persisted. Tell him it's about a deal he recently made for Dandelion Farm with Brendan Black. He'll want to see me. The receptionist dropped her nail file without looking at it, but took an extra second to pick up her handset. I had no doubt that she was the type who would throw a punch at me for looking at her wrong in any other setting. Maybe this one, too. Channeling Selena's brashness and Brendan's intensity, I forced myself not to look away. This was a matter of survival. It worked. The girl made the call. Some broad here wants to see you. No, I don't know her. Says she knows Brendan Black, though. Something about a farm. She waited while another voice replied. Get your own fucking coffee milk, Ez. I'm here to sit at the desk and answer the phones, not run your goddamn errands. After dropping the phone back in its receiver, she went back to her nails and spoke without looking at me. I'll be out in a minute. I paced the length of the reception area, reviewing everything I had learned about the Huntingtons on my way here. They were originally from Providence, with the company headquartered there. Ezra was an only child, and the rumor was that he ended up in Woodstock for the last 2 years of high school because he'd been kicked out of 4 different private schools for dealing drugs, so his mother had taken him to their vacation property to finish school and keep him out of trouble. He'd graduated, but not without supplying half our class with any and all paraphernalia needed for the parties thrown in deserted fields and under the cover of the forest. Apparently, he was still in that business if he was loaning money to sell psychedelics. He was dangerous, enough to take a child from her mother, but maybe he would be willing to bargain for the right price.
Simone Bishop. What the fuck, girl? You're even hotter than your sister.
I turned at the sound of my name, as a man I barely recognized walked into the lobby. He looked nothing like the lanky kid I remembered from high school, but he still dressed like him in worn jeans, a ratty sweater, and a beanie pushed back over a mop of messy brown hair. He clearly recognized me, though.
Where the fuck have you been all these years? Selena let me get some every now and then, but damn, I think I was looking at the wrong sister.
I fought a cringe at his crass words as I allowed him to brush a kiss to my cheek in greeting. Now I knew where the cigarette smoke came from. Good to see you, too. I lied.
I should think so.
He cocked his head, still openly looking over my body, which was clothed in a light summer dress and a sweater. I wasn't going for revealing. I never really did. But he made me feel like I was half naked.
So what can I do for you?
You recently made a deal with Brendan Black for the, return of Selena's kid? I said softly, to avoid the ears of the receptionist, who kept casting scornful glances my way. Ezra's brows knitted together.
I did, yeah. He told you about that, did he?
I'd like to discuss it, if you don't mind.
Look, Simone, I know it's your family's farm and all, but
please. Fighting nausea, I forced myself to trail a flirtatious hand up his arm. It would mean a lot. His beady eyes narrowed, but he seemed curious at least.
Sure. Follow me to my office.
Every cell in my body screamed not to follow this man into a private room, but I didn't have much of a choice. After all, what had I come here for if not for the chance to change his mind? I followed him around several winding corridors into the building, past one room where men who looked just like him were jabbering on phones and taking what sounded like bets, while people in another were smoking and gesturing toward a big map on the wall of a valley that looked a lot like the area around Woodstock. He kept going, then opened the door to an office containing a battered desk, a few chairs, and a lot of posters featuring scantily clad women holding beers alongside a map that matched the other one I'd seen. Yes, it was definitely Windsor County, dotted with a bunch of new planned projects that definitely weren't there now. It's nice, I said lamely. God, I was terrible at this.
Take a seat.
Ezra did the same behind the desk.
You want?
He opened a mini fridge behind him, containing a variety of alcoholic beverages. No, thank you. You bought my family's property.
Straight to the point, huh? Fine by me. Technically, I was given your family's mortgage. Good thing, too. Although maybe not for you. But your dad hadn't paid taxes on the place in 5 years, and he's well behind on the mortgage payments, too. I think you already know why I wanted it. Your fiancé originally had it for the same reason.
Something thick in my throat made it hard to swallow. I hadn't stopped to wonder why Blackguard possessed the mortgage to begin with. Banks sold them to each other all the time, so why shouldn't the holding company do that sort of thing? Owen's anger, however, made more sense. Clearly, they'd been planning something with the investments he'd mentioned, probably something similar to the development plans tacked to Ezra's wall.
Congratulations, by the way.
Ezra cracked open a can of beer.
When's the big day?
I didn't answer. Whatever defined my relationship with Brendan Black was purely legal now, and it had no bearing on this situation. I still couldn't bring myself to refute it, though. I want to pay off the mortgage, or do whatever is needed to get rid of my father's debts. What would it take to reverse the sale? Ezra eyed me over his beer for a moment, then set it down and sat forward.
That's a complicated question. From a purely business standpoint, there's no reason for us to sell, even as someone as cute as you.
I wanted to laugh, or maybe cry. It was ludicrous. This idiot and his record store owner drag, acting like he was the Wolf of Wall Street. And yet, this fool held my family's future in his palm. Name your price, I said. The value of the mortgage, plus its interest through term. I'll pay it, plus 20%. That would completely drain my bank account, but I'd solve that problem tomorrow. Ezra sat back in his chair and kicked his boots up on the desk as he took another drink of his beer.
You're cute, but do you even know what's owed on that property?
My dad leveraged it in the 90s to upgrade equipment.
And did it again to finance payroll in the aughts. One more time a few years ago. Your dad's been robbing Peter to pay Paul for the last 20 years.
He pulled a file from his desk and slid it toward me.
The last one was for your sister. Selena had this idea to convert half the pastures to grow weed. It was good, and I was interested. But the bill to legalize commercial growing failed in Vermont.
He leered.
Not much of a head for business, you Bishop girls.
It sounded like Selena, of course. The same kind of ill-advised planning she tried to pull off with her little mushroom venture. But this was so much worse than I thought, I realized, as I leafed through the file. Bank statements, loan documents, notices of default. The second loan had been taken out after my mother died, just to keep us afloat and pay the few workers he had kept on. And then the third, clearly done with a forged signature, leveraged the whole thing against Selena's plans. Dandelion Farm had been drowning in debt for decades. The money I had ready to pay it all off would barely cover half of what was due. But I could get it. I could, so long as I was willing to go back to Boston with my tail between my legs and accept what Brendan had done. At this point, I'd do anything to save the one place that meant anything to me anymore. I need a few months, I said. Weeks, maybe, and then I can pay it off. Will you accept half now? Ezra snorted.
You misunderstand. This isn't a way out.
He took back the file and tucked it into his drawer.
I wanted your shitty little farm for something far more valuable than a measly 10 mil.
A cold sliver of fear drew up my back. What do you mean? I glanced at the map. Is this about your project? You want to build something there, right?
He shrugged. Maybe, but really, it provides me with a different kind of leverage.
Leverage for what?
And here I thought you might be a little smarter than your sister.
With a boot, he towed a bobble-headed figurine of Pam Anderson circa Baywatch, where her boobs moved instead of her head.
Did you know that I was originally working with another member of your fiancé's family? Owen and I were planning a whole development of the area. He wanted to build resorts. I wanted to build some casinos, dog tracks, things like that. Make a shit ton of money on a new town we were going to call Ventnor Place.
I frowned. Well, that explained the fight even more. I wondered if Brendan knew Ezra had been involved with his family's business from the start. He had to, right? He was the head of the whole thing. It wasn't until a few weeks ago that the whole thing went to fucking hell. All because your fiancé decided to dump the properties. My father found out and bought them cheap, just to teach me a lesson. I stared. So, what? You wanted the farm back just to stick it to Brendan and your dad? Something about this wasn't adding up. Was this all just about Ezra Huntington's misplaced daddy issues? Ezra dropped his feet to the ground with a thud. My father cut me out over this bullshit, you stupid bitch. The Ventnor development was supposed to be proof that I could finally live up to my name. Do you have any idea how fucking humiliating it was to have it all ripped away? Your so-called prince didn't just fuck over his own brother. He fucked over all of us. So I couldn't give two shits about your family's sad little cows. You want them back? You'll have to give me the only thing that will get me back into Providence. A piece of the Black Prince himself. Or at least his company. That's insane. I managed. I'm not even a part of this company, and Brendan would never. No, I think your boyfriend would be willing to negotiate. He wasn't the other night, but now that you're here, he might change his tune. Dread settled in my stomach like ice. What are you talking about? He got up and started circling the desk, forcing me to turn in my chair to follow his unnerving progress. At first, I really thought I was fucked, but it was just my luck when the Black Prince fell in love with a farm girl. It was your sister who told me all about it, even let me borrow her kid to get what I wanted. Unfortunately, he wasn't willing to give me what I wanted for a little kid he barely knew. But he was willing to fuck you over. It's an extra step to get to where I need to be. But you're here now. We'll make it work. He grinned, showing me the most evil smile I'd ever seen. I stood, clutching my purse like a shield. You're mistaken. He doesn't care about me like that. Oh, I think he does. Something in his tone made me shiver as his mask of civility slipped away entirely. Or at least, you'd better hope he does. Let me leave, I commanded, trying a different route. I'll go back to Boston and tell him what you want. See if I can get him to make a deal. Don't think so, Bambi. Can't catch a wolf without the right prey. He pressed a button on his desk, and a few seconds later, two rough-looking men in flannel shirts and guns tucked into the waistbands of their jeans stepped inside. They had been waiting. This had been planned from the start, ready the second I walked into the building. I backed toward the one window in the room, though it was barred from the outside. Hold her down, Ezra ordered. No, let me go! I fought without much effect, as the two men grabbed my arms, then wrenched me back to the chair, where they neatly handcuffed me to the metal arms and legs. Stop! Ezra! You won't get away with this. It won't get you what you want. He doesn't care about me like that. He doesn't! Ezra took a burner cell phone out of his desk, then flipped it open and pointed it to me. For your own sake, you should pray that you're wrong, sweetheart, he said as he snapped a picture. Now smile, or maybe don't. Otherwise, you might get the wrong idea and think it isn't the last thing you might ever do.
42. Sky-high purgatory. Brendan. Once I loved sitting in my office at the top of Blackguard Holding. Another eyrie, as Simone would call it. It was a refuge from where I could look over Boston, imagine flight across the city, and find a bit of respite from the incessant demands of my daily life. Now, however, this place felt like a prison. It had been almost 24 hours since Simone had fled the penthouse and Owen's revelation had blown over my carefully constructed house of cards. Phone calls had gone straight to voicemail. Texts weren't even left on read, and I was losing my mind. Ruth had been fielding calls all morning after I'd canceled 2 meetings and a conference call at Tokyo. The financial blogs were already starting to hum with rumors of my demise. I couldn't have cared less. Not until I figured out where she was. The intercom buzzed on my desk.
Mr. Black, your brother and Mr. Kelly are here.
Before she had even finished speaking, the door opened, and Ronan and Liam walked in, their faces inscribed with the grim reality of the situation. "You look like shit." Ronan flopped into one of the leather chairs across from my desk and yanked at his collar. Despite being brought up in the family, there was something about a suit that had always chafed Ronan. Like a tie felt more like a noose to him. "Matsumoto was thrilled with your no-show, by the way. Super fun to step in for you on an account I had never even looked at before. Why didn't you ask Owen? He jerks off to opportunities like this." "Do you want a participation trophy?" I didn't even bother turning away from the window. No one got the benefit of even the faintest courtesy today. "No, but an explanation would be nice. You hibernate up here like a winter troll and Owen's gone missing too. What the fuck is going on?" I didn't answer. No one but Owen and our head of security, Mac, knew what had happened last night with Simone. Even Liam just had bits and pieces. Right now, the safety of the woman I loved, yes, loved, was in the hands of someone else, and I wasn't dealing with it well. I caught Ronan and Liam sharing a covert glance as I turned around. Liam took the other chair. "We need to talk. If this is about the Japanese contracts, I already told you today is not the day." "This is about you acting like a complete fucking moron," Ronan interrupted. "You've been holed up here all morning, and Ruth says you got here at 2 this morning and started canceling appointments for the rest of the week." I scowled. I needed to get a head start on things. "What, like roasting hobbits before the sun rises? What the fuck is going on?" Liam leaned forward, his elbows braced on his knees. "Does this have to do with Simone or the Huntingtons?" "Don't say her name." Ronan's brows lifted. "Are you still fucking with Huntingtons? Those fuckers are half mob. I see them all the time in Vegas, and let me tell you, I would never sit down at a table with any of them unless I wanted to get knifed." He shook his head. "Please tell me this isn't all over a woman, Brendan." "She's not just any woman. She's mine." The words tumbled out before I could stop them. And then I was slumping into my desk chair exhausted. Christ. Just admitting the fact out loud took something out of me, as if it forced me to acknowledge how much her absence hurt. And I'd done it to her. Ronan examined me for a long time. His mask of humor cut through the shrewd gaze that only came out every so often. Then he seemed to...
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
make a decision. Yeah, we know, he said quietly. That's why we're here. I couldn't even meet their gazes, instead fixated with underlining random words on a document in front of me. I was fidgeting like a teenage girl. It was a fucking mess. There's nothing to talk about, I managed. It's over. She knows what I did, and she's gone. Left yesterday morning. I didn't mention that I'd been trying to track her down since, to no avail. What did you do? Ronan asked. What I always do. Acted in the company's best interests instead of my own. He sold the mortgage on her family's farm, Liam said. I assume that's what you mean. I swallowed. I had to. Ronan reeled. You sold her farm to that shitweasel? Why the fuck would you do that? I stared down at the document. My vision blurred. Because I had to. I don't believe that. Since when do you have to do anything you don't want to do? Since I met the woman of my dreams, I shouted with a swing of my hand that sent a cup of pens flying across the office. Liam and Ronan watched the pens scattered over the carpet with bemused expressions, then turned to me with patience I didn't think I'd ever possess again. Well, Ronan said a few minutes later, the jig, as they say, is up. I glared. What are you talking about? He tipped his head like a speculative crane. You must really think we're all idiots. Dad is in the hospital for all of 2 seconds, and suddenly there's a vote for CEO going before our very conservative board members, and you show up with a pretty princess fiancée you met 5 minutes earlier. He snorted. You didn't think you actually fooled anyone, did you? Dad was just so goddamn thrilled his plan to make one of us procreate worked, he wouldn't have cared less if you married a test tube incubator. Except it didn't work, Liam pointed out wryly. Because you fell in love with her instead, didn't you? The paper under my hands crumpled. I wanted to smash something all over again. That's correct. Have you tried to explain things to her? Explain what? That I sold her family's legacy to save my ass? That the cost of having her niece back was the choice between losing my reputation or taking away everything else she cares about, so I chose myself? Bitterness sliced through my laughter like a scalpel. The truth doesn't make it any better. Liam shrugged as he crossed one ankle over his knee. Maybe not, but the truth is always worth something. If she loves you, she might forgive more than you think. His eyes glinted as he said it. Not for the first time, I wondered what kind of secrets lay behind that affable facade. Liam's mother was one of the most cutthroat people I'd ever known. The apple couldn't fall very far from the tree, but I'd never seen anything but Liza's competence rub off on her son. Just get it back, Ronan put in. Why the fuck not? What was her sad little farm worth on the appraisal? 10 million? 20? 8.2, Liam provided. But it has 3 loans against the property, so maybe 14 altogether? Still a bargain considering that Owen planned to sell the livestock and turn the whole thing into an airport. It was the centerpiece of the Ventnor development he was putting together with Ezra. I sat up. Ezra was involved in that too? Liam nodded. A back-end investor, but yeah, it was his pet project too. Sounds like he convinced the dad to buy the mortgages and properties outright from you to cut Owen out. Jesus, I have never been so glad to be a third child in my life, Ronan remarked. I'll take being the chaos agent of the family over firstborn daddy issues and secondborn invisibility any fucking day. Liam chuckled. I glared. So offer Ezra double, Ronan went on like we were discussing the weather. Triple. Even at 30 mil is what, the cost of one of the yachts? And then you'll win your pretty princess back in the process. He won't accept it, I said. Huntington wanted either my shares in the company and a seat on the board or the farm. And she won't take me back anyway. I rubbed my face. God, I was so stupid. And Ezra Huntington was much smarter than I realized. What a worthless fool I was. Ronan looked me over, that sharp edge reappearing in his gaze.
You really are a moron. Since when do you take a bad outcome lying down?
I didn't answer. I didn't think there was a point.
The Brendan Black I know would ruin any asshole who even breathed wrong in his direction. The Black Prince takes no prisoners. Why wouldn't he fight for his family?
Simone isn't family, I said, but the words felt like a lie. Maybe because I wanted her to be.
She could be,
Leon echoed my thoughts.
if you fight for her like you fight for everything else.
How can I fight for her if she won't even take my calls? She never wants to see me again.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Even a degenerate like me knows you have to tell her the truth, Ronan snapped. You explain clearly what you did, why it was fucked up. You promise her the goddamn moon, and you do whatever it takes to get it right.
He bared his teeth in parody of a smile.
It's called accountability, friends. See what a good therapist does?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I snapped. If what it takes is giving up my part of the company, that gives you a lane to step right in.
So what if it does? I don't think the question is whether or not this would benefit me or Owen or even Shay in the little dogfight Daddy Dearest has set up. The question is whether you care more about that than you do about her.
He sat back in his chair like a man who'd just consumed a big meal.
Your choice, big brother.
I blinked. He was right. And it wasn't even a choice at all. I reached for my phone. I'll try to call her again. But before I could, a text lit up my screen from an unfamiliar number. Blocked number. 573512, comma, -72.551498. I turned the phone. What the fuck does this mean? Liam leaned forward to look. They're coordinates. Why the fuck would someone send me? But before I could finish, a picture appeared below the text. A pair of hands, bound with a rope, behind the metal back of a chair. Strong and feminine, with short oval nails and an engagement ring on her left hand. Hands that had mesmerized me with their competence and stability as they kneaded dough, rolled out pastry, or even just stroked my cheek. Simone. I could barely breathe. Fuck. Ronan was already out of his seat.
Looks like Ezra figured out a plan B. You ready to wage a healthy little war now, brother?
I had no time for jokes, and I was already flying out of the room. I have to find her. I have to get her safe.
Already calling Mac,
Liam assured me as they followed me out of the office. My employees watched with curious glances as I sprinted for the elevator, my brother and Liam in close pursuit. I didn't notice any of them. Somewhere out there, Simone was hurting, suffering because of what I had put her through. The choice I'd already made evaporated as the elevator doors opened. There was only one option now. Find my girl and bring her home.
43. Coming to terms. Simone. You know, I'm starting to think your fiancé doesn't love you after all, sweetheart. I watched Ezra Huntington pace across the creaky wood floors of the old sugar house, but didn't say a word. I couldn't with the gag around my mouth. I'd spent the night in Ezra's wound-socket office with nothing to eat but stale chips from a vending machine, while he figured out what to do with me. In the morning, after he sent a photo to Brendan of me bound, I'd been hustled into the back of a van, and we'd driven for hours. One breath of the unique blend of maples, firs, rain, and cows, and I knew exactly where we were before the blindfold was removed. Dandelion Farm. That was also when I realized Ezra Huntington was not a very intelligent man. Instead of taking me somewhere I couldn't identify, he brought me to a place where my initials were carved on the very piece of furniture they had tied me to. Nestled in the maples at the far end of the Dandelion property, the old sugar house was a relic from my grandfather's time that hadn't been used in more than 50 years. Selena and I used to camp out here when we were younger, daring each other to go upstairs to the supposedly haunted rooms that had mostly been donated to raccoons. Unfortunately, the sugar house was also situated on the opposite side of the property, nearly a mile from the barn and the house where my father was probably watching another baseball game. I was so close to help, and yet so far away. So I glared as Ezra chain-smoked his 10th cigarette and stared at his phone, doing my best to ignore the fear lodged in my belly and the suspicion that maybe Ezra was right. If Brendan had cared, wouldn't he have found me by now? Or at least answered the text? So far, there had been nothing. Ezra slammed a hand on one of the dust-covered workbenches. "Does she ever talk about me?" he asked suddenly. "Do any of these hicks out here talk about me?" I knew who he meant. Another thing I discovered about Ezra Huntington was that he ranted about his adolescence when he was irritated. It hadn't taken me long to realize that he once had a serious thing for my sister. That wasn't terribly surprising. Before she'd run off the deep end, Selena's devil-may-care act was the definition of cool girl charisma in high school. Everyone we knew either wanted to be her or sleep with her, or both. Ezra Huntington, with all his money and pomp, had arrived at Woodstock High and identified Selena Bishop as the only girl worth his time in our small town. Predictably, they'd flamed out within a month or so. Selena never could find anyone to keep her interest for long. I'd always thought Ezra had moved on, but clearly he had not. When, again, I couldn't answer, he whirled around and swore. "Fuck this. It's not like anyone can hear you out here anyway. I'm sick of talking to myself." He ripped off the gag. I opened and closed my mouth a few times to relieve the ache. "No," I said finally. "She does not. But I wouldn't take it personally. Selena only talks about Selena." That did not seem to make him feel better. "You know, you Bishop girls were never as great as everyone thought back in high school." "How would you know? You were too busy selling weed behind the bleachers to go to class." Was it wise to provoke a clearly unstable man while I was literally tied up and at his mercy? Probably. But at this point, I was beyond caring. Ezra snorted. "True. Though I saw enough of your sister back there, too. She filled me in on just what kind of goody-goody her twin sister was. Made her sick." Somehow, I resisted the urge to argue with him. That was all he wanted, after all. His plan wasn't working, so he was spoiling for a fight, or at least a win, to make himself feel like he was in control again. I counted old sugar stains on the floorboards, praying that he would mistake my silence for contrition. It didn't work. The door to the sugar house opened, and two of his associates, who really looked more like the kinds of goons who sat outside of the biker bars in Woonsocket, walked in, one of them shaking his head. "I went to the top of the ridge for reception. 3 bars. Still no response from Black." "Fuck!" Ezra picked up a stool and hurled it against the wall, shattering one of the legs. 12 hours and your precious prince can't be bothered to return a fucking message? "You must be right," I told him, though the words tasted like rotting cheese. He doesn't care. Brendan Black cares about his company and nothing else. I hated that it might be true. Ezra looked like he wanted to hurl something else at me now. I followed his gaze towards some of the sugaring equipment hanging on the wall behind him. There was a dusty pail of spiles that could double as throwing stars in the right hands. "Well, if he doesn't care about you, Sunshine, maybe he'll care about his reputation." Ezra turned to the goons and nodded. "You brought the others?" The first goon nodded. "They're in the van. Bring 'em in." One of them left, then returned a few minutes later with 2 people, both of them wearing canvas sacks over their heads. One was clearly a child. "Let me go!" My heart just about stopped when I heard the familiar voice as she struggled against them. "Kylie?" I lurched forward in my chair. "Selena?" The sacks were removed before my sister and niece were shoved into a pile on the floor. Selena looked like she'd been dragged through the mud, pale and dirty, with ripped clothes and a shaky expression that made me wonder if she'd been doing more than just drinking and smoking lately. Kylie looked only slightly better, with her blonde curls falling out of her little ponytail and dark circles ringing her eyes. "Aunt Simone!" She made for me, but was jerked back by one of the goon squad. "Don't touch her!" I shouted at him. "Ezra, this is insanity! You have to let them go. They have nothing to do with Brendan." Ezra snorted as he lit yet another cigarette. "No, but they have everything to do with you." But don't worry, no one will hurt the little gremlin as long as you all cooperate. I couldn't stop them. Selena's speech was slurred as she crawled across the room, then collapsed on the floor next to my feet. I yanked against my bonds. Ezra, what did you give her? She was definitely on something, and it wasn't her usual cocktail of vodka and weed. Maybe the Black Prince doesn't care about his princess, Ezra said, as he held up the burner phone for another picture. But I'm betting he won't want the murder of a 4-year-old on his hands, and that's exactly what will make it look like if he doesn't pony up. Selena slumped, her head on my knee. I'm sorry. They said they would take... They threatened to... She could barely get her words out, and there were bruises around her neck and on her hands. It's okay. I wanted to stroke her head the way our mother had when we were kids, maybe in this very room. It's not your fault, Sal. Mommy? Kylie called from across the room. Mommy, are you okay? Aunt Simone, what's wrong with her? Why are you tied up? I gave her the brightest smile I could manage under the circumstances. It's going to be okay, honey. Your mom's just taking a little nap, and we're playing a game. Best to sit and be quiet, okay? No, let me go. No! With a swift kick to one of the goon's squad legs, Kylie freed herself and ran to the other side of my chair, where she immediately started tugging at the ropes binding my wrists. Let her go! Kai. I twisted into my chair, trying to see her. Honey, stop. It's okay. We just need to be quiet. Get back here! Shouted her victim. Leave her. Ezra settled onto another dusty stool he pulled out from one of the workbenches. She can't do shit anyway. Kylie. I tried again. Honey, look at me. To my surprise, she moved to my side and did as I asked. We need to be quiet, I told her. Can you do that for me? Play the game with me? With a scared glance where her mother was barely moving, and then back at me, she gave a tearful nod. Okay. Just sit here with me, then. She sank to the floor and huddled against my leg, looking for some kind of contact. Now that we're done causing trouble, Ezra said, let's try this again. If you were Brendan Black, darlings, what do you think would motivate you to come to the rescue of 3 nobodies? A torn fingernail, a cigarette burn, maybe a nicely recorded scream? What's it gonna take? With every idea, Kylie burrowed further into my side. I'd never been a violent person, but every suggestion made me want to do horrible things to Ezra Huntington. Nothing, I said through clenched teeth. This is a dead end. You and I both know it. A broken nose, maybe? Ezra wondered to one of his henchmen. There are a lot of possibilities. He pointed his phone toward us. Smile, girls. Or don't. Actually, might be better that way. Kylie just opened her mouth and shrieked like a banshee. Ouch! Selena winced. Her head must have been pounding. Not so loud, Kai. Mommy needs to sleep. Ezra seemed to contemplate something as he looked Selena over. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. He got up and crossed the room, then crouched a few feet away from Selena's lolling expression. What do you think, kitten? Starting to hurt, isn't it? Think you might want another hit. What did you give her? I growled. Oh, just a little snack. Nothing she wouldn't sell out her dear sister for 1,000 times. And you know what? I bet she's already thought about it. Kylie and I both leaned as far away from him as we could as he slid a finger under Selena's chin and tipped her head toward him. What kind of information did you find while you were staying in that big apartment, kitten? He asked her. Some numbers, maybe? How about something on the other Black brothers, huh? Owen? Or maybe that prick Ronan? Even dirt on the youngest daughter would do right now. I stared at my sister in horror, realizing that she hadn't just been sheltering at Brendan's apartment those few days, but snooping. Selena looked like she wanted to cry, either from wanting the drugs he promised, or from the pain of the situation. I told you, everything was locked. I couldn't find anything. So, I asked, how could you? She had the decency to look sorry, even through her drug-addled days. Stupid little liar. Ezra's voice was almost conversational before he reached back a hand and slapped my sister clean across the face. "Stop!" Kylie wailed. "Don't hit my mama!" "She has my financial information," I lied quickly, desperately trying to draw Ezra's attention away from Selena and Kylie. "Or I can give it to you if you want. Bank statements, deposit slips. You want money? I can give you money. You'll have what Brendan gave me, enough to buy another farm just like Dandelion. And I'm sure I can get more if you just let us go. He's worth billions, you know that." Ezra paused, tilting his head with interest. "Black gave you money?" I realized my mistake. Ezra hadn't been interested in money before, but I just admitted something was out of the ordinary. I babbled on. Yes, it was part of, the prenup." "Yeah, but prenups usually cover what happens when things fuck up." He bent down to look me in the eye. "What was Big Bad Brendan Black paying you for, huh?" I swallowed. No, he couldn't know. No one did but Owen, and that had already been a colossal mistake. "He paid her to marry him," Selena slurred. "I saw the contract. Read the whole thing." I balked at her. "Sal, you didn't." Her smile might have been sweet if it hadn't been soaked in alcohol and drugs and her own deception. "Had to find out what you were up to. Can't believe you were gonna keep it from me, too." She looked back at Ezra. "Gave you some already? Told you I'd get you the rest of the 10 mil. For a moment, hope fluttered in my chest. Ezra seemed to be considering it, weighing the offer. Then he threw back his head and laughed. 10 million? He wiped tears from his eyes. "Oh, kitten, you think that will make up for what I want? What that bastard has done to ruin me? I want billions, not millions. I want Brendan Black's empire handed to me on a silver platter." I stuck out my chin. "He'll never do that." "He could sign over enough shares to give me a controlling interest. He could make me a partner instead of an enemy. Show me the respect I deserve instead of treating me like some second-rate player in his game. And if he doesn't?" I couldn't help but ask, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Ezra's gaze made goosebumps rise on my skin. "I can be very creative about ways to extract value from this situation. Thought you would have figured that out by now." "Auntie Simone?" Kylie asked from my lap. "What's the bad man doing?" "Honey, get behind my chair," I told her, not taking my eyes off Ezra as he stood up. "Or go under that big table and stay there." Kylie obeyed as her mother curled up onto the floor like a cat and passed out at my feet. Ezra stepped over Selena's prostrate body with a chuckle so that he was directly in front of me. "You know, I'm starting to understand what Black sees in you. There's something refreshing about someone so naive and protective at the same time. Stupid, maybe, but brave. It's actually kind of hot." "Stop." "Stop what?" He drew a finger down my cheek, and I jerked away. "I'm just trying to understand why a man like Brendan Black would pay a small-town baker, of all people, to be his fake fiancé." His fingers found the neckline of my t-shirt, and I felt the fabric stretch. "Tempting. Maybe I should just take everything else I want to. Maybe that should include you." "No!" The word tore from my throat as he ripped the coarse cotton down the front, exposing my bra. "Auntie Simone!" Kylie's voice was high and scared from under the table. "What did he do?" "I'm fine, honey," I called out, praying she could only see my back from where she was hiding. "Just stay there." Then, between my teeth, I gritted. "Stop, Ezra. You don't have to do this." "Now we're getting somewhere," Ezra said, his hand moving toward the center clasp of my bra. "Tell me this, Sunshine. Did Black taste the goods before he committed to them? Or are you as virginal as you look?" "Touch her again, and you die, Huntington!" Ezra, his henchman, and I all jerked toward the door, outside of which a familiar voice had just shouted his threat. Then the noise started. A smoke bomb went off, obscuring all views out of the windows. What are you waiting for? Ezra shrieked at his men. Get out there! But before they could, the door smashed open, and 4 armed men poured into the room, set to a soundtrack of Kylie's screams. They made swift work of the 2 henchmen, making space for one more man to stride into the room like the shadowed knight he was. The Black Prince, in all his glory. My Brendan. I'd never been so glad to see anyone in my life. Bren! I shouted, just before a hand clapped over my mouth. Simone! Brendan lunged toward me, then jerked like he'd been tugged by a pair of reins when he saw the gun pressed to my temple. Ezra angled me in front of him. Everyone in the room except my snoring sister froze. Nope, Ezra said, as if he were turning down an offer of sparkling water. I don't think so. Everyone stays exactly where they are, or this ends very badly. He tipped his head at Brendan, who was rippling with rage. Nice of you to join us, Black. I assume you're here to save your little escort. Don't fucking call her that. Oh, please. Like I give a shit where you dip your prick in your spare time. I only care about the answer to one question. What exactly are you willing to give up to save her?
44. A Blackened Soul. Brendan. It was everything I could do not to dive across the room and tackle Ezra fucking Huntington to the floor. I felt like a leashed wolf, rabid in a cage, as I took in Simone's appearance. Dirty, bound, her shirt torn, and the gun to her head. Whoa, man. Mac's hand found my arm, pulling me back. Give it a beat. He's not gonna shoot her. She's his collateral. Together, we scanned the room quickly. His men had been quickly dispatched. Both of them knocked out and zip-tied. Right now, it was just us against Huntington, who unfortunately had the benefit of 3 hostages. Simone tied to a chair in the center, her sister passed out on the floor, and the little girl, Kylie, huddled under a big table behind them. Huntington had positioned himself behind Simone's chair, his hand around Simone's neck while he held the gun. All I could see was murder, and the glassy fear in my girl's blue eyes. I don't have a clear shot, Mac murmured. Get him talking. He slid back into the shadows, but not before Huntington took note of him and the other detail I'd brought with me. I'd come with an army. Not that it did me any good. Simone, I said, baby, I'm here. It's going to be okay. Tears brightened those oceanic eyes.
I know. I knew you'd come.
Did you? Suddenly there was only one thing to say. It was everything I could do not to dive straight for her, take the shot myself if I could. But if that didn't work, and the worst happened, I needed her to know one thing. I love you, you know that? I love you more than fucking anything. Whatever happens, know that, all right? Her lower lip trembled.
I know. I do. And I love you too. I'm sorry I left, Brendan. So sorry.
It's okay, baby. I'm here now. We're gonna get out of this, I promise. How could one small exchange make me want to throw myself to my knees and commit murder at the same time? For the first time in my life, emotions were clouding every instinct I had. I never thought this woman would ever need the cold, calculating bastard inside me, but right now, he might just save her life. Right now, Simone didn't need her Brendan. She needed, of all people, the Black Prince. This is all very touching. Huntington shoved the gun harder against Simone's temple, causing her to squeak. But there's only one thing I want to hear right now, Black Prince. What are you going to do to save your damsel in distress? Somehow, I managed to tear my eyes from hers. It took satisfaction in the way the fucker shuddered when my stare found him. Even with the gun, he was scared. Spineless fucking degenerate. What do you want? I demanded. Let her go, and we'll negotiate. You got the farm. She doesn't have anything else to do with this, since your fight is with me. No, my fight is with your entire fucking empire, Huntington snapped. And you know exactly what I want. Did you think I would just settle for a measly fucking farm when I want an empire? I took it for leverage, Black.
You were getting played on top of that building and you didn't even know it.
By the time he was finished, his voice had risen at least an octave in his excitement, like the possibility of outsmarting me was better than any deal he actually accomplished.
"What if I could get it back for you?" I said. "The Ventnor deal. You and my brother can finish what you started. Build your suburban wasteland out here if that's what you want. Just let them free. I'll drop the paperwork today. I promise. It will be the start of your own empire. One you built instead of one you stole."
Unfortunately, my idea didn't fly.
"My father disowned me entirely because of you. Once he discovered the properties you sold me were useless."
Huntington sounded more like a spoiled brat than a grown man.
"Patchwork garbage," he called it. "Now I'm stuck doing business out of a shithole building in fucking Woonsocket, and you get to dump everything I've worked over the last 5 years? I don't fucking think so."
As he spoke, it became clear that nothing I could offer was ever going to be enough. Ezra Huntington wasn't looking to build his own accomplishments. He wanted his daddy's approval, which in his mind was only going to happen in one way: destruction or revenge. I shook my head.
"I can't give you what you want. That's not possible, and you know it." "Oh, no?"
He pulled out a wrinkled packet of papers from his coat pocket and tossed them onto the floor for me to take. I picked them up and spread them out.
"A contract?"
I almost had to respect the guy. Almost. At least he was prepared.
"A sale,"
Huntington amended.
"For half your shares in Blackguard Holding, a seat on the board, voting rights."
"You want my company," I said. It was basically the same thing.
"And I get what? Aside from her life?"
"Brendan, don't do it," Mac whispered next to me. "Just keep him talking. I'll get a shot eventually." "The farm." I paged through the contract, something I'd never in my right mind sign under duress. Probably never at all. But yep, he'd thought of everything.
"You included the farm. My shares in exchange for the farm." "Brendan, no, it's not worth it."
Simone's voice shook with the effort not to lose it. The gun at her temple didn't move, but when I looked up, fear had creased her normally smooth brow, and a thin line of sweat fell over her temple. She looked like she was about to fall apart.
"Please,"
she whispered. I looked at Huntington. "You really wouldn't do that?"
"Commit murder? Where would you think you'll be then?" "How do you know what I wouldn't do?"
His eyes dilated, and I wondered if there was some other substance besides pride driving this insanity.
"Aunt Simone?"
The small voice of Simone's niece, the little girl who'd been kidnapped just days ago, broke through the chaos as she crawled out from under her table to sit at Simone's feet. She looked up at the gun pressed to her aunt's head and screamed. That was when the gun started to shake. Fear choked every word I had. No, I didn't know what this fucker was capable of, what kind of mistakes he might make if this standoff continued. It only took one slip of his finger to pull that trigger, even by accident. I knew what I had to do.
"Brendan, don't," Simone called. "He won't shoot me. He won't. He can't. Don't tell me what I can or can't do."
Huntington's shriek was nearing biblical levels right before he slapped Simone across the face. I lunged again as the gun moved, flinching when I thought it might, just might, go off. Only Mac's arm held me back.
"Easy, Brendan."
I could only feel one thing: the desperate, soul-searing need to see my girl safe.
"Jesus, Ezra, don't. Christ, fine, I'll sign it. You can have it. You can have whatever the fuck you want. Just let them go. Let them all go."
"So your goons can rush in here and take over? I don't think so."
He nodded at the papers in my hand.
"Sign it, then we'll talk."
I could feel my carefully constructed world crumbling around me. My brothers would never forgive me. The board would revolt. Everything I'd ever worked for would be gone. It only took one last look from Simone to know the rest didn't fucking matter. In a flurry, I signed the documents.
"Brendan, no!"
Simone cried. "It's fine, Angel," I told her, though my voice shook on every word as I finished going through the contract. Shares
gone. Board seat, gone. My legacy, gone. I finished the last page and held it out to Huntington. You want this? Let her go. He sneered. First disarm your men. They put their weapons on the floor and sit next to you. And then you leave us the fuck alone. Huntington just stared. I turned to Mac, who was already shaking his head in disapproval. Do it. Bring the others. My head of security, looking very much like he wanted to murder Huntington and his other men, barked a few orders. He then released Huntington's 2 men, and all 4 of my security team abandoned their weapons and somehow managed to cram their big bodies to the floor beside me, leaving a clear lane for Huntington to leave. Done. I tossed the contract to the floor where Huntington still stood. That fucking gun still aimed at Simone's head. Now let her go and get the fuck off my property. Huntington gestured at his own men to collect the contract. They all pulled out their guns and pointed them at us. And it was only then that Huntington finally dropped his from Simone and allowed them to shelter him on his way out the door. See you at the next board meeting, he called on his way out. I didn't answer. I was too busy cutting Simone loose from the chair and pulling her into my arms. Mac, I called over my shoulder. On it. I barely noticed the way he and 2 of his men crept out of the building, while one stayed behind to administer aid to Simone's sleeping sister and Kylie. I was too busy consoling my girl. I'm here, baby, I said as I picked her up, if only to take her seat and gather her onto my lap. I'm here. You're safe, I promise. Selena, she mumbled, shoulders shaking. Kylie? I glanced at where the little girl was sitting next to her mother, trying to revive her along with his security agent. Selena coughed as her eyes opened, though she was clearly still groggy. They're safe now. You're all safe. Her eyes finally lifted, glassy with tears. I'm so sorry. Angel. I stroked her hair, dusty and wet with tears out of her face. She never looked more beautiful. What the fuck are you talking about? I shouldn't have left without talking to you. I thought, God, I was so mad, Brendan, but I shouldn't have. Stop. I swiped her tears away with my thumbs. It's not your fault. That's on me. If I hadn't been so goddamn selfish, if I hadn't been such a heartless prick from the beginning, or at least told you what was going on, none of this would have happened. But nothing. I cut her off gently then, because I had to drop a kiss onto that perfect mouth. A sigh rumbled deep in my chest. Home. That word again. It wasn't anything to do with my house or her apartment or bread or anything other than her. I was a bad man. I'd always known that. But even the worst parts of me needed this woman, and somehow that made them better. Then she was kissing me too, with the kind of bite I was used to administering, not taking from others. Her hands threaded through my hair and yanked, that sweet mouth opening, her lithe body pressing into mine. Take me, she seemed to say with every swipe of that delicate tongue. I'm yours. How can that be when I belong to you? I wanted to answer. I decided to stop wondering and just accept her love for what it was, a shining, bright twin of my own. But your company, she whispered, breath hitched when we broke apart. Listen to me. My hands framed her face, forcing her to focus those big blue eyes on me, to see the truth in what I said. I don't care about anything else. Not the company, not the goddamn boardroom. Just you. Always you. Her fingers curled tighter into my shirt, as if she could anchor me to the promise. But before she could answer, we were interrupted by Mac's voice at the door. Brendan. I turned to where my head of security had just returned. Yeah? We tracked down 2. One drove off with the papers, but we caught the other in Huntington on the property line. We have them secured in the forest. What do you want to do with them? I stood, Simone still cradled in my arms. I'll be right there.
Carefully, I set her on the floor. "I'll be right back, baby." But Simone's hand on my sleeve begged my attention.
"Brendan, just let them take care of it, please. You don't have to do anything else."
I wanted to stay with her, I really did. But I also knew I'd already sacrificed too much to save her not to see it through to the end. To make sure, at least, that this fucker would never hurt me or mine again. As I followed Mac out to the edge of the forest on the other side of the road, my phone buzzed with a text from Ronan. "Ronan, found her yet?" I stared at the screen for a long moment, then typed back, "She's safe. I'll tell you the rest later." His text came back almost immediately. "Ronan, I'm gonna have a fucking mess to clean up this time, won't I?" I stared at it for a long time. Yeah, mess didn't cover it. "Don't worry. I'm doing the dirty work for you this time." Then I turned my phone off and accepted the gun from Mac that had been recovered during the pursuit. Deep in the forest, I fired 2 shots. I knew I'd hear their echoes for the rest of my life, but I welcomed the legacy. A reminder of my brutality and what I was willing to do for the people I loved. Because even in the darkness falling over the farm, even as the sirens sounded in the distance, I knew I did the right thing. Simone was my saving grace. She always would be. My soul was black from the beginning. It could take a few final marks to save hers. 45. Lost in a Song. Brendan. I woke to the soft warmth of Simone curled against my side, the musky hint of wood smoke curling to my nose, and the song of a goldfinch in my ear. It took me a moment to remember where I was. A girlish bedroom painted the color of the sky, in which a few spare cobwebs swayed like friendly streamers in the old farmhouse rafters. A wrought-iron bed that barely fit my frame, let alone the angelic being tucked under my arm. Simone and I had gotten maybe a few hours of sleep when we returned to the farmhouse, sometime past 1 in the morning. Selina had been taken straight to the hospital to be treated for whatever drug Ezra had given her, but she would be released straight into police custody following her recovery. A social worker quickly released Kylie into the care of her grandfather, but only after the little girl insisted on giving the police her 2 cents of the events. The Woodstock police, as provincial as they were, insisted on the full due process when they were called to the scene of 2 dead men in the woods, including one who was the son of a prominent local figure. Not prominent enough. While Simone, my security team, and I were all held for questioning, the police quickly realized they could not charge us with anything related to Ezra's death, given that I had a slew of witnesses: kidnapping, trespassing, extortion, threat to bodily harm. The law was on my side, even if it took several hours to get there. "It's called castle doctrine," I had told Simone on our way to the station when she was worried that I would be arrested for murder. "The right to repel intruders from your home." Simone's face blanched as she buried her face in my shoulder, as if it reminded her exactly what had happened to her and her family. "For once, I'm glad they called me the Black Prince," I continued as I stroked her hair, "because that fucker made this place my castle the second I signed that document. He stormed it. He had it coming." Bass Huntington, Ezra's father, seemed to agree when he surprised everyone by declining to press charges or even collect his son's body. Even more surprising, however, was Simone's reaction the second her bedroom door was shut behind us. I was grateful her father's room was on the floor below, shielded by 300-year-old beams and substantial insulation, because the way my girl jumped me would have woken a graveyard. Simone shifted, her back turned to me on the bed. I rolled over and pressed a kiss to her shoulder, and oddly, she tensed the first sign that she was awake. "Good morning, Angel." She turned, her sky-blue eyes still blinking with sleep. Her golden hair was mussed from sleep and sex, and a few marks dappled her skin where I left 2 rough kisses. God, she was beautiful. And by some miracle, all mine.
Hi.
Jesus, I muttered. What time is it?
6:20. I'm sorry I woke you.
The shake, the one I'd heard when she was tied to a chair, was back in her voice. Our golden haze disappeared. On instinct, I swung my legs out of bed and stood on guard, uncaring for the fact that I was naked. Whatever had scared her was going to pay whether my dick was out or not. What is it? What's wrong? The fear in her expression intensified as she held up her phone.
They know.
I frowned as I yanked on my boxers. Who and what do they know?
Everyone knows. They know I'm not your fiancé, that you never loved me, that we were never real.
I took the phone and sat on the bed next to her. Fuck. It was bad. Really bad. Headline after headline about our fake engagement. The fact that I had paid her to pose as my fiancé. Nothing about the Huntingtons or the events of last night, thank God. But Jesus, how did these leeches get their hands on this story? I shoved on my pants and undershirt before locating my phone. Sure enough, there were too many texts to count, including several from Ruth bearing the same headlines. Only 2 others caught my eye. One was a Bloomberg link from Ruth that made my heart feel like it had completely stopped. Black Prince out. Bass Huntington in on Blackguard board. What the fuck was going on? Bass Huntington was taking my place instead of his dead son? How? With that in mind, the second text from my father was more expected. Dad, get to the office, now.
Brendan?
I looked at where Simone had sat up in the bed, clutching her crinkled white sheets to her chest. I crossed the room and kissed her, if only because I was having a hard time breathing, and she had become just as essential as oxygen. When I was finished, we were both clutching each other's faces, eyes closed, doing our best to survive. It will be okay, I told her. Everything will be okay.
Will it?
She was afraid. But somehow, I wasn't. Everything was out in the open now. Whatever was waiting for me in that boardroom, I'd deal with it all, so long as I'd had my real home to come home to in her. The boardroom was packed when I arrived at the Blackguard offices late that afternoon. The usual board members were there, along with several executive officers and some faces I hadn't anticipated, mainly one older gentleman with an immaculate fade and an expression hewn from steel. Bass Huntington. My father had resumed his place at the head of his table, and by the look of him, you'd never know he'd had a heart attack just a few months earlier. His thick silver hair was combed and gelled back, his charcoal suit perfectly pressed, and his black ice eyes as sharp as ever. Beside him sat Owen, looking every inch the heir apparent. Next to him, Liam and Shay rounded out the younger contingent. Ronan was the only one missing, as he was in Vegas yet again. "Is this the Spanish Inquisition?" I asked as I closed the door behind me. "Or the welcoming committee?" "Take a seat." Dad pointed at the lone empty seat at the far end of the table, at least 2 seats removed from the rest of them. Shay almost looked sorry for me. On the other side of the table, a flash of sympathy crossed Liza's face. "I trust you've seen this?" Dad asked. A stack of papers slid my way, topped with the front page of the Herald. The headline shouted from the page, "Blackguard heir's marriage of convenience exposed." Right above the photo of Simone and me. There's no proof of this. I didn't even want to touch the papers. They felt dirty. They ruined the one good thing I had left. "You know, I knew you were stubborn, but I never thought of you as stupid until now," Dad snapped. Beside him, Owen barely managed to hide a smile. "It doesn't matter if there's fucking proof," Dad continued. "It matters how it looks. Do you have any fucking clue where our stock is at this morning?" As it happened, I didn't. For the first time in 20 years,
I hadn't even bothered to check the exchanges when I woke up. I had no clue how the company was faring under my outgoing stewardship. It felt fucking great. 30%. Dad's voice boomed across the room. We're down fucking 30%! Everyone flinched. Everyone but me. He didn't have that power over me anymore, I realized. He never would again. That's unfortunate, I said calmly. But I'm sure we'll bounce back. It's a long game, Dad. You taught me that. I taught you that, he muttered. I didn't teach you this, you entitled little shit. And I certainly didn't teach you to sign away everything that fucking matters on a piece of tail. Or haven't you met our newest board member? A position inherited apparently from his son, who befell a terrible accident last night. Everyone turned to where Bass Huntington silently smirked. He nodded toward me. The Black Prince. Hello. I met his gaze evenly. I'm sorry to hear about the recent tragedy in your family, Huntington. It's a shame when things like that happen. Something in his steely gaze shifted, but he didn't move. Indeed. We stared at each other for a minute, maybe 5 or 100. No one spoke. No one even breathed. It wasn't until Liza finally cleared her throat and tapped her nails on the paper. Whoever leaked this had access to confidential information, she said. I think that needs to be our first order of business today. I looked at Owen, saw the slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and understood. You son of a bitch, I said softly. You fucking leaked it. Careful. His smirk, however, widened. Regardless of who figured this out, I think that and the fact that you've signed half your holdings makes it more than evident you're not fit to lead the company. I shoved up from my seat, throwing the chair back against the wall. You were the only one who knew from almost the start, you spineless worm. About the farm, about the arrangement with Simone, about all of it. You've been documenting everything, waiting for the right moment to destroy me. Liam and Shay both gaped over at Owen. Dude, Liam whispered, you didn't. Owen, really? Shay said. But there was nothing but satisfaction on my brother's face as he quirked one eyebrow, then turned to Liza. It's time. Time for what? I snapped. For your resignation, Dad snapped right back. You will resign as the interim CEO. I'll appoint someone else, which will be neither of the snakes present. In the meantime, I'll consult with the executive officers on the running of this company until someone is confirmed. Daddy, you're not supposed to go back to work, Shay started. I'll do whatever needs to be fucking done, he barked, since my good-for-nothing children can't seem to step up to the plate. Owen looked like he'd swallowed a whole fucking basketball when he realized he wasn't going to benefit from his ploy. It disappeared, however, when Liza passed me another document, another contract bearing my name and the terms of my resignation. I scanned it all and looked up. All my shares revert to the company? I'm not signing this. It's not your choice, Dad said, more calm than he'd been all day. There's a morality clause in your inheritance, boy, and you fucking broke it with this stunt. He shook his head. There's an art to fucking people over, Brendan. You were sloppy. It's unforgivable. He gestured back to the contract. You'll retain your personal wealth, of course. I'm not a monster. But your stake in this company, your position, your future here, he shrugged. You're out. For a moment, I was back in the backyard in Southie, right after Owen and I had finished the fight. Owen had lost, as he usually did, and had gone inside to nurse a split lip. Dad, however, had stayed outside to critique my performance. If you win the fight, you have to fucking end it, he told me. There's no point in delivering a haymaker if you can't knock the fuckers out like this. And then he'd punched me. More than that. My own father had knocked me out, right there in the backyard. And he was knocking me out today.
Niall, one of the officers interjected, perhaps we should discuss—
It's done,
Dad said firmly. And just like I'd known that day in the yard, I knew it now. The fight was over. The rest of the meeting passed in a blur. I signed the papers, knowing that if I didn't, things would be even worse. I just wanted to be free. But just before the meeting adjourned, I did the one thing I could still control. I'd like to make a nomination for interim CEO, I said, formally, before the board. Dad raised a sly silver brow.
That's hardly your place anymore.
It's my right as a departing officer of the company. I proceeded to cite the corporate bylaws I'd memorized years ago, partly because I was the one who wrote them. I turned back to Liza, who was already taking official notes that would go to shareholders. I nominate Ronan Black for the position. The silence in the room was deafening, like it was passing through a kaleidoscope. Owen's face turned several shades of red and purple.
That's insane. I'm the obvious choice.
Are you? I looked around the table, meeting each board member's eyes. Ronan has been running operations on the tech sector for 3 years. He knows every secret this company has, does what's necessary to protect it, and has the ruthlessness needed for the role. Don't be fooled by the jokes. He's a killer, and you all know it. I paused, letting my gaze linger on my brother's furious face. Owen has certainly shown his talent for information gathering, but it seems more about himself than the company.
You bastard,
Owen hissed.
The nomination is seconded,
said Bass Huntington, to everyone's surprise. Owen looked like he was going to explode.
Third,
Liza said, though she looked a bit more reticent with a glance at Liam. Others began nodding in agreement.
The nomination will be considered at next week's meeting, Dad said tightly. Liza, you'll contact Ronan. He needs to get his ass back to Boston.
And with that, it was over. 20 years of my life gone. The company I'd helped build, the empire I'd sacrificed everything for, the family I thought would always have my back, all of it vanished. I gathered my things and walked toward the door, feeling strangely light despite everything I'd just lost.
Brendan?
Shay called after me, but I didn't stop.
Brendan!
Owen's voice was sharp with fury. I paused at the door, looking back at the room full of people who'd just forced me out of my own life. I'd known it was coming the second I signed those papers in the sugar house, but it didn't make it any easier. Or maybe it did. After all, I'd come into this room knowing I'd already lost, but had still somehow gained everything. For what it's worth, I told them, it was never fake. Everything I've ever said about her, everything I've ever asked of her was real. The only thing false in it were the things I told myself. But you should get used to her, because Simone Bishop will be my wife, contract or not. And I could never regret that.
46. Ready to fly. Simone. Brendan? My voice echoed through the penthouse, just past 7 in the evening, as the elevator doors shut behind me. Nothing answered. My chest grew tight. It had taken me most of the afternoon to build up the courage to come here. By the time Brendan and I had made it back to Boston in time for his board meeting, the magic of the night before had all but disappeared, swallowed by uncertainty. And it was magical, staying up half the night in each other's arms, reiterating over and over again with our bodies and words the thing neither of us seemed to believe completely, that we both loved each other, would do anything for each other, always. It was only in the morning, when we woke to those horrible headlines, that the spell started to fracture. By the time Brendan had dropped me in Jamaica Plain, it was completely broken. Unsure of what to do, I'd given him the things I assumed he would need for the day. A kiss on the cheek, a reminder that I loved him, and the large diamond ring that was the primary part of my costume as his fake fiancé. After all, I didn't need it anymore, did I? He'd given me a strange look as he'd tucked it into his pocket, but hadn't argued. which meant I had no idea where we stood now, especially since there had been no more communication since, not even a single text. So I'd spent my day trying not to obsess about where Brendan was and what we were doing. I had other things to worry about, like packing my things and ending my life in Boston. And it was the end. I hadn't said it out loud to anyone yet, but it was the truth. Dad needed me. Kylie needed me. The farm needed me, too. The only one I wasn't sure about was Brendan, and that wasn't exactly a question I could ask via text. What was I supposed to write? Thanks for the earth-shattering sex last night. I'm so in love with you it hurts. Hope you still feel the same. BTW, when you said you loved me, did that mean we're still together, even though the world knows we were faking it? Also, since you traded away your company for my family's farm to a dead guy, what are you planning to do? Are you coming back there with me? What happens to us now? It would all be very cool, I know. Which is why I didn't send even one. By the evening, however, I was done waiting for updates. The apartment was packed up, my utilities shut down, my lease formally broken. I was leaving tomorrow, whether a certain besuited billionaire was coming with me or not. There was only one more thing to do. "Brendan?" I called again, as I wandered through the living room and into the kitchen he had built just for me. There were signs he'd been here today. A suit jacket was slung over the back of the couch in the front living room. In the kitchen, a plate bearing crumbs sat by the sink, and the smell of toasted sourdough, my sourdough, I noted along with the half-loaf wrapped in a flour sack and a used bread knife on the island, was still evident, if faint. But no Brendan. I wandered through the rest of the first floor, checking his office, the guest suites, the gym at the far end, all empty. When I climbed the stairs to his suite on the second floor, I found his bedroom ajar. For a moment, I hesitated. Was I still welcome here? Was this even my place anymore, even if he did love me? Had it ever been? Inside, the room was empty, but the balcony door was wide open, the slight chill from the early summer evening billowing the curtains inward. I peeked outside. I'd never been on the balcony, and though there was still no Brendan, I did find another set of chairs leading to a rooftop deck. Following my intuition, I climbed them, and found a garden in the sky. One might even call it a nest. "This man and his Airy," I murmured, as I looked around a rooftop garden that looked like it had been plucked from a landscape magazine. Planters, hardy evergreens, and outdoor furniture provided some shelter from the elements in a place so high and unprotected. The wind whipped around me, but the view made me forget. All of Boston twinkled below as dusk settled over the city, and there, at the far end of the deck, I found him. Brendan stood at the railing with a pair of binoculars, as still as any predator that might naturally track the bird he was undoubtedly watching. He still wore his dress pants and shirt that went with the shed jacket downstairs, though the tie was loosened and the top buttons of his collar were undone. His clothes were plastered against his body by the wind. A gray hoodie was thrown over everything for warmth, and his 5 o'clock shadow, barely tinged with silver, glowed in the twilight. In that moment, I saw both the innocent boy he used to be and the ruthless man he was, the CEO and the birdwatcher, the kid from Southie and the urbane Back Bay denizen. Every part of him was so beautiful, I could hardly breathe. As if sensing my presence, he lowered the binoculars and turned. For a moment, we just stared at each other across the deck as the wind picked up between us. Then he raised one hand and crooked his fingers. I went, and the moment I was close enough, he pulled me into his arms and kissed me. His lips were cold from the wind, but his mouth was hot and demanding. It was a thief of a kiss. I gave it everything I had.
"Sometimes," he rumbled against my lips, "I forget how much I need you until I see you again."
Whatever I was expecting him to say, it wasn't that. "You need me?" I didn't think Brendan Black needed anything.
"God, yes."
He kissed me again, this time with some bite.
"Like the air I breathe, Angel."
Before I could tell him I felt the same, that I'd spent all day aching for him, he turned me so my back was pressed against his chest, and I was facing the same view he'd been watching. Then he handed me the binoculars and pointed.
"Look at the top of that building."
I shivered at the sandpaper rasp of his cheek against mine and the pressure of his erection against my backside. Whatever I was feeling, I wasn't alone. Brendan chuckled.
Soon, baby. But right now, I want you to look. See the nest?
I raised the binoculars, adjusting the focus until a thicket of sticks and branches came into view, built into the parapet of the tower on Old South Church. Perched at the edge were two enormous birds, with white heads and dark bodies. Are those bald eagles? I breathed, as if my voice would disturb them from here.
John and Abigail, according to Peter. I've been watching them since they made it 2 years ago. The church is pissed because they can't legally have them removed. But I gave them an endowment to maintain the building when the eagles aren't there.
I smiled to myself. Yet another example of Brendan's silent generosity. Maybe one day I could convince him to show that side to the world more often. People deserve to know what kind of man he really was. Or maybe he just deserved the credit. I watched the birds for a moment longer while Brendan wrapped his arms around my waist and nuzzled my neck.
They mate for life too, you know, he murmured.
They do?
It's true.
His arms tightened around me, while one hand slipped underneath my sweater to cup my breast in a way that was more proprietary than sexual, even as his thumb brushed my nipple.
But only after almost dying.
I lowered the binoculars and turned in his arms. His hand fell back to my waist, but didn't let go. Tell me more.
I set the binoculars on a table next to us. It's called the death spiral. When bald eagles are courting, they lock talons mid-flight and spin toward the earth, faster and faster, plummeting hundreds of feet.
His full mouth quirked with secret joy, and it was all I could do not to kiss him.
It's only at the last possible moment that they break apart and soar back up. But when they survive that, almost crashing together and escaping death, they know they have a bond for life, like they have to know how bad it might get to know they can trust each other forever.
We watched each other for a long moment, while the wind picked up around us, as if shouting its agreement. It didn't take a genius to understand what he was implying. We'd just gone through our own death spiral, hadn't we? The lies, the betrayal, the kidnapping. A day ago, I'd had a gun to my head. I'd seen my death cross Brendan's face when he'd found me. We had locked our own talons and rocketed toward destruction, and we'd survived. I didn't bother to stop the tears falling down my cheeks, and Brendan didn't bother to wipe them away. Neither of us wanted to deny the pain of the last few days. There was something important about it, I realized, something critical to our future. Finally, he wrapped one arm around my shoulders, the other at my waist as he tugged me close.
I will never let you fall that close again,
he whispered fiercely into my hair.
Never. Do you understand me? Never.
My fingers clung to the soft fabric of his hoodie, and for the first time, I let out everything that had been swirling inside me, not just for the last days, but years. The grief of the little girl who had lost her mother too young, the pain of the young woman forced to care for too many people who should have cared for her, too, the heartbreak of the person whose heart had been broken, threatened, terrorized, then healed. Brendan held me through it all. Eventually, when my sobs had quieted to hiccups, he unwound my arms from around his neck. At first, I thought he was pulling away. It was too much. My vulnerability, the whole situation. Maybe I'd read this all wrong. Maybe it was goodbye. Then he sank to one knee.
Simone.
My voice caught in my throat. I couldn't speak. His face was more open and vulnerable than I'd ever seen it. Those near black eyes suddenly cast with gold from the setting sun.
My soul is as black as night, but you make me feel like the sun, Angel. Like maybe I can be saved after all. Like maybe I'm worth saving.
He swallowed hard, the movement making the tense muscles in his neck quiver.
I'll go through fire for you. I proved that, didn't I? But it never occurred to me until yesterday that you might do the same for me.
The tears started again, hot and fast. But I would. Brendan, I'd go through anything for you. He wouldn't let me sink to the ground with him. Instead, he stood back up and cupped my face with those broad, capable hands.
I know, my sweet angel. I know.
Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. When he opened it, I couldn't breathe. It was a ring, an engagement ring, but of a different sort, and one that was very familiar to me. It had once belonged to my mother. You found it? He smiled.
The rest of it's waiting in your jewelry box. Ruth and I tracked it through the pawnbroker Ezra sold it to in Woonsocket. Brought it home for you this afternoon.
The band was a delicate gold the color of summer wheat, engraved with lines that looked like feathers, like birds in flight, or maybe an angel's wings. My mom had worn it so long, but looking at it, it was the right thing to wear now. It looked like me. It looked like us. When he tilted it toward the light, I could see words inscribed on the interior. My angel, my love. Once from my father to my mom. Now from Brendan to me.
Your father gave me permission. This time, I wanted to do it right.
Brendan removed the ring from the box and took my left hand.
This time, it's just for us.
I watched, almost out of my body, as he slipped the ring past my knuckle to where it fit snugly, perfectly, like that was exactly where it was meant to be.
Say no, say yes. I'll be with you no matter what.
Brendan's voice shook with the wind.
But will you be mine, Angel? Will you marry me for real this time?
Yes! I sobbed. And then I was flinging my arms around him with so much force, I almost knocked over his tall, solid form. But Brendan caught me, like I had a feeling he always would. When we broke apart, the grin on his face could have lit up all of Boston, and the laughter I heard, the sound of pure joy coming from this dark-hearted man, would fuel my fantasies for years to come. I looked up at him, at this beautiful, complicated, broken man who'd chosen me above everything else, and felt desire curl hot in my belly.
Mine,
he whispered before his mouth found mine.
All mine.
He backed me against the railing, and his arousal was there again, if it had ever disappeared. It quickly became obvious he was more than ready to consummate our marriage early, right here on the deck, where Abigail, John, or anyone else who owned binoculars could see us. And for a moment, I almost let him, until reality crashed back in. Brendan. His teeth sank into my earlobe.
Different kind of talking right now.
But his tongue swirled on my neck.
Do I need to repeat myself, Angel?
No, but... With significant struggle, I managed to grab his shoulders and push him back. Brendan, please listen. He straightened with a dazed expression.
What's wrong, baby? What do I need to take care of now?
Maybe it shouldn't have turned me on, the way he was ready to demolish anyone else who threatened our happiness, but it did. If I lit up Brendan Black's heart, it was possible he darkened mine. Most strange of all, I didn't think it was a bad thing. Not if it made me more able to say what I needed. I have to go back to Vermont. I told him. My dad, Kylie, they need me. I can't stay here anymore. I have to be at the farm. To my surprise, he only looked mildly confused.
You didn't think I knew that?
I blinked. You already knew that? It wasn't like we had a formal conversation about it, even on the drive back to Boston.
I didn't think we needed to discuss it. Of course you're needed back there.
And unless it's not where you want to be, in which case we'll task Ruth with hiring a general manager, an accountant, and whoever else is necessary to get the farm back up on its feet. That's where I need to be, too.
And unless it's not where you want to be, in which case we'll task Ruth with hiring a general manager, an accountant, and whoever else is necessary to get the farm back up on its feet. That's where I need to be, too.
He rubbed his hands up and down my shoulders.
I walked away from Blackguard today.
I gawked, certain I'd heard wrong. You did what?
I left the company. Well, to be completely accurate, they required my resignation, but I went in planning to hand it in anyway.
A strand of hair came loose from my ponytail in the wind, and he tucked it behind my ear.
I thought my family's company was where I belonged, but that was before I learned what home really was. That was before I found my home as you.
But your company, your work...
Sucked me dry.
and would keep doing it for life if I let them. He pulled me close again, resting his forehead against mine. I meant what I said in the bakery. I want it all with you, Angel. I want to wake up in that farmhouse every morning. I want to learn to milk a fucking cow. I want to teach Kylie how to watch birds and make a family of our own, and listen to our 4 or 5 kids running up and down those creaky fucking steps until I'm old and gray. So long as I have you. 4 or 5? My mouth fell open. Are you serious? Brendan chuckled. It was one of the sweetest sounds I'd ever heard. I told you, baby. Barefoot and pregnant. I poked him in the chest, laughing despite myself now. And baking bread. And baking bread. He caught my hand and brought it to his lips. And bird-watching? Definitely bird-watching. And making love? He yanked me close. Every chance we get. Then Brendan Black kissed me until the sun had fully set over the city, and John and Abigail had settled into their nest for the night. Beyond them, in the mountains just a few hours from Boston, a life waited for us, full of bread and birds and babies and joy. Brendan released me long enough to sweep me up into his arms. Are you ready to get started? I kissed him again. With you? Always.
Epilogue. The Crimes of Dionysus. Ronan. You're up, boy. And remember, nobody gets the best of a black. That's a fucking order. I sat up in a rush, 1,500 thread count sheets pooling at my waist and heart thumping like a hyperactive rabbit before all the blood rushed from my head. 1 breath, then 2. It took me 5 to remember where I was. My suite in Vegas, not a backyard in Southie. In a plush, king-sized bed with a view of the Strip, not shoved out of a chair and into the ring with one of my brothers. It was always the same fucking nightmare. A brief memory of the family's last days in Southie. I was maybe 5 or 6, watching my brothers punch the shit out of each other, while my father and his cronies egged them on and placed bets. After Owen's 2 front teeth had literally been knocked out, the old man had shoved me into the center to fight Brendan next. I tell you, being the Black family fuck-up/fixer would be a hell of a lot easier if my stupid brain wasn't still scared of fighting a 9-year-old. I usually woke up by the first punch. Usually. Gradually my heart slowed, my breath eased back to normal, and lucid thoughts returned. The first was, why does my mouth taste like New Orleans the day after Mardi Gras? The second, whose limb is that? I squinted toward the rays of light breaking from the horizon that was trying to sell me a fucking sunrise calendar or something. Well, fuck you, son. That shit hurt, especially after the night I had. But a view is what you get when you keep a penthouse suite at the top of one of the Strip's nicest casinos. Nicest, mind you, but not the flashiest. I'm only 80% douchebag. The kind who knows the difference between a Patek and a Rolex. Although in Vegas, there was a time and a place for both. People thought I spent so much time in Vegas because I was Ronan Black, professional disappointment and real-life Dionysus, the jester of the Black family. The unserious brother, the black heir who couldn't keep it in his pants if you stapled his zipper shut. And look, they weren't wrong. I lived like a Greek god if that god had access to bottle service, high-level hookers, and pharmaceutical-grade party supplies. There was no better cover for the family fixer than getting wasted and making poor choices. When you're doing body shots off Instagram models and fucking Miss Nevada, no one's gonna notice casual deals with mobsters or bribing politicians. Honestly, it was just efficient. I turned to discover a body-shaped lump breathing, just barely, under the sheets. Every part of this person was covered by sateen except for a pair of long, exquisitely shaped stems. Well, hello there, legs. Nice to meet you. I wish I could say I was surprised to find a stranger in my bed, or that I knew who it actually was. The truth was, I'd woken up too many times to count in this very room, with 2 or 3 other partners looking like all of us had played Twister in our sleep. My record was 4, which, frankly, had been way too crowded. You ever try to sleep with 4 people's worth of body heat? It turns the bed into a barbecue pit. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend.
This partner didn't have anything in common with a fiery pit of meat, and, even more strangely, seemed to have a positive effect on my sleep. Usually I didn't make it past 4:30, but the bedside clock read 6. I'd also slept straight through the night. No additional nightmares about that thing in Miami I never talked about. No midnight spirals about Dad's latest rant and accompanied threats to my bodily health. Just solid, peaceful unconsciousness until the nightly showdown woke me for good. It didn't matter who I was with. I'd never escape that final punch. I studied my companion in the growing light. She was turned away from me, but the view from here was promising. Pretty little thing. Curves that could cause a head-on collision. Legs, of course, that belonged on a rocket. Gingerly, I lifted the sheet, and Jesus Christ, that body deserved its own exhibition at the Met. Behold, citizens of the world, the ass of wonders. I really hoped I'd appreciated it properly last night. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember a fucking thing. My partner rolled over in her sleep, giving me a view of her velvety skin, a pair of prize-winning tits, and a face that flatlined my brain. Holy fucking shit, the girl was a knockout. Heart-shaped jaw, painted-on cheekbones, and a mouth that was partially open and begging for something to slide right in. Even with her sleep-mussed hair and probably my saliva somewhere on her person, she looked like a pre-Raphaelite painting. The sexy ones, not the weird religious ones. Although, let's be honest, even the religious ones were sexy. They were all perverts, just like me. Christ, it had been a banger of a night, hadn't it? My memories were like Swiss cheese. I'd been celebrating after a high-stakes game where I'd won about $2 million. Fine, it was a rounding error in my world, but winning was winning. And I'd already been pretty well marinated when I'd stumbled into the casino's club intending to celebrate my victory. She was dancing with friends in the VIP. Bachelorette party, obviously. Vegas was full of packs of women pretending they didn't come here specifically to make mistakes they'd never disclose to their therapist or their husbands. This one had been different. Rubbing my forehead, I remembered her writhing on the dance floor like some kind of sexy forest nymph in a green dress, winding around her body like a second skin. She was small, with light brown hair and green eyes. Fuck, that's right. Those eyes the color of leaves or absinthe or money. Things that you want. Maybe even things that are bad for you. At that point, I had been fully convinced the girl was a witch. Not that I had a problem with that. Double, toil and trouble. All the same to me with a body that supple. We'd danced, made out like teenagers. Okay, eaten each other alive to a Frank Sinatra EDM remix. She tasted like champagne and bad decisions. My favorite combination. And then nothing. Blank. My brain had decided to stop recording. A real shame. Because based on the crime scene that was my bedroom, clothes everywhere, a cracked mirror, and a lamp lying in 3 pieces on the floor, my little witch and I had an excellent time together. Maybe we could do it again. For science. Or magic. Before she inevitably freaked out and ran away like they all did once they realized they'd fucked Ronan Black. I was just about to wake her up when my phone buzzed like an angry hornet. God damn it, I muttered, fully planning to silence it until I got a look. Liza Kelly's name ran like a ticker tape across the screen. CFO of Blackguard Holding, but more importantly, my best friend's mother and the closest thing I had to a maternal figure, which was saying something because my actual mother was a piece of work. You wouldn't be sentimental either if the woman who birthed you took off 3 months later to find herself in an ashram for 18 months before starting a yoga retreat center outside of Portland. I carefully extracted myself from the bed, grabbed my boxers off the ground, and exited to the living room of the suite, closing the door behind me. Liza wouldn't be calling at 6 in the morning unless someone was dead or about to be. This better be good, I answered. You better be telling me someone died or that you've sent a hooker for a threesome. because there's a Paris 10 in my bed, so those are the only two reasons I want to hear your voice before coffee and a Viagra for good luck.
Ronan, we need to talk about yesterday.
Yesterday. Fuck. Otherwise known as the reason I'd flown out to Vegas for a high-stakes poker game where I was the only man out of 8 not named Pete or Paulie. One where, as I took shots and these gangsters' money, I made deft arrangements for them to get it back with some well-placed fixing. I only knew some of the details. Brendan, the elder of my 2 snake-faced brothers, had made a spectacular mess with his sweetheart in Vermont, then had promptly called me to clean it up. This meant following the only member of Ezra Huntington's entourage to Vegas to stop him from getting my brother and my family into a world of trouble. Fucking with the Black family was a terminal condition, a fact I generally doused with enough alcohol to get over the moral complications of my job. Brendan didn't need to know all the details. As the de facto head of the family business during our father's medical absence, he couldn't for his own safety and the safety of the company. That was between me, some very scary men who liked large unmarked bills, and whatever patch of desert was left to swallow the remains of Huntington's guy after they finished their conversation. A conversation that was supposed to end last night with the cacti, not with a friendly chat with Liza at the crack of fucking dawn. I'm listening. I rubbed my face in the mirror near the door. I looked like shit. Hot shit, but still shit. Girls liked abs, so I put some time into them, but otherwise, the dark red hair, the jet black eyes, and the fire-level cheekbones were all gifts from the Almighty. I smirked at my reflection. Maybe the siren in my bed would enjoy a wake-up call, too.
Brendan signed away half his shares to Huntington during the hostage situation,
Liza said.
The board repossessed the rest due to a morality clause, but not before Ezra's father took a seat on the board. Your father forced Brendan to resign yesterday.
I collapsed on an arm of the sofa. I'm sorry, but what in the actual fuck? Because it sounded like you just said Brendan just left Blackguard.
I did. He signed the papers. It's done.
And you didn't say anything? Liam? Shay? No one thought to stop him? I didn't bother to mention Owen. That fuck had been gunning for Brendan's position for years. So he was probably throwing a goddamn party celebrating this ouster right now. Or he would if Owen were capable of any kind of joy. But Liam, Liza's son, my best friend and lawyer for the firm, should have spoken up. Or at least fucking told me, the traitor. And Shay, my sister, was still young enough that she wanted her big brothers to love her. So why didn't she say a word?
What was I supposed to say? He signed the papers and left. It took all of 10 minutes. He was ready to go, Ronan.
Holy shit. I started laughing. A cackle that came from somewhere deep in my gut and a part of my brain that wasn't entirely sane. Brendan actually did it. Dad kicked out the golden child, and Bren gave the old man the finger on his way out. Holy fucking shit. It might have been the first thing he'd ever done that made me like his grumpy ass. Liza's impatient sigh was evident through the phone's bad speakers.
There's more.
I couldn't stop laughing. More? What else did he do? Moon the board? Set fire to his office? Oh, God, he didn't piss on the furniture, did he?
He did not. He did, however, formally nominate you for interim CEO before he left.
The laughter died in my throat.
He did what? He put your name forward to take over when your father officially steps down. And since the company needs an interim CEO now, he nominated you for the job.
I sank fully onto the couch, patterned with ugly beige stripes and gold vines that suddenly seemed like they might strangle me. I was probably still drunk, definitely still a little bit high, but now I wondered if there was something hallucinogenic in the pills I'd taken last night. The last time I took peyote, a rainbow-colored dwarf with a head like a bunny followed me around Boston for 4 days. Imagining myself a promotion wasn't out of the range of possible side effects. That's impossible, I managed a moment later. I get drunk at charity galas and hit on board members' wives for fun.
Last year, I laced 4 stakeholders' drinks with acid just to see what they would do. I'm not CEO material. I never wanted the job.
It was the worst lie I'd told in a while. Obviously, we all wanted the job. Every child of Nile Black had been taunted with that egregious carrot since we were old enough to walk. We'd been pitted against each other via backyard fights, report cards. Until recently, it had been all but a given that the perfect eldest son Brendan was the frontrunner for the position. Sure, Dad had cast some doubts last month when he announced in front of 300 people that he would be nominating one of his children for the job in the next year. And sure, I had wondered for a half-fucking second if maybe I, with my intimate knowledge of every side of this business, would be the best fit for the job. That was before I wised up to the fact that our father was just toying with us yet again for his own amusement. CEO was always Brendan's to lose. Which now begged the obvious question. Why did he just throw the whole fucking game? Why the fuck would he do this? And why me?
Probably because you're also the one who's been solving impossible problems for this family for years.
Liza echoed things Brendan had told me for years.
This is your chance for recognition, Ronan. For legitimacy.
God damn it. Maybe she was the witch this morning. She was certainly reading my deepest, darkest thoughts. Maybe I was tired of being the family joke while Brendan got all the glory. Owen played his political games with the grace and personality of a rhinoceros, and Shay was crowned the princess while acting like a brat 90% of the time. Maybe I wanted people to see that behind the party boy bullshit, I was actually fucking good at what I did. Maybe I could even be great. But, Liza said. I sighed. There was always a but. Lay it on me.
The board, your father included, expects the CEO to meet certain standards. Family values, stability. They want someone who's going to settle down, get married, have kids, present a respectable image.
I frowned. You're kidding. Since when did Dad turn into a tradwife advocate?
Ronan, why do you think your brother suddenly got engaged? The newspapers figured it out yesterday, too. He was doing what was needed to project that image. I doubt a fake engagement will do it for you, though.
So, what, am I supposed to get married now? To who, a fucking showgirl? Maybe a lady of the night? I laughed again. The idea of me walking down the aisle with someone, promising my life to an actual living human was absurd. I could barely promise to remember a woman's name, much less my fidelity in love.
The board won't care who you show up with as long as you look good doing it, Liza said. That's what I'm telling you.
I stared out the window. The sun was fully up now, dimming the lights of the strip under those bright golden rays. Ironically, it was the only time of day the strip looked almost peaceful. Maybe I could do this. There were chapels down the block. It wouldn't be the craziest thing I'd ever done. That was the year I did the carnival in Rio and went missing for 2 weeks straight. Fun times. Liza, I need to think. A knock cut me off as the bedroom door opened. And there she was, my mystery nymph, wrapped in a sheet like a sexy burrito, hair everywhere, makeup smudged, but as edible as anything in a restaurant. Maybe more. Liza, I gotta go, I muttered.
Ronan, we need to...
I hung up. Hi, said the girl. God, even her voice was gorgeous, melodic and throaty like a magical bird. Maybe this was why Zeus wanted to fuck a swan. Hi, I greeted her as I stood. Fuck the mess in Boston. Fuck the board. Fuck Liza. Fuck this ridiculous marriage bullshit I was supposed to perform. At least that's what I was thinking as I crossed the room to unwrap this little vixen. Until she held out her left hand. There, gleaming in the morning light, was a gold band. On her ring finger. On her left hand. Which meant...
I realize this is kind of a weird question, but did we get married last night?
I stared at the ring, then at her face, then at my own left hand, where, oh fuck, a matching band wrapped around my ring finger like chalk around a body at a crime scene. What the fuck had I done?
the girl, my wife apparently, because my life had morphed into a bad romantic comedy, stood there looking like she might either cry or bolt, possibly both. Those green eyes were as bright as freshly cut limes, and she was clutching that sheet like it was the only thing keeping her from being dragged into the underworld. That was when the craziest fucking thought I'd ever had the privilege of having crossed my mind. Things could be worse. I preened for half a second when the girl's gaze flickered down to my boxer briefs and back up, then channeled every ounce of the charm that had gotten me in and out of impossible situations. This was fine. This was manageable. Shit, this might even solve my CEO problem, as long as my accidental wife wasn't a serial killer or a socialist. Redistribution of wealth doesn't really jibe with billionaires, you know. I suppose reintroductions are overdue then, I said, extending my hand like we were at a fucking networking event, instead of standing next to naked in the middle of my hotel suite. Hello, wife. I'm Ronan. Ronan Black.
We hope you have enjoyed this production of Morally Black Betrothal by Nicole French. Narrated by Kat Pritano and Xander Stone. Copyright 2025 by Raglan Publishing. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.